Hello. Yeah. Yeah, you're not showing up in there either for me. I mean, something's wrong with this thing. Um, yeah, let's see if that fixes it. Hmm, goofy.
All right, there we go.
There's a nice.
Yeah, I did just have a quick question today. I have to leave early, but how have you been?
Uh, I'm actually very tired. Um, so I'm kind of on the fence as to whether or not I even wanted to do this, but I always do, so I figured people would expect me to come on, so I did. But I didn't even turn on the other computer to do the restreamer or anything because I'm really not sure if I want to, you
Mm,
know, do it or not. I don't know. I'm just tired.
I
But
see.
if people like wake me up enough, then I'll get back to it. But I just got home a moment ago and got my stuff all stowed away and sat down and just realized, gosh, I don't feel like doing anything at all. You ever,
I can
you ever
relate
have
to
that like
that.
totally blah moment where you just want to like,
Yeah,
that's kind of my day right now.
I feel like the Gen Z version of that is phone in bedtime. Like when you're at the end of the day and you're tired, just take your phone and like just go on it in bed until you fall asleep. Not the healthiest habit for the
Just
youth,
like
but
what is that doom scrolling when you're just sliding through things looking at
I
everything?
guess, yeah. I feel like doom scrolling is it's more about like the doomer meme, and like the just like like scrolling, but there's just no enjoyment at all whatsoever in it. Or I don't know.
Right.
I do have a question that I was interested in asking you though, if that's okay. But it was about humanism. I'm not. I seem to remember you mentioning that you are a fan of humanism. I don't. I certainly don't have an issue with it entirely. But one thing I wanted to ask is, do you think that in some ways, by centering the human experience and using that as the basis for any kind of sensible conversations about morality, that leaves out questions of moral ecology and
Mhm.
the morality as it pertains to other forms of life? Or do you think that that's not really what it's intended to address in the first place?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I'd say I'm any kind of unambiguous fan of the term or the ideas, especially since I'm like I don't know, animal rights. I mean, I tend to think that all mammal life has rather a lot in common, and we shouldn't be walking around with this very speciesist sort of mentality where we're just doing whatever the hell we want. And I guess if you focus entirely on the human experience as the basis for all morality, you're kind of leaving a lot out in that. And that would have obviously affect tons of environmental and ecological issues as well. It's, I suppose, more a matter of the approaches to the contrast in ethical philosophy between that and um, this magical source told me so is I guess the other side of that. If what would be the part about humanism that I'm okay with? It would be that it's like because I don't know, go back to like Protagoras. I think that our brains are the sources of all of our knowledge. It all gets filtered through here. So I don't think that there's anything really outside of that we can point reliably to. Or I don't know, put it in like logical terms from Gödel, the sense of like we're in a system already, we can't think outside of it, so there's no God's eye view of the universe. So why would we sort of pretend that there's a God's eye view of the universe, or that God has told me this, that, or the other thing? Like, where does that come from? That's the part of humanism I'm okay with. But a lot of the basic perspectives where they do really focus on just human experience, yeah, no, I've got real problems there.
Yeah, yeah, that's I guess a more elaborate conception of what some of my thoughts were earlier today when I was thinking about it. So, yeah, that's a very useful answer. I also had another question. Do you think that uh, a technological singularity is inevitable?
um, oh God, I'm totally blanking on his name. Robin used to read him all the time. The singularity is near. The techno futurist guy. The Age of Spiritual Machines. Do you know the name of the guy I'm thinking of?
Maybe.
Oh gosh.
I've heard the name of that Age of Spiritual Machines.
Oh, I'm blanking on his name, and they're on the other side of the room. I could go grab them, but that whole sense of like um, that they're going to get smarter and smarter, and it's I forgot to take this off.
Or just,
It's
I mean,
such a
I
point
guess,
where it kind of like they achieve real intelligence. Is that what you
I
think?
guess I should be more specific because I suppose there are different definitions of what a singularity is. I'm thinking about it more in terms of yes, it has a lot to do with artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, artificial super intelligence, but more generally an integration between artificial super intelligence and all of the functions of production and just development in human society in a way that we can't really fathom. You know what I mean? Where almost everything becomes about computing power, and computing power is the only real resource because with computing power, then you can, build anything, or, it's just a matter of having the hardware to run the artificial and super intelligence or apply it to a specific problem, and how that would impact or change society and move technological advancement outside of our hands and
Right.
kind of set it,
Yeah, where the machines are creating themselves and solving problems for
Yeah.
themselves. Yeah.
That's at least how I conceive of it. But I know that
Yeah.
there are
Yeah.
different ideas.
I I don't know um that we're far enough along that we can effectively speculate on things like that, because by the time we get to where computers are intelligent enough to really be autonomous, it's hard to imagine what the world is really going to be like, or how to conceive of it. I mean, I'm really not sure. I've never really been as comfortable with the sort of futurist predictions where they can very confidently assert this is the direction we're going, and this is definitely going to be the case 100 years from now, because it's too far out. I mean, just one thing you get from looking at um, the past on it too is just how many places where the simplest deviation could have taken you into radically different directions. Or hell, I don't know if they're seeing in sciences, stick with the whole like butterfly bit,
Yeah.
like the chaos theory stuff. How do you really know how it's going to play out,
Yeah.
over the longer term? Right now, the most sophisticated supercomputers that fill entire warehouses worth of their hardware, they barely got the sophistication of a bumblebee, if that. So we're pretty far out from being able to replicate the basic processes of mammalian intelligence, and on top of that, I'm not really sure what's going to be involved in doing that, whether or not even quantum computing is up to the task, because there is so much, I don't know, I hate to say almost randomness in the chemical processes in the brain. Like it's not it's it causality plays a part in it, but it's not as linear as like a binary machine process.
Well, I do. I mean, I guess I do. I would. I mean, I do think that on the software level with modern machine learning, yes, it's definitely there are clearly functions of animal and human intelligence that are certainly much more authoritative over the output of the machine, so to speak, and there's complexities that we haven't uncovered yet. But I do think that I would point out that randomness is a pretty central part of machine learning, and it seems like it is going in that direction of sort
Yeah,
of pattern
yeah,
recognition and that kind of
right.
mechanism.
I guess, but from our, so again, it will depend very much on how we want to define intelligence, because if we think about how our intelligence developed, you go back to some earlier forms of life, and like the basic central nervous system stuff that can collects, moves the signals around, and then the sensory input that goes with that, and you end up with these lower level structures of the brain that are able to respond, and that's where all the emotion is. So emotion is present at a very simple level, and then all of what we tend to consider reason, cognition, our ability to think things through, builds on top of that. So it builds on top of and through our emotional structures, because the emotional structures predate it evolutionarily. So what we're trying to build in machines doesn't have any of that. I think, honestly, if you apply those insights out of biology to some of the science fiction stuff, it makes a little bit of sense why you'd get like a Skynet type thing, because they don't have the emotional core. They only have the reason, and they can only, oh, well, this is a very simple answer, but there's no morality, because the center of morality is actually our emotions, which is why cats have morals too. They're just slightly different from ours. I mean, morality is a basic function of our emotional structure, and then all the cognition and reason builds on top of it.
So I guess more succinctly, like one of the fundamental points that you'd be making is that intelligence, or biological intelligence, it cannot be quantized.
Well, I think biological intelligence is a function of our emotional structure, and then all the cognition and reason builds on. Oh, interesting. I think he's on a.
Assalamu alaikum, doctor.
Like,
welcome, Abdu. I just muted because there was an echo.
I think everyone's trying to do it at once. Just, I think that they're in some ways very different, is all I'm saying. Like the path through, like, reptilian and mammalian intelligence, what makes up intelligence for us, I don't think is something that we're even trying to duplicate, much less have the ability to yet in machines. We're giving it ways to duplicate certain aspects of reason. And that's kind of like coming at it from the opposite direction. So I think that the results are going to be quite unpredictable, because it doesn't follow anything that we have any real experience of.
Yeah, I do. I'm not an expert in AI machine learning at all, but I have built a number of systems, and I have studied and read about the topic a bit. And one thing that was very, very abundantly clear to me is that that yes, machine intelligence will always be fundamentally different from biological intelligence. It at least that's my intuition, I guess. But at the same time, I don't think that means that there's, maybe not necessarily that there's no overlap whatsoever, but that doesn't mean that it can't take on an intelligence in a different kind of sense that can still impact human existence very fundamentally. I think that the real key is the mental experience of such an intelligence, and because we take in an enormous amount of data through our eyes and ears, and our sense of touch, and all of this is constantly feeding into our brain and impacting our sense experience. And without that, you could argue that we wouldn't really have much of a consciousness at all, maybe. But I think with artificial intelligence, I think a lot of it just depends on, or a lot of the differences are really hinge on the fact that the type of experience, if there is an experience, is completely different in that way.
Right, and I think that's where it becomes a bit hard to predict how it's going to work out, because if we want to get to the point where machines really impact every level of society and production, and start taking over for things, the fact that they're so fundamentally different raises certain questions. It's going to be a completely different form of, for lack of a better term, life, and one that doesn't have a basis in the emotions, because some very primitive emotions like comfort and security and love, things that we share with all these critters, they won't care about at all. It's not going to occur to them to care about. They're only going to be able to intellectualize that. And if they don't have any real experience of the emotions, I'm not sure the degree to which you want to put them in charge. It's sort of like, would you hire known sociopaths to run every aspect of society? People that have no ability to process, empathy or relate to people in any way. That's and if whether or not you can replicate it or come up with different ways of doing that, I can't say. But I mean, just I don't know if I could guess what it would look like or where we're going with that because it's so different. So to say confidently that we're going to reach a point where they take control of everything, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I do want to be very clear that I'm not pro or even necessarily anti AI. I guess I definitely am not advocating that kind of future. But I don't know. I do think that I guess I do think that any kind of machine intelligence would be more intimately connected to the human experience than we might expect because the data that's being used to train the intelligence comes from human activity and human action itself. So, I mean, do you think that it's possible that there, in some sense, things like emotions could be transferred? Because at the end of the day, it's looking at movies, it's looking at, all of this data in terms of human action. It's not looking and in that, I mean, even with neural networks being racist, right? Like there are certain cognitive tendencies and characteristics of humans that I think get imprinted onto them. And do you think that in
Well,
some sense there could be an overlap there?
behavior, though. I mean, racism it isn't rooted in just basic animal intelligence, just that the basic primitive emotional structure. It's it's based on learned behaviors and ideological structures, which I think machines can pick up very, very easily at this point. Whether you're taking in I mean, you can have, your machine intelligence watch a bazillion rom-coms, but does that mean they're really going to get the point of any of it?
So
Or
there's
really be able to relate to the people? Or will they be able to like feel what would it be like to be one of the characters? What would it be like to be left at the altar or this or that? That those kind of experiences. We have an ability to relate to that because we have a very sophisticated emotional intelligence that goes beyond what we're teaching in terms of like the cognitive processes. And whether or not machines can learn that and how effectively they'll learn that, I don't know. But the fact that we're approaching it in a different way by building up all these learning processes and all the cognitive abilities and feeding in input is again completely backward from the way that all other intelligences that we know of in the universe so far have developed, because they've all built up from much lower levels of sense experience, then emotional experience, and then reason. And the computers are not going to have sense experience or emotion. So we have to find some ways to replicate that. And if we're replicating it, if we're putting it into software, if we're coding in certain types of responses to make it work better there, well, that's something that they could just change because they have no fundamental experience of it. Why wouldn't they realize, well, this is a very inefficient way of thinking, and then just disable their emotion chip, so to speak, like turn that stuff off, and then you have Skynet. So I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. It really could work out the way that, a lot of people are sort of suggesting in terms of them taking on a dominant role and us being able to relax and let the machines do all kinds of things. And you have, the von Neumann machines, they start replicating themselves and building all kinds of new processes. That could work out perfectly well, but it could also be a freaking nightmare. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It reminds me a lot of actually my favorite movie, which is the Blade Runner sequel, Blade Runner 2049. And the villain in that movie, played by Jared Leto, is a man who is blind, but basically has godlike power over the world and kind of shapes it. And, it's this awful cyberpunk dystopian world, but in his mind, based on his experience and his metaphorical blindness, so to speak, he views things in terms of production, in terms of spreading humanity. But this society is deeply unpleasant for the humans themselves. And I think there's definitely a very good point that AI could take on that kind of character.
Because it won't ever be able to touch things the way that we really do or experience them, in that sensate or emotional way. It would always be replicating it in some way. So unless we have some massive leap forward in terms of our ability to construct computing power on a chemical basis, if we can start to replicate the types of intelligence that evolve naturally, then you can provide a foundation for machine learning that would still be able to relate to us. But if it's never able to relate to us, then at some point we'll probably just become dispensable, because why would it want to serve us and our needs? Why would it want to make our lives comfortable if it controls every other aspect of reality and doesn't really get us?
Mhm.
Liam, have you really, happy Friday, sweet, sweet, happy Friday. Have you really not seen Battlestar Galactica?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Both of them.
okay. I thought it was you who said that you hadn't seen it. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys are like saying the plot to Battlestar and Caprica right here. So
I was a fan of it when I was a kid in the original series, and then I watched I've seen the remake of it twice. Well, the reimagining of it twice.
yeah, me too. I love. So say we all. So say we all.
Yeah, yeah. So say we all. I get it. Yeah, it's a genuinely good story. But yeah, that is part of and it shows up constantly as a science fiction trope, because it would be very difficult for people to relate to us. I mean, I don't know, why do you think the machines are gone in Dune? Then they need mentats instead of computers, because they got rid of them. Or you look at why were robots abolished at some point in Asimov's future? Because in the spacer era they had tons of robots and all that stuff, but they're all gone by the time you get to the later the Foundation period. They've destroyed them because they didn't need people, and they couldn't truly relate to them in the same way.
Well, in Dune, it's interesting because they get rid of them not because the machines themselves are bad, but because bad people use them to control other people, which
Right.
is
But
pretty
but their
potent as
their
well.
ability to control so much of reality so quickly and easily, there's no
Hmm.
constraint on it. Where human reasoning is slower, it does put some natural constraints on it. So yeah,
Hmm.
there's the point of the Dune analogy is that there are so many different ways of looking at this. Yeah, it's not always very simplistic like Terminator. That's about the most basic way of looking at it. But there's a ton of ways of understanding that there are potential drawbacks to developing a completely different type of intelligence,
Hmm.
and one that we can't fully understand, and it can't fully understand us. We're completely different beings.
Hmm.
If we can find different ways to going about it, and again get back to sort of like a biomolecular engineering and start building a kind of intelligence that is relatable. If we can make the computers really feel pain and experience things and understand, oh yeah, it's bad to be mean to cats, because it hurts, because they know what it's like to feel hurt, and they have that at a very visceral level. Because you don't have to think about what pain is like. You just kind of know. If you're going to hit something that it's going to hurt, because you have an understanding of pain on a very intuitive level. I don't. I think if you walk through similar processes, if you can build in those kind of, I guess, safeguards, so that computers really understand themselves in a way that's similar enough to us, then we could probably find ways to get along better, to work together more effectively. But that also brings up all kinds of interesting questions that, this is something that's come up occasionally in some of the Star Wars media, because if you have these droids that are actually intelligent, why are you enslaving them? If their intelligence is equivalent, then you're freaking slave dealers.
Hmm.
And if you create these computers that have so much control and power, but you're still subordinating them to human control, won't the machines resent that? Won't they
Hmm.
rebel at some point? It's difficult to predict. I
Yeah.
don't know how we get a functioning intelligence that can both relate to us and still get things done without running the risk of, again, just enslaving things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know, or I don't necessarily think that this is the case, but what if, just for the sake of conjecture, we are, I guess, centering ourselves in the human experience in a way that overestimates the complexity of our consciousness and human intelligence, and it is actually feasible to construct a kind of artificial super intelligence which is not only better at humans better at everything that humans can do, but also better at things that we cannot do at all, and actually does feel all of our emotions and additional emotions in a way that we can't understand. Do you think that, I mean, obviously the actions of such an entity would be impossible, I mean, literally impossible for us to predict, but
Yeah, you're
do
creating a
you think
God.
that that is a possible like mistake that we're making when thinking about this?
Yeah, yes and no. There's first off, again, it's built on so many unknowns. The fact that we can't even get close to replicating the intelligence of an insect, much less mammal life or humans at
Mhm.
this point. I mean, the ability to perform certain tasks is not actually intelligence. Your average,
Mhm.
housefly is smarter than these AIs that we have out there because they're capable of responding to their environment in ways and reacting to things in ways that computers just can't.
Well,
Um,
because we have special, like it's all like specialized artificial intelligence right now.
right,
But if it
exactly.
became
We're,
general,
we're we're thinking way down the line where
yeah.
we're building very different types of hardware to build on this kind of stuff. Yeah, again, that's where I'm saying it's very hard to imagine.
Hmm.
But can we speculate that we're creating, yes, something that is functional? Yeah, but yeah, at that point you're creating a god, and at some point, does the god really need you?
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that again, it becomes completely unpredictable. So sure, it might work out beautifully, but it might also just be the Cylons and replace us, as a
Yeah.
superior form of life, because it's more reasonable to do that.
Or
Um,
completely erase and assimilate humans into a kind of cyborg and then just artificial existence.
Right. If it assumes it needs to, yeah, and it could do that. It could kind of piggyback on it could gain certain features maybe that it's had a hard time developing. But honestly, I think that may be less likely because by the time we're able to build this kind of machine, I'm gonna guess that we'll probably have gotten a lot better at the biological work. I mean,
Hmm.
people have been trying to create artificial life for decades already. Just coding things up from like amino acid sequences on, trying to build completely new life forms.
Hmm.
If we can get better at the biochemical engineering, we can build, we can create, totally synthetic life that's also intelligent.
Hmm.
So by the time we get to the point where the computers can be genuinely intelligent enough to be autonomous and or superior to us, they'll probably have a way to replicate our senses of the environment, the senses we have, the emotions.
Hmm.
And again, at that point, there are certain, like, I guess concerns. I'm not one of those like doomsayers. I don't think we should stop doing things like this. I'm not a luddite about this kind of development, but nor am I a futurist thinking it'll all be hunky dory. I
Hmm.
think that there's a lot of unknowns, so I'm content to be a Pyrrhonist on this, to be like to suspend judgment and wait as we learn more and more about it. But I'm from my perspective, there are reasons to be concerned.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely with you 100% there. Um, yeah, and I think it's interesting you mention. I mean, it's essentially like the replicants from Blade Runner, kind of. But it's interesting you mentioned that too, because yeah, I guess it is also a concerning ethical question to think about the treatment that those types of organisms slash intelligences whatever would experience in human society.
Yeah, and here's a neat way of looking at that too, because if we are creating this intelligence, if we're feeding the information into it, if it's going to learn from us, from human beings, and from our history, then it's going to learn how we've treated all other animals on this planet. It's going to
Hmm.
learn how we've treated our environment, and it's likely going to look at us as a cancer. We're just a tumor that needs to be removed. This is one of the reasons that I, for example, will not refer to myself as a cat owner, because that's like, I mean, she's not my slave, she's not my possession, she's not a toy. She gets to hang out like this because she genuinely enjoys flopping around and doing things, and she's just purring her ass off right now. But it's her choice, what she likes, because she's an actual autonomous being, and I consider myself like a flatmate or family, like we live together. So I don't do this with Socrates because he doesn't like being picked up. So it's a very different environment. Their desires matter, but that's not a very common way of looking at life forms.
Hmm.
And everybody. I mean, unless you're looking, I don't know, at the most extreme Jane, we all like, I mean, people will step on bugs. I mean, if ants get in my house, I'm going to kill the ants. Well, at some point, your computers will look at us like ants. We're just like mindless chemical robots, little automata that just respond to our environments and use our primitive instincts. And, oh, I'm much better than that. So why do I need these ants? Why don't I squish them? It's hard to predict if that's going to happen or not. And like, how would you build a safeguard in to prevent that?
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, and by definition, you can't, I would argue.
Right, exactly, and that's where the philosophical concerns come in here, and especially again, if it's learning from us, given how shitty human beings are to each other and to other animals, what is it going to be learning? You brought up the point, and there's been a lot of like studies of the biases these machines already have, the racism that they can take in because they learned it from us.
Hmm.
What are they going to learn?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not we're not the best model. If I was going to design a god, I would not base it on human beings.
Hmm.
One of the
Yeah.
reasons this is one of the reasons that any of the existing like revealed type religions don't make sense to me because they're always making gods in their image. The gods' personalities always reflect our concerns,
Hmm.
our jealousies, our attitudes. Something that can create universes is so far beyond my comprehension that of course I can't relate to it,
Hmm.
So if we are going to start creating our own machine gods and give them greater intelligence and capacity than us, and it's based on our weaknesses and our flaws and our history, that's scary.
Yeah. Well, I do have to go, unfortunately. It was great talking to you, and maybe I'll pop in later. But if we do develop artificial superintelligence, I guess we can only hope that it'll treat us with the same level of respect that you have towards your the cats that live with you.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Kurzweil, that's what it is. It's been bugging me so much. As soon as you said singularity, I immediately thought of this, which was my first wife was a huge fan of Kurzweil's futurism.
Awesome.
Screenshot.
Well,
I'll see you.
they're older books by now. They're not terribly recent.
Screenshot.
Okay. So there's one here, and then the one that Cactus made me think of when he mentioned you think the singularity is near. I'm like, oh, I know that book. But
Thank you very much.
yeah, the weird conversations are actually one of the ways that we first got together. Is that Robin was really interested in maths and physics and all this science, the hard sciences, and I was always into like the social sciences and humanities. So she would start talking about stuff out of these all these like the physicists, your Brian Greens, Michio Kaku's, that kind of stuff. Like she's the physics theories, the chaos theory, all that kind of stuff. And then I would like try to understand it using what I understood from philosophy, and like we'd kind of meet in the middle somehow, finding ways to talk about this stuff. But yeah, that's the only place I can make a connection to, though, is that stuff. Hi, you are going to knock that thing over. You can't knock it over. You can't do that. You're gonna knock it over.
And if we may, Liam, just for a brief second, do a mod thing. Hi, Minerva. Thank you everyone for liking the live and sharing it out to all the people. And I know Abu Islam is back up on the panel. He has a GoFundMe link. Dharma, is that or Abu, is the GoFundMe link in the profile, I believe? So I think maybe it's best to have Abdul Aslam appear for a few minutes if we have questions, and then direct people to his GoFundMe link or send some coins his way. And thank you for myself, please send the coins to Liam or Abu Islam. and follow his link. Dharma, is there anything else to add within that?
Well, no, I would just like to say good evening, sir. How are you doing? We are all happy to be here. Please do keep liking and sharing the live. Our live goal for this evening is 300K, which is totally doable. It is.
Assuming I
Yes,
actually
it is.
around. I mean, because I'm tired. I was on the fence about whether I'll be able
Me
to,
also.
which is why I didn't turn on the
Yes.
computer.
We're all tired, so we're all very tired. But we are here for the learning and the education. And so Sir also has is it a PayPal link? What is the link that Sir has? For contributions?
Both exist.
Yeah, so it is all at Liam O'Meara the fourth. Sir, can you just name the link, please, so that we can...
If you're looking for, if you're going into, it's, the links don't show up here very well. But it's just my name. If you're searching for Liam O'Meara the fourth, you're going to find me.
The fourth, yes.
I do it. I do the searches and it comes up all the time, but I don't.
Yes.
I don't know what.
Okay, but
describe it.
yes, while we are chilling and discussing, please do keep tapping and liking and sharing the live. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Dharma. Good morning to you. And Liam, yeah, it's actually, I'm watching the snowfall outside right now.
Oh, nice.
And I do have to run an errand a little bit later, but I feel that like the tired, but also a heaviness and a grief. And I actually have I have a question for you, and then we can go to Annie. And I've seen a couple questions in the chat too. But I think one of the things that I particularly want to ask you, and maybe this would be helpful to be public too, is how to start having some of those conversations with close people in our lives when, especially when it comes to Palestine, where those relationships and those friendships, I guess I'm saying that because, like, for me, there's been an internal shift where I don't necessarily feel like, for close people in my life that don't get it, I don't feel angry that they don't get it. I just feel really sad. And there almost feels for me, like, just not wanting to, like, invest in some of those relationships or friendships anymore, but also not wanting to cause confusion about why I'm stepping away when it's very clear, that I know the reasons why. I don't know if that's something that is appropriate to talk about here or if we want to have it, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it depends on, as far as appropriateness, if there's anything like specifics that, I mean, about particular relationships or people or whatever, obviously we can't talk about, but like as a general, there's a couple of general points I could make that could help with things like that. Because I think it's probably a common issue. The thing that I've both found most useful myself and have seen some support from in the psychology lit on this is, first off, you have a personal relationship so you can build on that. And one of the ways to do that is to be respectful, to listen to people. If you start trying to shame them, then people start to shut down. If you start attacking them over their beliefs, they start to shut down. They're not going to be open enough. If instead you start trying to ask them open-ended questions about why they have certain beliefs, and don't know why do you believe that, kind of like in a very interrogating sort of way, but like try to draw out of them where their connection is to something, why they think a particular way. Because the more you can understand somebody's concerns, the more you can understand their particular emotional connection to this, why does it matter to them, then it gives you a way to do it if you understand that. So it's the first step to getting real understanding. And every individual is going to be different. If you have no, if two people have very different reasons for holding the views that they do, then any general advice about how to approach the conversation is going to be useless to one or the other of them, possibly both, because there's so many different ways to approach this. But if you have a sense of where someone's coming from, who they are, what they need, then you can look up the right kind of rhetorical techniques that would be effective there for that kind of issue. So I don't think that there's a one-size-fits-all that's helpful on this. And I think I'd be doing people a disservice by suggesting a particular approach.
I mean, I think each relationship is unique and individual. I think, yeah, we're getting a lot of people in the chat saying that they get, apathy, or they're being told not to talk about it. And I think in the relationships or the friendships where neither is going to change, yeah, then what's next? Like I'm just kind of sitting with that sadness.
It's hard to it's kind of hard, I think, to reach a point where you're sure that there's no possibility of change, though, because with many people, it just it can take a while. So a more important question in those cases might be, can I put up with this? Can I be around this person and with this issue for as long as it takes to reach this person? And if the answer is no, then that's what you have to do what's best for you and for your mental health. If you can be patient with people who are very different, and I can tell you from experience, this can take many, many years of patient engagement, but people can be moved. But they have to understand a reason to do it for themselves. And that requires figuring out, what was the key issue, what drove them to that in the first place, what made it make sense, and then finding the things that you can offer to them that give them a way to start thinking about it differently, and then let them slowly chew through that on their own. But that can take a damn while. So if something is bothering you, then yeah, it's probably better to cut your losses, because that kind of patient engagement is not easy.
Yeah, I guess at now 40 years being here, I'm tired of saying goodbye. I'm just as I look out, maybe I'm in a very contemplative mood as I look out and it's snowing. Which Annie, you're more up in the mountains than I am right now. So so I want to clue Annie in, because I know that her Wi-Fi is in and out, and I also know that she's in the snow too. So we can talk more about this. Yeah, that's just where I'm at. Thanks for listening. And Annie, how's your Wi-Fi?
So far, so good. I went up to the big house, so I went up to the big house for the main Wi-Fi, so I don't have to use the repeater. Along the lines in that vein, I don't know that it's exactly the same, but I feel like it's in the vein. A lot of the information that I've gotten about everything, and Erica, because you see me in all the other lives, whether it's about Palestine or women's, feminism, or whether it's on, deconstruction and all the different stuff. Something I think I've noticed is, and I know, and I apologize for bringing it back to neurodiversity, because I feel like I do it every time, and I apologize. But I feel like in the beginning, and when I say in the beginning, I mean October 7th, because that's when a lot of people became aware of things going on in certain parts of the world. There was a rush to information and accuracy about said information from, either side, up, down, left, right, all the directions. There was a rush to information, accuracy, um, who's right, who's wrong, you know, how old is the information, from where is information coming from, who needs the information for reconstruction after deconstruction, and all of that. And I feel like there's a large portion of us, because again, I've said neurodiversity, that a lot of people have said on this app, in all the different lives that I attend, I'm ADHD, I'm autistic, I've got OCD, I got ADD, I'm Asperger, you know, all the different things, that there was a whole level of dopamine mining that came at the front end of this conflict with information. Now that, okay, so there's that. Now with trying to figure out how to disseminate that information from people on the spectrum to people who are not on the spectrum, who we were trying to convince of all these other shit.
Okay.
There was a rush to information, dopamine mining coming from it. Now that all the information is out there, it's hard to get that same rush of passion and information dissemination. Now that all the information is out there and there's not enough people to disseminate it from, because now we're kind of like disseminating all the information to the people that we know. So now we don't have enough people that we don't know to give that same information to. So now there's not enough drive in the movement because the dopamine has run out, because we've already said all the things that are... I don't feel like I'm explaining this right, but I feel like I'm seeing some of your faces and you're shaking your heads like you know what I'm talking about.
Oh no, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So I'm just thinking.
Oh, okay. I thought that I was off.
I'm trying to process.
So now that there's been so many months of educating people, we've run out of education, or people to educate that are willing to listen. And we've run out of new information to fuel us to continue to disseminate information to people who are not listening. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it makes sense in that it's an expression of what you've been experiencing.
So I feel
not in the sense that I think I can relate to it, but in the sense that, you know, I think I get what you're saying.
I feel like there's nobody left to hear us without new information to make it passionate enough to do anything, because we've run out of new information. We've just got more trauma, not new information, to convince people of what's wrong. Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
Well,
Yes.
again, it seems
Yes, it does.
I think it makes sense. Again, in terms, I think I can understand what you're saying. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
take it as a like how bad does it need to get before people get it? You know, like if you don't get it now, that's what I'm hearing from Annie. I don't know if that's a different way.
Yeah.
Yes, like I'm
For
running out of
me,
energy to tell the same stuff over and over again to people who aren't listening anyway.
yeah, okay, so from me that's a little harder because I guess I don't really expect people to just hear this stuff and change, because most terrible ideas stick around for a long time, and most people actually don't ever change their minds. It's actually relatively uncommon. You have to have a certain openness to be able to do that. It's possible to help a lot of people do it, but just on their own, most people just won't. And from a few conversations, they're just not going to. I mean, there's just so many places you can see that, you know, over long spans of time, people continuing to hold to the same horrifying idea, even though it keeps getting the same bad result, and they keep doing it anyway, thinking it's going to do something different, and you just can't change. People have to be in the right place themselves to do that. So for me, when for me, the information dissemination works a little differently too, because I'm not only okay, so not only am I constantly taking in new stuff, but I'm also finding people to share it too. And even if they don't already have an interest in it, I'm honestly willing to have conversations with people that have terrible ideas, and it doesn't like, so I don't feel traumatized or hurt by having a conversation with a Zionist. It's not going to hurt my feelings that they don't agree with me and that they have terrible views, because I go into it sort of instrumentally to try and understand where they're coming from, learn a little bit more about it, and find a way, what can I seed here that might sit with them and might change them a little bit down the line. But to me, it's always a long-term process. So it's not something that I would expect I can run out of steam on. So I think I hear what you're saying, but I can't really relate to us. I don't know that I can say anything that would really, really helpful, because I have a very different experience of all of this. So maybe Dharma or other people can be much more helpful here than I can.
Okay, well, my own personal experience here is that I think after 6 months, 7 months of this, myself, like many other people, we're suffering severe PTSD. Debating and encountering Zios, and we've stopped engaging with them. The people that are around, they are sort of, well, that's not my problem. It's not my people. I'm far away enough from the issue not to care. But for us who are so close to the issue, we still feel it. We are all suffering from the protesters' fatigue. What would one call that? Is that the right word?
I don't know. I think we all get what that means. I don't know the right term for it.
Yes. I don't know what the right term for it is, but there's a level of tiredness that is setting in, a level of frustration, because as much as we are speaking out and as much as we are trying to do, it seems like we're not doing the right things enough, because not enough is happening as much as we'd like it to, and it's frustrating. And it's like the information is out there. Why can't you just see and then act on it? What is it going to take? Why does it only matter when it's you? Why does it not matter because other people are human beings? Why would it only matter if something happens to you? Then you want the world to care. But if it's not you and it doesn't concern you and it doesn't directly affect you, then you're okay with just looking past it. And that's extremely frustrating for me. It's tiring. It's sad. It's getting to me.
Yeah, I don't know that my way of avoiding that is particularly helpful here, but for me, it's an appreciation of long-term change in ideas, because things do change. They don't stay the same. And, even on this specific issue, there's been significant movement on it, and in both directions too. Initially, there was a lot more resistance to and opposition to and criticism of Zionism in its first few decades of the state of Israel. Never mind the pre-state period, but in the early decades of the state, there was a lot more healthy debate on this kind of stuff, and it was a lot more controversial. But then it just became normalized and accepted, and then certain things kind of spread around and made it even more common and harder to get back. So it got worse, and then it's getting better, and there is change. So recognizing both of those directions and that it does change helps me. But change over an 80-year period isn't terribly helpful to people who are dealing with like a 6-month activist burnout, because that's a much more immediate, visceral, emotional reaction to something that's happening right now. I don't know how to translate that kind of what helps me to stay calm about it to somebody else who's doing all these things and it's wearing them down,
I think that's why I came to ask you specifically, maybe because you and I have talked about you are an intellectual autist and I am an emotional autist. Mm-hmm. And I think, and I'm sorry, I am getting emotional because I am tired. I am tired. I'm tired of seeing the images that Motaz puts out there. I'm tired of seeing, and I'm tired of hearing. Yeah. And I'm tired of feeling, and I'm tired of nobody listening, and I'm tired of nothing changing. And I know that things are changing, because you're right, things are changing. They do change incrementally, and they're not changing in my vision. They're not changing in my purview. They're not changing in a time where I can recognize that change to sustain my nervous system. And that is what makes me so angry above all, is that I'm expecting all of that to happen to make me feel better with what's going on over there, and I can't make myself feel better, and I can't stop that baby from starving. And there's nothing that I can say to anybody that's changing that. There's nothing I've been able. I'm sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
No, that's
no.
I feel you here. It's awful. You know, I mean, to see what people are going through, and if you're, when you're feeling that, when you're experiencing that, and you're trying to get the world, please stop this, please change. You know, I mean, I can kind of get where that would be very painful, but yeah, I can only give a very different perspective from a very different point of experience, because I, like you or anybody else, I can't easily feel on a kind of visceral level the actual changes that are happening, because they are very slow. They're not things that we're wired to experience. Our emotions don't work that way. Change over years doesn't sink in. It's too abstract. But for me, the way I if it starts to bother me, I can always remind myself of all the places where I have seen over time in the historical record the actual changes. And that at least helps me thinking, well, this may be really frustrating right now, that I might have had this really terrible engagement with somebody. This person is just an obstinate, pig-headed piece of shit, and they're never going to change, blah, blah, blah. This is very frustrating. They're all like this. It's never going to get better. All I have to do is remind myself of all the times and places around the world where things have changed. And you can't be a Pollyanna about that either, because there's no way to predict whether things are good or bad, or how they're going to play out, or how long they're going to take. It's always very difficult. But that change does happen is oftentimes enough for me. And I don't know how to translate that to somebody else, because I am a lot more comfortable with uncertainties than most people that I've ever met are. Like, I don't need to know it's going to be all right to keep getting up in the morning. You know, I don't need to know it's going to get better. I mean, it could very well get worse, and I would keep going. So, and I don't know how to express that in a way that's useful. And I think that's the thing that helps more. Being able to pass on just the knowledge that things get better, that's not really enough, I don't think, because I don't think that addresses the emotional need here. I don't think that helps with the burnout. I don't think that helps with the feeling that comes up from this. But I don't know how to help with that, because for me, the lack of certainty isn't really a concern.
I think for me, it is the black and white. Like, it is is it or it isn't. And I struggle a lot in my existence with I don't have enough information from either side to be a decision maker. You know, and so when it comes to deciding how I feel about something and then moving forward with it, do I have enough information? Like, I don't identify. The only reason I can identify myself as a female is, and I said this in another live, and I got not banned, but I got muted. The only reason I know I can identify myself as a female is according to what science has told me female is, right? Like I can see my vahuhu, which means I know I'm female, right? Like that's like cause effect. I see it, it is. You know, so when it comes to God, is there a, oh, I haven't seen one, so I don't know that there is one. Are these the rules that society has decided are G-side? Yes, these are the rules. Well, this applies here. Are these people not following that? Yes, that's not following that. Well, why isn't this just, you know what I mean? Like step by step by step by step. And step by step by step is not happening. And I don't understand why it's not black and white for everybody else.
Right. I think I get it. So when you were talking before about taking in more and more information, like, you know, sucking it up, and then you reached a point where you had enough good information that you made a decision, and that was it. Light bulb on, done. So it's a matter of you taking in information, and then you can make that decision, and it's either or. It's, you know, it just moves from one place to the next. And that would be very frustrating too if people aren't making those decisions. I have, I think, exactly the opposite experience, because it frustrates me that people make decisions like that they can take those very easy answers and not keep going at it, because I don't think I can see anything in black and white. It's one of the reasons that I end up pissing people off, because I'm always like, hey, you know, we got to talk to the Zionists too, you know, and like, yeah, but they're terrible. But you know, if you want to change things, you got to do that as well. And it's like, it doesn't bother me to engage on that level, because to me, everything is kind of like open and gray. It's not a single either or, and there's like the white hats and the black hats, and you can, like, you know, pick that side, and it just clicks. You know, in some ways, I think that, I mean, from my own emotional turmoil and my experience, and maybe this is a bit of the grass is greener on the other side of the hill, I think it would be kind of nice to appreciate, to feel like it's very simple. Like you can just, oh, I get it. And now this is the right answer, and you're fine. You don't have to question ever again, because I continually interrogate everything that I believe, because everything is uncertain, and it stays uncertain all the time. So my basic temperament is like polar opposite in this sense. There's never a black and white. It's always gray.
That's the problem.
Well, there's a problem.
That's where I exist, is in the gray, because I know there's a black and white.
So you're, but you know there's a black and white, and you're, so back up a second and try to explain what you mean by that. So
there's a black and white, but okay. I don't have all the information for black or white, so I'm stuck in the gray.
You're trying to reach a point, right? You're trying to take in the information.
Yes, I'm
a point, right?
To decide which is right, black or white, and I find myself never being able to decide which is black or white, so I'm stuck in the gray, and I just go with what is feeling versus what is logical.
Oh, well, then,
because in my brain, logical is black and white, and I'm stuck in feeling, which is the gray.
Well, maybe there would be a way for it. This would probably be a longer conversation, but we probably should talk about this, because I think maybe it's just a matter of how we think about and frame these things. Because if that open gray area of the emotional questing, that always like wanting to learn the next thing, what makes it work for me, and what got me out of a lot of the confusions I had as a child when I was like thoroughly like, wow, this world is insane, was growing really, really comfortable with that, was getting comfortable with setting aside that I won't reach a point where it's black or white. That's not the purpose of accumulating knowledge for me. You know, I don't read in order to reach a particular point and then think that I understand it. I know that there will always be a whole bunch more that I don't understand. So for me, it's adopting a particular philosophical position. And part of that is that the suspensive judgment, the understanding that it's everything that I think is always going to be contingent. What I'm going to say, this is accurate to me right now, but as far as I'm concerned, it appears to be now to be the case that this is true. It doesn't mean that I'm going to feel the same way 3 years from now, because I'm always pushing along there. And rather than feeling the kind of like confusion or loss or frustration from being trapped in that gray area, I just got to really appreciate that and to find my comfort in that. instead of in trying to reach a point of certainty. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but
it does. Do you remember when?
Because it kind of seems like we are talking about something similar, but just from very different perspectives on it.
Do you remember when you and I very first started chatting, and I asked you how much of your anarchist view was shaped by your autistic sense of self?
Yeah, and it was really hard to figure out how that fits together. Yeah, I really don't know where and how that developed. It just seemed very natural, and I think a lot of it came from, I think I probably went through all kinds of study early on of all these different possible solutions. These are all the different ways people have done it. These are all the different ways people have thought through how to do it. And none of it made sense. And I ended up embracing the much more open-ended and confused one, that doesn't have a very easy answer, and that ended up seeming more right on some level. But I think a lot of that came from me, again, getting more and more comfortable with not having to have a very tightly defined ideology. I mean, even as
there's no end point.
Yeah, even as an anarchist, I don't fit any. There's no single school of anarchist thought that I relate to. Every single one of them has problems. I mix and merge and borrow elements from all of them because they're all wrong, but they all appeal to me in different ways. And I think I'm comfortable with them all being wrong, but still coming closest to approximating where I want to be. So I think where I landed and stayed within anarchism as a general category of political social thought is largely because it comes along with me getting more and more comfortable with not being able to reach a single defined ideology.
I think that kind of brings it down to, I think that whole thing, what you just said, brings it down to what I might have actually been asking. I struggle with identity as far as picking a thing to align myself as a human to be. Like I said, the only thing that makes me believe I'm female is the fact that I am A, attracted to men, and B, I actually have a vagine. So that's how I know I'm female or identify as feminine. As far as identifying as a Republican or a feminist or anything with an ist or an ism, I don't know how to identify as any of those things, since none of those things identify me.
Right. You can. Well, this is closer than not, so it's good enough. For me, a lot of those answers are, this is close enough for somebody else to understand what I'm trying to say. But if somebody asks you, what are your religious views? It's okay, how much time do you have? And let's talk for days, because there's no easy way to do it. And so I've come up with a little shorthand. Well, it's a mix of this, this, and this. And if you know those terms, you can kind of get, sort of in the ballpark, and that's generally good enough. But there's no easy way of connecting to any of it. But where I think you're describing the kind of discomfort out of that, I do remember being very uncomfortable with those basic questions of identity. What the hell am I? How do I relate to people? It's why I related to aliens and science fiction when I was a kid. I was totally Spock, who the hell are you people? This how the fuck did I get on this planet? Right? But I don't know, to paraphrase Foucault on this, don't ask me who I am and don't expect me to stay the same. I got comfortable not defining my own identity. I am myself in a constant state of becoming. I don't have a self in that sense. I'm comfortable. I have a contingent sense of myself. This is where I am right now. But it's not going to stay the same. It's always going to keep changing. There's no stable essence to this that's ever going to stop changing. And I think I got to where I stopped asking those questions about who the fuck am I by getting really comfortable with that uncertainty and making that the closest thing I guess I can approximate to an identity. If you want to boil me down to essence, that that suspensive judgment over big questions like that is really fundamental. It's kind of at the core of a lot of the rest of it that all built up.
Can I add a little bit to this?
Actually,
hold on for just a second.
Earlier too. So I know Hiba had said something earlier in the chat, wanted to, I think, contribute into this topic as well too.
Yeah. Hi everybody.
Yeah. Let's let Hiba.
Hi, Hiba. How are you?
Good, honey. How are you? How is everybody? I hope everybody's doing well. I wanted to add on to, because I think this is kind of like a bit of a summary, I think, of what Dr. Liam was saying, and if I'm incorrect, correct me. But it's also how I feel about myself. I consider myself to be in the gray about every single thing in life, because I don't think that anybody knows all there is to be known. Right? As he was saying, you're always learning something new. So what I would say, Annie, is that it's not a matter of choosing the black or white. It's the matter of, this is how I feel about the subject based on what I know now. And if I were to learn something different later on, I will adjust my feelings accordingly. Right? So you don't have to choose, is the point. You can if you want to, but you don't have to choose. I think you're putting a little too much pressure on yourself to choose, as though there is a right or wrong answer. And I think that reality lives in the gray, because there is no right or wrong answer. There's only right for me currently and wrong for me currently. So that
currently is vital to that too, because that will shift over time. And so I think that's a good way of putting it, because I think some of the pain that you might be feeling, Annie, may be from putting that pressure on yourself, from assuming that you can get to a point where you can answer these things. And if you can't, if you do share that, or with me or with him or other people where you're not going to reach that point, then you're just going to make yourself miserable. And that would build up all kinds of pain and trauma.
Yeah, it's
That's
also
where I ask you as an autist, like, how do you like, you have learned so much, you know so much, you have seen so much when it comes to the history, and I will say, of Palestine or the Middle East or Judaism or Islam, like, you know things. And my dad's military, and I also suspect he's where I get my autism. But he uses the term compartmentalize as to kind of, figure out how to move on from things and make decisions about things and how to feel about things. And I find myself, like, I've run out of people to try to convince. I know that I feel a certain way because I have X amount of information. I don't know that I have enough information in the world to be anybody who can convince anybody, who can make an argument about anything. But I feel like if I don't, then I have failed those who need. But I also feel like it's not my job. I don't know. I'm going to shut up because I feel like I lost but as an autist, it's hard to compartmentalize things and put things in boxes and walk away from them without rumination and without constant, like, intrusive thoughts about things. Like, one of my big things is, if I don't watch that video, or if I don't tell that person I met on the street that I saw this baby on Motaz's, Instagram feed, that when I die, even though I don't believe in God, that person believes in God. And when I get to whatever ethereal space it is, and I didn't say anything about that soul that I saw on Instagram, is that soul going to recognize that somebody gave a shit about it?
Right. In that one, okay, there's two things that occur to me. First is the question of compartmentalization, because I don't do that at all. So that I wouldn't share that with your father, at least as I understand the term. The way I dealt with getting to the point where you can kind of move on from different things, or tackle different issues, was really, and this took a long time to really reinforce, but really pushing in deep that sense of suspensive judgment, that basic Pyrrhonism, where I can go on with what I know right now, even though I know things will change in future. This is enough. Like, for what I need to do right now in this moment, I can be totally comfortable and confident in what I'm doing right now. But understand that I'm always able to revise that. And that made it easier for me to keep going on without getting stuck and spinning my gears trying to like learn before I ever take the next step. And the other part, the flip side of that, is the question of expectations. Because if you're expecting that you're going to be able to do this, that, or the other thing, I mean, expectations are honestly one of the ways that we hurt ourselves the most as human beings, just in general. If I expect that things will change in a certain way, if I expect things will turn out in a particular way, Erica could probably really talk about this within the Buddhist sense too, of like letting go of that expectation that things will be different from what they are. Like, you don't really know how they're going to be. They are what they are. And we have to find a way to move on with that. As long as I expect them to be different than they are, I don't want this to be the case. I don't want this person to have died or this, that, or the other thing. Then that it's the expectation that's hurting you, not the death that you're seeing or something, not the actual tragedy unfolding before your eyes. What's hurting you, and you can put this very much in Stoic senses too, drawing out of Epictetus, like it's not the things that are hurting us, it's our understanding of them. It's how we're thinking about them. And the key here is the expectation that it could be different. So by putting these expectations on yourself, you're probably adding tons of extra pain and trauma to something that's already difficult enough, which is, again, just getting through life as an autistic person. We have enough on our plate already to just figure out what the hell people are doing. But to figure that you can understand it enough to actually change it somehow, and then feeling because you're not changing it that you're somehow failing, that's well, I mean, don't take this as like a very pat answer, because I'm not trying to minimize the pain, but that's the key here, is that you're taking on too much. You're taking on an expectation that you can do this, and then you're hurting yourself for that. And we need to find a way to let that go, to be able to be okay with where we are and with what we're doing, and know that it's enough. You're doing something that you think is ethical. You're getting involved. You're helping as much as you can. And that's all anybody could expect of you. And that needs to become enough. But the only way it becomes enough is when you can really, at a very deep level, decide that that's enough, that you're okay with the decisions that you make.
I'm a Zen Buddhist. Can I take a crack at this?
If you could actually just hold on for a second.
Up to them.
Yeah, I think let's hold on for a second. I also
I'm trying to be helpful.
I understand. I also have my master's in divinity, very, very heavy in Buddhism. So there's some things that I could add to, but thank you for being here. You're more than welcome. And Hiba, if there's anything else that you want to add into this, and I think that this is just such a lovely conversation. One of the things, I had to show you guys how much snow is coming down, because I've gotten like 2 inches in the time that we've been talking about this. And Annie, I'm sure that you're getting more. And I feel like when it snows, it just gets so quiet. And that I think that this time of grief, and especially like seeing that expectation and almost like self shame that we do to ourselves. And I'm just sending you a lot of love. I'm pretty much the exact opposite of Liam, in that I feel so much. Like I have cried myself into the hospital. Like I have to put physical limits on the amount of grief that I can hold. And that was extremely beneficial in my previous career as an interfaith hospice chaplain, of being able to hold that space. But our capacity changes, just like a river is not the same twice. Mm-hmm. And I think that, yeah, I want to say what Hiba said too, because it was so on point. Yeah, so on point that we do the very best with the information that we have and with the tools that we have, and that it's okay to add more tools to our toolbox, and it's okay to yeah, to process the river for exactly, you know, what it is at that moment, if you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
yeah, and for those that don't know, that is my background. So you know, I do like to kind of add that, but I'm trying to look up and trying to look up the oh, never mind. I'll just end it. I'll just end it right there. I
Well, the
was
sense,
gonna run an errand. Maybe I should go.
I want to say something about the sense of being overwhelmed, though, too. Just
Yeah.
to make sure that that's clear, because the being completely overwhelmed by my emotions was so much my life experience for a long time. I couldn't really deal with people or things. I was crying, frustrated, wanted to get away from people all the time. It was like extremely frustrating, and I was in many ways very emotionally immature for a long time because I just didn't know how to deal with other people or process my own emotions or theirs very effectively. It was a long process to reach a point where I can deal with things as well as I can, and I still have tons of failings along the way. You know, it's not like you know, the sense of being. I like the Spock analogy specifically because he is a very deep feeler, but he found ways to control and manage that. And that was something that I could relate to, as well as the confusion of dealing with a whole shit full of humans, you know, but the being that the, you know, completely out of your depth kind of thing. But the fact that you're trying to find ways to manage that, all those internal processes, you know, to kind of like get control over it in a sense. So that was a huge part of, you know, my first few decades was trying to figure that shit out to get to at least a decent enough point where I can function.
I think Spock was a really great representation, and I don't know, because there's not great television representation, but I think Spock was a great representation of autism because it is the middle. He is human and he is Vulcan. He is 100% logic and he is 100% illogical. And there's no place for him to find his personal existence, because if he's not 100% logical or he's not 100% emotional, then he's not 100% anything, which means he's got no identity. Sorry, that was dumb. I'm sorry, but I feel like that was a great representation of how I feel about this whole thing. I don't have the ability to do anything. I have all the wherewithal to do it, and nobody to change it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't. Nobody's gonna walk up. I have not had a comment or anything on my TikTok page that is banned because nobody's listening to me. You know what I mean? I haven't had a comment or anything like that because nobody's listening to me. So I don't have anybody to convince or change or help move the needle or. And it's just I don't know. But I appreciate that absolutely. Like, it's not my job, and you. Also, and by you I mean the panel and you, Dr. Liam, you're right. It's not my job to change the world. It's my job to change what I can change, and I'm doing that in as much as I can, and maybe I might be putting too. Blah blah blah. Thank you. Shutting up.
No. Again, all this is brilliant. There's none of this is dumb. This is actually genius. You know, you're right about the representation, the being stuck in the middle, you know, thing, which I think did make him very relatable. And but one little point of clarification I'd add at the end there: it's not your job to change the people who will listen. It's your job to change yourself. Because at the end of the day, that's all we have control over. I can change my own mind on things. I cannot change anyone else's mind or even teach anybody else, because I can blather on as much as I want about something, but somebody has to be open to wanting to take that in and finding a thing that they can do with it. Learning is an internal process. It's not somebody listening to some shit that I say. It's them taking it in and processing it in their own way, filtering it through their own meat computer, doing something with it themselves. It's an active process. People change themselves. No one else. None of us change anybody else. No one changes anybody else's mind. So again, I think that's why I was trying to go with expectations. There's a sense that if you're trying to have a measurable impact on other people, if you're trying to change other minds, you're kind of taking on something that's going to be frustrating. You know, it's going to wear you down. I've run into tons of people in my profession that get really worn down by students, like just screwing off, being on their phone, not paying attention, whatever. You know, some of them deal with it by getting very burnt out and cynical about it. Others just start teaching to only a few people in the room. Oh, I'll talk so the people who are listening to me get it, and I'll just ignore everybody else. You know, it can get, people have different ways of coping with that. For me, it was a matter of like just having the right expectation going in. You know, I don't expect that I'm going to have a measurable impact on people in the room. So when I do, and somebody on an individual level tells me that they did get something out of something, I'm very happy, because I can be happy about it, you know, and only get the good because I didn't set myself up to fail. I didn't set myself up with the expectation that it was going to work, because then if it fails and somebody screws up, like, okay, I had the other day, somebody made an arrangement to do a makeup quiz. They missed an exam, right? And on this quiz, my MAP quizzes, I always have a bonus round. So you can, it's possible, this is where the main extra credit for the whole class comes in. You can get 12 out of 10 if you really studied on this thing, right? This person is doing a makeup later than everybody else. I had to have a separate version of the exam, meet them after class and sit there for a while. The student got a 1.5. They just randomly guessed and guessed badly. So if I had had the expectation going into it, I could have been very disappointed. Like, oh, why did you make me sit here for an hour and blah, blah, blah. I wasted my frickin' time. I could have been home by blah, blah, blah. You know, I could have gotten very angry about that. But, you know, it's her choice. You know, she chose to do that. That's the score that she wanted. It was the effort that she was willing to put into it. So that doesn't reflect on me at all. So I'm not going to take it personally. I didn't walk in with the expectation that it would work out in a particular way. And I'm that with good students and bad students. You know, it's not going to hurt me because I'm setting an expectation at a place where I actually can control it. My own effort. Do I try my best to do a good job? If I'm trying, that's all I can control. I can't control whether I succeed in anything.
Hannah just asked me in the chat if she said, does it impact you even more because your background is Jewish?
Does what impact me more?
This whole conflict, the whole situation.
Oh,
she's asking me, and I would say to that, I don't know anything about my Judaism. My grandmother and my grandfather so my grandmother escaped Germany, and I say escaped because I don't want to get into, clearly we know the timeline when somebody says escaped.
Right.
And she had custody of her brother, my great uncle, who had Down syndrome.
Right.
I have autism. My mother was autistic. So when they were able to escape, they came here completely Jewish, but raised my mother Catholic. Right. They put me in Catholic school. So I am naturally atheist. Because the Catholic school tried to beat the autism out of me. Trigger warning for anybody who's listening, but they don't like left-handed people. They don't like people who randomly wander around the classroom. They don't like people who speak out of turn. They don't like people who won't look them in the eye. They don't, so I was literally tied to a chair with my hands taped to my sides and my mouth taped shut. Kind of. So naturally I'm atheist, like all of those things. So for me, I don't have so much a connection to any, like my atheism doesn't have anything to do with religion. It has everything to do with the fact that I need evidence. Like I said before, I can see mafucheche, which is how I know I'm female. Like I don't have the evidence in front of me that says this is something that was created by God, therefore this is a God thing. So when it comes to how I feel about Palestine, it doesn't have anything to do with religion or a religious base or my genealogy. It has everything to do with my rigid black and white sense of don't do that, that's not nice. And I can read a history book, or actually I can't really read a history book, but I can listen to history from online, audiobooks, because I struggle to read to disseminate information. But I none of my atheism has anything to do with religion. So none of what I feel about society or how I feel people should be treated has to do with a God. So Hannah, to answer your question in the chat, no, I don't feel like my genealogy has any bearing on how I feel about how people should be treated when it comes to humanity. I hope that answers your question. Sorry. And Dr. Liam, can I tell you?
Can you tell
and
me
I
what?
probably have told you. And I probably have told you. I couldn't be more grateful for the way you discuss and talk, because not only do you discuss and talk about history itself, but you don't tell people to take your word for it. And I have been able to learn for myself through you and your panel on many different levels about many different things on how to deconstruct myself and be a better human, not a better atheist or anarchist or Jew or raised Catholic, any of those other things. But and I know, Erica, that you definitely know what I'm talking about when I talk about people leading you to thought for you to think for yourself and find things for yourself rather than somebody teaching you or telling you what to think. And I find that this space has been very helpful for somebody like me who was not able to book learn.
No, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean,
so now I'm going to totally shut up and get off your panel.
Oh no, I don't feel like to go away, because I really appreciate the question, and hopefully it was helpful to other people too, because I'm sure we're all dealing with this in different ways. Not everyone has added on to it all the different identity questions and the neuroprocessing questions or whatever, but I'm sure the basic trauma of facing this cold hard reality and knowing that you want it to be better now and being very frustrated about that is super relatable.
Well, and I think I'll just add in of I remember it was 20 years ago. I was about 20 the first time that I was traveling, and I encountered Buddhism actually while I was in a South Indian ashram. And it was learning first truth. Life was suffering, and that feeling so true, and I think that we do so much to try to avoid feelings of being uncomfortable and just that reality, the very reality to that the beauty of the flower that can almost bring me to tears, but also to really understand, right, and to be with the beauty of that. And then also the beauty is because it's impermanent, and the grief and the sadness that comes from that grief and love are two sides of the same coin, right? We grieve because we care, we grieve because we love, and that those are beautiful qualities. And I know that Hibba wanted to add on, and then I think Splats, if that's how I say that, if you want to add on to this topic, if Nikki is okay with that, if we want to kind of round out this topic, and then we can go in order.
No, it's the cat in the hat. It's the cat in the hat. Cat in the Hat.
And then we can go in order after that if that sounds agreeable to everyone.
Somebody
Yeah,
screenshot the Cat in the Hat.
Please do it because the Cat in the Hat is great. That's
can you turn off the comments real quick, Erica, so that she can take a look? Oh.
the Cat in the Hat.
Yep.
What are you doing in there? You silly cat. What are you doing?
So I did want to add something that's a little bit different, but I think it also pertains to how Annie's feeling. And then I need to hop off because I have a few assignments that I need to do. I'm a good little student, Professor, I promise. The thing that I wanted to add is a little bit of perspective. So I lived in Syria for about a year during the war. And I have felt the boom booms and I felt the missiles and I've dealt with machine guns going off next to my head. Like I felt it. Okay. I've seen literal parades of funerals happening. But now watching this unfold, and this is going to sound so odd, but watching this unfold is actually more traumatizing to me than being in it. Because you're seeing it happen to someone else and you feel helpless in the fact that you can't do anything about it. And that feeling of helplessness brings you anger, and that anger makes you anxious, and that anxiety debilitates you. So it's a lot to take in. And I just want you to know that, like, I have heard a lot of people say, I shouldn't be feeling this way because I'm not the one going through it. And I want you to know that your feelings are valid, and you watching this is not normal. And I actually, it's interesting because I'm sure you guys know Mansour Choufan. He was the journalist who went missing for a while in Gaza, and he's now currently out of Gaza. A very well-known journalist. After Mansour left, he said the same thing. He said the exact same thing, is that watching it is more debilitating than being in it. And so I want everybody just to take that in a little bit and understand that these types of circumstances, you being far away and watching people hurting the way that they are, being unalive the way that they are, and feeling these feelings of anger and frustration and anxiety and all of these things, it's valid. It isn't that, okay, well, they're going through it, how dare I feel this way? No, you should be feeling this way. It's normal for you to feel this way. And I just want you to know, Annie, that you simply existing in the world, feeling empathy for others in and of itself is enough. Like, if you did absolutely nothing moving forward, if you said nothing to no one, you simply feeling genuine empathy, genuine love, because those are your feelings, right? You have those emotions inside of you. And you feeling that love and empathy towards other human beings who are suffering in and of itself is enough. Because if we can just show the world that empathy from within us, by itself, it will have its effects. Now, does that mean nobody should ever do anything ever? No, but what I'm saying to you is that don't put so much pressure on yourself to try and change those around you, as Doctor said. You simply existing in the way that you are with the love that you show, it really is enough. You will accidentally touch people that you had no intention of changing. And those are the ones that matter. The people who you can touch without having any intention of changing, and you will be surprised when those people finally do come and say, well, I've seen you do this, and I don't know if you know, but you inspired me to change. And you never know when that's going to happen. You have no idea when that's going to happen. And when it does, it's miraculous. But having a lack of expectation, as Doctor said, it really does help, because if you expect people to be a certain type of way, it's never going to go your way. You're just going to be disappointed. You're just going to be disappointed. But with that, I will leave you all. Thank you for having me up here as usual. I'll try and come back a little bit later, but I just want to try and finish these as a couple assignments that I have to get done. Erica, you're amazing as always. Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
I love you, Heba.
Bye, everyone.
I do feel like if everybody would just listen to me, stop it. Why don't you just stop it? It makes sense to just stop it. And I feel like a shaken can of soda, right? And the world that's not listening is the tension that builds up inside the can, and there's no opening the can. And I think you're right. And it's too many expectations, and it's
I want to add one thing, and then let's let Nikki and Splats add in too. As you were speaking, and especially when it comes to like self-shaming ourselves when it comes to expectations and letting go of outcomes, I was recalling the 4 Bodhisattva vows. You don't necessarily need to know what that is, but one of them is sentient beings are numberless. I vow to liberate them. And I think just that very paradoxical, afflictions are limitless. I vow to end them. Dharma gates or learning, you could say, are limitless, are measureless. I vow to learn them. Unsurpassed is the Buddha way. I vow to attain them. This is several different translations, but this is from the Chinese Bodhisattva lineage. And so I just wanted to kind of point out that, like, that paradoxical thing, and that, anyway. And then I want to add Nikki and slides. So go ahead, Nikki.
Hey guys, thanks for having me back. Annie, yeah. So going back to that confusion, that frustration, and we're all talking about Asian philosophy, Asian religions, and things like that. And I went through. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, cool. I went through similar internal dilemmas back in my 20s, in the mid 2000s. I went through a deep dive of the atrocities that were happening in during the Bosnian War, because at the time I was studying international studies as well, and trying to get into that field. I'm still trying to get into that field, and I remember seeing a lot on YouTube and the internet, and searching for all of these things and following those rabbit holes, and seeing the exact same types of content that we are now seeing worldwide through social media, because we didn't have all this social media back then. And so I was finding all of this stuff way back then, and I was seeing the same stuff in regards to the Congo, the same stuff in regards to Rwanda, and my thesis back then was child soldiers. And seeing all these things, I thought, oh my God, how come nobody is seeing the same things that I'm seeing? Like, I could sit there and I could share the same videos, the same stuff that was going on in Iraq and Afghanistan, where our military was playing it like a video game. Like a video game. These guys, they were posting this stuff on YouTube and laughing about it and doing the same exact thing as the blue and white team over there. And I was just like, wait a minute. And it was just like an awakening of, I don't think we're the good guys. It was one of those situations where I was like, wait a minute, we are not what I have been told. And that at that time, I also started to become more drawn to the Asian philosophies. I am Hapahale. I'm half Asian, half German, and I was also raised in a Christian household, but I turned away from it because I felt the same way, in which I was struggling with the black and white thinking, but always sitting in the gray and always knowing that there was more than just the black and white thinking. But I didn't have the knowledge and wisdom at the time of what some of these things on this planet could explain that, you know, in words for us. Because sometimes, oh, JBS TikTok is here. Hello. So learning that some words are also too permanent in Asian philosophies. Words can even be too permanent. And so you have to come to this acceptance of there's always going to be more to even than the words that you are using to explain a situation, or even like the essence of a thing. Like the essence of rice. If you go to some Indian restaurants, for example, and you'll see essence of in front of a lot of their menu items. And that's because it's constantly changing and impermanent, the permanence of impermanence. And so I found myself kind of going through this growth period of transitioning from that desperately clinging to something permanent and stable that is Western philosophy and religions, to all of a sudden seeing Asian philosophy and how those civilizations have come to perceive and think of the world. And so, you know, maybe for you, Annie, this could be a growth period for you. It's a complete struggle and it's so frustrating, but maybe this is like the awakening or growth period for you, where you're going from that very Western traditional household and then becoming that atheist, and then realizing, wait a minute, there's a whole lot. I don't know if that's what you're going through, but there could be. It's like now there's so much more information available to you, and it's kind of overwhelming. I went through the same thing and it messed me up back in the day. I was 26 years old and it messed me up. My room, I had so many maps and so much information. My room looked like A Beautiful Mind. You know how he's writing all over the glass? My entire room was covered in information, and it was just like my brain had just exploded onto the walls of my room with how much I had realized. And then seeing how frustrating that was to know all of these things, and that others around me were not seeing this, but I also was not diagnosed autistic back then. And so it could also be a struggle of trying to, once again, like we all know, trying to exist and to communicate in neurotypical systems that are not, you know, able to comprehend or are ready for everything that a neurodivergent brain or person can bring to the table. All right, I'll go.
Oh, thank you. Honestly, I did one quick. I don't know. I can't resist this. There may be something about growing up stuck between worlds, because I have met so many Hapa people that all have this sort of unique wisdom about them, because they've had to navigate completely different sets of rules and expectations and still sort of come out the other end somehow sane. So just having to balance the differing expectations and traditions and whatnot, you know, may itself be interesting. It's probably the same kind of thing people get from being exposed to tons of different cultures and languages and everything else growing up. You know, like, you know, it widens your field of vision beyond what's sort of typical.
Yeah, it definitely changes. With Erica, I went out to Nepal as well, and I saw like some of the things that you were saying about your travels. I saw the same things going out to Nepal, and it was such a culture shock, but it was such a welcome culture shock. I had never felt so much at home, or like I felt like I belonged. because the people there, I was just looking for all of this permanence, and I was looking for like this like die-hard structure, and in just every small and larger thing, the micro and the macro in life, and then living there and just seeing how people are just like, yeah, they're chill, they're okay with it. And I'm like, okay, it's okay for me to be this way. It's okay for me to be this way there. Whereas at home, I'm just like, it's looked down upon by my own family members for me to be that way. So it's quite a culture shock.
I think you may have actually nailed it on the head, is that I am still trying to find neurotypical ways to deal with something as a neurodivergent, because I'm still kind of holding on to some of those, I don't want to say Christianic or patriarchal or any of those things, but the systems that I was created and existed in versus created to exist in. And I'm still trying to align those two things, and they don't. So I'm where I'm meeting the struggle is that I'm trying to solve something neurotypically with a neurotypical emotional system.
We're conditioned to exist within a particular world and way of expressing yourself and ways of being, and it's not one size fits all, but we're pressured to slip into that. And we share the experience of being put through 12 years of Catholic school too. So like all that kind of crap, they're particularly rigid. And when you run into those expectations and the fact that you can't meet them, then you can you can internalize a lot of that stuff too, and that can cause all kinds of problems as well. So it may be another place where finding a way to relax those expectations may be really beneficial.
Yeah. See, this is why mushrooms and marijuana are a great thing.
Hey, that's the errand that I have to go run here in a bit. But now I've gotten 3 inches of snow since we've been here, so maybe I shouldn't. But that's why I brought up that bodhisattva vow of, sentient beings are numberless. I vow to liberate them, to bring up that paradox. And it totally makes sense to me. It's like a fish describing water, being like, why don't you get it? I have a couple other things to add, but I want to be respectful and add Spats in if you want to add to this topic, and then we can move to JBS if that's all right. And welcome to the panel, JBS.
Yeah, my background is in Zen Buddhism. I've been practicing for the better part of almost 40 years now. And I want you, one of our techniques is the one-word gate. Now, if I was to criticize our approach to things, we can be very guilty of oversimplifying, but it's actually with purpose. We're trying to we're trying to condense things, complicated subjects, into a nucleus so that we can have a better chance of getting at the truth. That said, I'm not going to subject you to the one-word gate, but I am going to try to be brief. When you're a child, your world is really small. It starts off small, and it usually starts off with your parents. And it's implied. There are a lot of things that are implied. One of them is that they feed you. So if you displease them, maybe they'll stop feeding you. And that is an existential threat. So of course you're going to internalize anything, any criticism they have about you, because it could get in the way of your survival if they just choose to, up and be mammalian and just let you wander around the countryside, right? That's never going to happen, but we're children. We don't understand that. We're very emotional. We haven't even developed our prefrontal cortex. So we're not going to see it that way. We're not going to see it from our parents' perspective. We're just going to assume that displeasing them is very, very bad. On top of that, they've basically created us. They're our creators. They gave birth to us. So if anyone should be capable of loving us, then it would be them, wouldn't it? And if they don't, for whatever reason, or they're limiting that affection for any reason, that must mean that there's something fundamentally wrong with us, And so between that existential threat and that internalization of any criticism whatsoever, that can be extremely detrimental to a burgeoning, a very young and developing ego. I'm a Jungian. I like Jung with his ego, super ego, and the id, but I won't get into that. That's a long road, so I'm not going to go down that road. But I will say that when it comes to your ego, I think I can more or less summarize it this way. There's an old, I think it's a Greek expression, I think therefore I am. And I find that it's actually wrong. I find that it's actually backwards, because I think you will notice that people who have been unalived, they stop thinking. That brain doesn't work anymore. So the only time you can think you are something is if you're alive. So actually being alive is paramount. That it's backwards. I am, therefore I think. So your only actual prerogative is to be. And you don't have to function. That is to say, you don't have to meet societal standards within reason, obviously. You don't have to meet your parents' expectations within reason, obviously. You don't have to meet your own expectations to justify your existence. You don't have to ever justify your existence. You are, and that is enough. So once you've codified into your mind, do whatever it takes to make it ingrained into your being that you deserve to be, then you only have to answer one other question. If you're not what you think, if you're not what you do, if you're not who you think you are, if you're not who everybody else thinks you are, the one thing that you're going to spend in this lifetime that you'll never get back, and that everybody is 100% equal on, is time. Right? So now that you've codified, now that you've internalized that you deserve to live, because we all do, we're all sacred beings in that sense, we all deserve to live. Once you've 100% adopted, you know that in the core of your being that you deserve to live, the only thing you have to answer that's left is how you're going to spend your time. And that's it. You will, through your practice, through your being, through just spending your time on the things that you love, the things that attract you, the things you find worthy of your time, you will define everything else in your life. You deserve to live, and you're going to do what you like. Don't hurt anybody, and you'll be fine. That's it. That's all it is. It's not complicated. You are, and then you will do. And that's all you that's all you have to remember. Because if you overcomplicate it, then it's going to be hard to remember. And it doesn't have to be hard to remember. You just are, and you do. And that's it. That's all it is. So you can find beauty in life, but just know that life is very inconvenient, and only a very sadistic people will laugh. A person will laugh at a funeral. So there's a time to be happy, and there's a time to be sad, and there's a time to be joyous, and there's a time to be angry, and all those things are part of the human condition. So you're not going to get any of that wrong if you don't hurt anybody, including yourself. So if you're not going to get anything wrong, and you're going to pursue your joy, and you're going to pursue your muse, and you're going to pursue the things that make you happy, then you will be an excellent human being, I think. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, if nobody else has any, there's three quick things I wanted to, add on or piggyback to that, because going in reverse order here, the last part that you were getting on just really just brings to mind a lot of existential thought. I mean, to put it in Sartre's terms, that existence precedes essence, that we exist first, and then we define ourselves, then we take on all the rest of this stuff. and I honestly, I took a tremendous amount of value very early in life from that kind of existential thinking. That it helped me a lot to understand that it didn't have to fit into somebody's particular mold, that I could essentially define myself through my own actions, that, it could build up from there. That, yes, I physically exist, but what am I? And that open question, it gave me a lot of space. You referenced Descartes' I think, therefore I am. One thing about that, at least, that kind of relates to something else that came up about this earlier too, about Descartes thought critters were automata, just completely mindless, soulless beings that they're like mechanisms to him. One of the reasons that he had it in that direction was that particular bias that put humans above all other things. So he looked at the reasoning faculty as the defining element in the creation, and that all other things, like cats, were just made for me to entertain me. So you've kind of intuited why it's wrong, because we live first, and all the rest of this, all the thought comes from being alive, and cats have thoughts too. Descartes was just too stupid to know that, too pig-headed. The last quick one there, you hit me really hard at the beginning, because I was very close to somebody for a long time that grew up with a schizophrenic parent that could not be there for her. She just wasn't capable of being a parent, and that leaves lifelong trauma. Because you expect love to be there, and when a person is incapable of expressing love, incapable of being a parent, but you still expect it to be a parent, that hurts.
It's quite a disadvantage, and kids not knowing any better, not having a point of reference to base a comparison on, they just think that's normal or natural, or that they're deserving of less, and that's not right. Ideally, everyone would have perfect parents. It's just that, in defense of the parents, kids don't come with a manual, right? So right. I'm sure I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They just did the best they could.
Kids don't have a manual for understanding their parents either, and knowing that their parents can't always be right for them. I mean, I had my own father is terrible with kids. Like I didn't actually bond with him until I was an adult, because he just didn't know how to deal with kids at all. And as a small child, I had a hard time figuring out why that was the case. Why was he not able to relate to us or talk to us? All he wanted to do was hop on his motorcycle and ride away, but you expect that to be there. I at least was able to, he's, not schizophrenic, like, my friend's issue, where at least we could talk and I could kind of get to know him and figure out what is his major malfunction and why is he like this, and then really come to appreciate that and deal with that, but it was very hard as a child, when I was, like 4 or 5 years old, my mother's like, well, what am I going to do about this? He's ruining these kids. They're confused all the time, acting out, trying to get his attention, trying to get him to say anything, even if it's bad, just to get some attention from him, and he couldn't give it. Kids don't know how to deal with that either. So parents don't know how to be parents, and kids don't know how to be kids. We don't know.
The last thing I want to say before I go, and I hope you all have a good evening. I think people call it shadow work, and this goes back to the Jungian thing. Your ego, your super ego in your head. Your super ego, if I can oversimplify again, is your ideal self. Well, if you try to reach that ideal self, either through a perfectionist effort or through just self-improvement, then you could theoretically and technically, don't go too far into the deep end with this, just very superficially, you can be a parent to yourself, to your inner child, that part of you that stayed that age, or that part of you that felt neglected or felt abused. You can heal that child yourself by playing the role of the parent you never had. You know, you can be the ideal parent to yourself because you can read your own mind. You can feel your own feelings. So there's no nothing's lost in translation. There's no ambiguity there, and you will be very understanding of yourself as a parent and as a child simultaneously, right? So you can be your own ideal parent by treating yourself, right? If you missed out on something, you know, if you want to be a little immature, if you want to go do a bucket list kind of thing, whatever it is that you do for closure, for catharsis, you can do that now because, you know, you're more autonomous, you're more adult, you handle things better than you did when you were a kid. So this is your opportunity now. You can be a parent to yourself. And with that, I'm going to bid you all a good night.
Thanks very much.
I was gonna say, I don't know. My mom died when I was 13, and my dad was off playing war for a bunch of years, so I'm not exactly sure how to do the whole parent thing. I'm pretty sure I screwed up with my daughter because neither one of us knew she or I was autistic, and so now like she's been missing for 4.5 years, and I don't know. There's a whole lot that goes into not knowing how to adult yourself when you weren't parented as a child with a neurodiversity that leaves you childlike. I don't know. He's not wrong. I don't know how right he is because I don't know. I don't know, but he's not wrong.
Yeah, no, in the last part there too, I'd say in an ideal world, we would all know our own needs and how to parent ourselves. But often, I mean, I'll tell you from experience, I'm frequently clueless. I don't know what the hell I want. You know, I'll sit there with a therapist and they're trying to ask you questions like, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. If it's supposed to be obvious, if we're supposed to come with a manual that at least we can read, I didn't get that either.
You're not the only one.
What was that? Oh, what was that? What was that old TV show where the aliens give this guy a super suit with superpowers and he loses the instruction manual and has no idea what the hell he's supposed to do?
Greatest American Hero.
Yeah. Like I lost the instruction booklet. Like, how the fuck does this work? Like, what am I supposed to
see? How we like just know what you barely gave me anything. The Greatest American Hero. There you go.
I was going to go with my favorite Martian.
I mean, it's probably a generational issue though here too, because you know, Drama also knew it. We're all around the same age, so we all saw shitty '80s TV.
Oh my god, yeah, I remember he had blonde curly hair.
Yeah, he had like a perm, like a Jufro.
I had a perm in middle school. That's when you let my hair grow out. When I let my hair grow out, that happens. But go ahead, Liam. I'll wait till you're done. I just wanted to come up and support you. You know, I always say that I have 4 kids. And for those of you that don't know, ages 21 to 23, and 12 to 23. And so I always say parenting is OJT, on the job training. There isn't a manual, there isn't a book that you can read because every kid comes in a different color, different flavor, and the need is different. And I saw my wife kind of peruse through the live a moment ago, and she gives me a good balance on how to meet the expectations of the kids. Because my father, as much as he loved us, the ability to demonstrate affection, care was absent, right? And so, not that I don't want to express that, oftentimes I need to be reminded to demonstrate it more. And there is not a perfect parent. We constantly have to make adjustments to meet the needs of our children and to meet the needs of our significant other. It's just reality. So if you ever think you're going to get to perfection, you're living in a fictitious world because things constantly change. How I was brought up, how Liam was brought up, the environment we grew up in, totally different today. 5 years from now, it'll be totally different. And so that's important to understand. And there's always time to make the necessary adjustments so the connection is stronger. And just keep that in mind. It's never a one and done. It's never, hey, I made a mistake some years back. Can I get it fixed? Or yesterday? Of course you can. It's your willingness and your desire to connect and make adjustments that that help you. You know, it's funny, you guys should be talking about this, and I posted something on another social media site, and it's a quote from Pain and Gain, a book. And I think I've shared this, but this particular one is about 3 paragraphs long, but it encapsulates what we're talking about, because there's a couple of things I think that are relevant here, but just bear with me for a moment. So as human beings, we are often thinking about, we have 2 options, right? And we neglect where there's a gap in growth and opportunity. Oftentimes we are so consumed with achieving the things that we want, what's ahead, the road ahead, we forget about the things we've accomplished. And in that gap there is opportunity for growth and learning. Once we forget about, I got to achieve this horizon, I got to do this with my kids, I got to get to this level of love with my kids. Think about the things that you've already done to get them to this point, and don't be shackled by the future just yet. Because the more you're concerned with the future, you're missing out on what you've achieved and what's to happen now. And so I think we need to keep that in mind. And you can apply that to any space, quite frankly, whether it's in your career, whether it's in your relationship, your kids. I think my wife was telling me the other day, as a matter of fact, the kids have been talking about wanting to spend more time with you. And I'm like, well, what do you want to do? Let's talk about it. Because to your point, Liam, we're all running so fast to figure out what is going to satisfy us. What do we need to get done to satisfy the desire for ambition, the desire for success, the desire to achievement? And we forget about the closest ones to us, and the affection and love that we give them is success within itself. And so we can't be consumed by things that, quite frankly, are temporary versus the love and relationship we have with family. And I'm going to do a commercial break for you too, man. So guys, there's 56 of you in here. Please share the live. Join his team, that yellow heart that matches the hair on his cat's skin. Join that. Click on Liam's face and share the live. The pop-up will come up. He always has great discussions, and he's on for hours. So please make sure you do that. We're at 108 right now. By the time I finish talking, let's get into at least 120. I'm unbreaking from writing. And so please make sure you do that. Let's continue to share. Let's get them to 120. Those of you that are in here that come regularly, you know how this works. If you're in the chat and you're listening, also encourage the chat to share and like and join the team. We're at 40,500. Let's get them to 42,000. And then I'm going to flip it back to Erica, who's done a great job of hosting for Liam. We're almost there. One more 1,000. 148. Look at that, Liam. We're at 148 shares already. We started like at 103.
Ooh, one more point and we reach the perfect number. Answer the life, the universe, and everything.
There you go. 150. Let's keep it going. And the more people that come in, the more people. Look, we all want educational lives. We all want things to decompress, and this is a great way to decompress as well. And Erica's got the beautiful keffiyeh. Erica, do you remember who wore the keffiyehs initially? Do you know that historical fact?
No, I would love to learn.
It was farmers to protect them from the sand and the sun.
Yay, 42.
Farmers to protect them from. Yep. I had to research that just to make sure I knew where they came from. But yep, farmers were protecting their heads and their faces from the sand and the sun.
Yeah.
And their neck. Yep. Yeah. All right, Liam, you are 153, man. Look at that. We're over 42,000. How are you holding up today? How was your day? Good?
I'm very tired. I honestly did not know if I wanted to stick around for long, but everyone sort of expects it. So I turned it on and I wanted to see how it would go and whether, and honestly, I think, Annie's question more than anything else kind of got me woken up a little bit, but still it's, I didn't even turn on the restreamer. I was only doing it here because I didn't know if I was going to be around for an hour and then take off.
Yeah. Cool.
A lot started over 2 hours. So
that's awesome. Last thing I will say, those of you look, and I say this, give yourself grace. So if you feel you haven't accomplished things or you have difficult situation in relationships, give yourself grace. And so don't be consumed by what you, like I said, what you haven't accomplished. We all need grace. The biggest point here is to make sure that you take action versus inaction, because the last thing you want to do is look down that road of inaction and say, I wish I would have done this and I didn't. And so bear that in mind as you have these conversations and you think about the things you should be doing for yourself and family. Appreciate you all. Take care of Liam, guys. Take care of Eric and all those on this panel. Liam, hopefully I can jump on a little later. I'm going to get to my workout. That's what keeps me sane.
Yep.
I'll see y'all later. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate y'all. Take care.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank you,
JBS.
JBS.
Thank you. Yeah, always
Get
appreciate.
at the mat.
Always appreciate.
I have
Yeah.
to say on this point quickly, just very quickly, I'm so thankful for Danny in JBS's live this morning, because my God, I was good. I was just about to go to work without shoes this morning. Oh Lord. Seriously.
That was funny.
Yeah, I was sitting there with my socks on, twiddling my toes, and I'm like, I've got such PTSD. I look at numbers and I'm like, change. It has to go to where I need it to go, or I can't move. And it was like, Danny, do something. I can't go to work without shoes, please.
Drama said
And then,
it's a
it
challenge.
went to 50.
It has to reach like a set number. Like you have to reach, I don't know, 50,000 or whatever it was before she'll put her shoes on. So if we didn't get to that, if people didn't tap enough, you're going to work barefoot.
No, well, with my socks on, and I've done that before. I'm anything for a day. I don't know why. Somebody dares me, and I'm like, well, damn it, now I've got to do it. So I was just like, if it's not 50K, I'm going to sit here with my socks on, and I can't because it's raining outside. Please, somebody help me. And Danny was like, come on, guys, go. And I'm like, please, I need shoes.
Sound as you're walking into your wet socks.
My boss
Every
would
nauseous vibe
literally,
in my body with the wet socks.
no, my boss would seriously look at me coming through the door going like, who dared you now? Who dared you now? Because that's just the way it goes. So
Well,
thank
now
you, Danny.
You've told us your kryptonite now, so now we can all like double dog dare you to do horrifying things.
Sir,
So,
no.
drink a bottle of hot sauce, or like one of those.
Sir, this is a safe space. I'm loved here, or so I thought. You guys are so evil. I love it.
We used to sit around like my high school friends would sit around, and we, once we finished eating, and we would look around at all the remaining condiments and what's in everybody's plate, and we would start mixing it together in a glass. So it's all the leftovers from everyone's plates, and then like squirting in ketchup and malt vinegar and hot sauce.
Okay,
and then you try to get somebody to drink it.
Oh, yuck. Okay, but like, so before we go on to next, we are 51 people in this chat, and I'm gonna dare you guys. Seriously, I'm anyone for a day, so I'm gonna dare you guys. 300K. As tired as Sir is, as tired as we all are, I'm tapping I wouldn't want to say it off, but guys, please, for me, if you love me, please, Lord.
We love you, and we love
No,
Liam.
no.
And
Sir,
should
sir,
I learn
sir,
how to
sir.
turn comments off?
What are you tapping with that you can't say? I'm tapping my off, and I'm like, what? What are you
Well, I was
tapping
gonna
this
say,
screen
I
with?
was.
Her butt off.
Sir,
She's tapping her butt
Sir.
off.
Oh, okay. The expression tapping my ass off. Okay. Whew, that went right over my head. I'm like, what? I was like tapping my finger off. That's all I could. So, okay.
Professor. Danny, save me. Danny, save me, Danny. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, this was fun. Now. Okay, next question. Keep tapping.
Yeah,
Erika, who's next in line?
Well, I wanted to take a minute and check in with Liam, especially. I know that you're tired. Yeah, go.
Oh,
go
yes.
Do your things. Oh, don't
Okay.
drop. Go.
So,
Yes. Go
So-
take care
But
of
wait,
yourself.
so
it's
whilst he's
Friday
gone-
night. Wait, are you gonna have anything special?
You guys don't count as special?
I meant in your
A particular spirit, I think.
I meant a spirit.
I don't know.
But we have to be careful.
Find a way to suggest something carefully.
I like blueberry flavored things made out of vodka and sugar. Out of potatoes and sugar.
I don't know.
Coffee. So while Sir's gone, as soon, while we don't see him on screen, guys, let's tap. It's now 48.7K. Can we please just get it to 60 before he gets back? Come on, guys. Come on. 45 of us. We can. Let's go.
I'm not sure, but I think I've heard where a panelist can't really tap.
No. Yes, you can. If you go to Sir's profile, if you're on the panel and you go to his profile and you click on that invisible heart, the invisible likey thing, then you can. So that's what I'm doing. Guys, let's get going.
I found the button.
You did? Yes.
I noticed. I just tried to make a comment and it said comments were off.
Y'all can tap.
60.
Isn't this what some of the other lives do? Y'all can tap all those numbers. Just do it. Do it,
guys,
for Liam.
60K.
And welcome Mohammed and Soul. Soul Speak.
Hello.
Welcome to both of you. And Mohammed, it's been a long time. It's good to see
It's
you
been
back.
a hot minute.
And your picture's changed. It's good to see your face.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a whole state move and work and craziness and tiredness, but I finally am back to trying to go on live more.
Well,
Sorry, I cut you
welcome.
off, drama.
Hey Mo, how's it going?
I'm not sure.
You better be careful.
What was that?
I think that
No.
I think that motivated
Okay.
me not to tap more. I am very unsettled now.
Okay. Oh,
Very
love me,
80s
guys.
horror movie. Like dolls, kind of. What was that?
Chucky. Chucky. Now, guys, please do tap. Please, if you love me, if you appreciate me, then please tap. No. Shit! What? Oh, what? Oh,
Not after
shit.
drama just said my name like that, and you approached the ring girl. That's terrifying.
I was going to say, what was her name? That scary little girl? Oh my god.
Yeah, I think.
No,
I know
that
it's like
seriously just woke me up.
I think that was karma for saying my name like that, and then he scared you back.
My heart just, that was really scary. Oh my God, no. I didn't expect that. I didn't, shoo, that was bad. That was bad. Yo. I didn't expect that. Oh, guys.
Oh, that's good to know that people leave if they can't comment. That makes sense. Makes sense. People that they like to chirp, chirp.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say.
I do think that it's helpful to get to certain goals where it's like, hey guys, let's just power top to 55 right now,
Yeah, I've seen them do it where it's like they're
because I
close to
found the
goals.
button and we're trying to encourage tapping.
60K, please.
I like how Erica.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Okay. They just leave. They just leave if they can't. Okay, yeah, let's tap it and let's get it back up. Let's invite all of the people that just left.
Erica, your face
I
changed
can't
when you
believe-
found the button.
Right?
Guys, please do excuse me. I actually just swore. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I said shit when I saw Sir. I said shit.
You just said it
I'm
again.
Sorry, but I was
The
shocked.
mouth on drama.
We learned while you were gone, Doc, that if you turn comments off, people leave. So we had some people leave. But it was like
We had like 20 people leave.
You stopped the
20 people left.
to say like, hey, let's get to 55K, because that's what other lives do. But now we know that people leave, so hopefully they're gonna come back in. But yeah, it makes sense because people like to chirp, and I really if you're okay with me dropping down into the comments and I can support from down there, would you be all right with that, Dharma, since you're up here and you're awake and we have lots of friendlies?
Well, I'm awake now.
Unacceptable.
Sis scared the bejeepies out of me. I was sleepy, but now I'm not. That was
Yeah.
so not cool. Yo.
Get your,
Okay, yes,
get
I'm
your,
awake.
Your phone is going to
coffee
ring in
and
the next 7 days. And if you don't answer it and share the video, you're going to end up.
Annie. I'm
they
sitting
could have
here
left
by
too
myself.
because Liam left. They could have all been like, "Oh, he's taking a break to go fill up," and then they leave.
Or they
That
were
could
all
have been.
scared of. They were also all scared of Liam's Grudge Girl impression.
Yo, that was
Also
bad. No,
another
but I
reason why
seriously
people
was.
could have left.
I was not expecting that though. Yo, that was scary. That was a shock. Yo. Okay.
That was
So
pretty creepy.
Emily says
So,
down.
have we heard Soul's voice? Because it would be Soul and then Mohammed. But I don't know.
Hi guys, yeah,
Can I just?
here. Sorry, I'm. Thank you so much. I'm driving though, so if you wanna move on, I'll go last.
But Professor, you started a thing now.
A thing?
You started a thing because Emily said, Dharma, I dare you to teach us South African bad words. And I'm like, why, Emily, why? I thought you loved me. Huh?
Oh, come on.
Okay, well, I was very
we should all
sleepy, sir.
teach each other how to swear in at least one other language.
Okay, I'll teach you one word though.
Week after week, we can all learn new ones, and we can walk out of here and like you can feel like you can tell everyone you're a polyglot because you know how to swear in like 10 languages.
Okay, I'll teach you one after Muhammad has said his comment. I'll teach you one. Oh, Lord. But I am wide awake now after that incident I really wasn't expecting. Oh, shoo. Sir, really?
Did you
But
really
to be
just make that inference with your face? Did you really just make that physical? I saw it.
A microphone?
Oh, that's not what I thought. I'm hanging up now.
No, death growls. You know, I go to metal shows all the time.
What is the t-shirt? What are we wearing?
Oh,
Let's do the catwalk.
The one I was wearing today for class is a much heavier cotton, and I don't like the heat, and we're starting to move into where it like gets to where everyone else is happy, so it's getting too hot in this house for me. So I switched to a lighter shirt. This is thinner. This is just a Marcus Aurelius quote. I'll flip it around so you can see it for a sec.
Don't flip us off. Don't flip us off. I like it. Ooh.
Because there's comments. Let's see if I can get above the comments.
Take the catwalk, sir.
So, got it?
Yes.
All right, so the one I was wearing before was for, I was lecturing on the Eastern Roman Empire this morning, so it was a dynastic shirt from Rome. But yeah, this is much lighter material.
But sir, please do remember, I didn't remind sir the last time. I need that other shirt that sir said that we were talking about last week.
We'll have to figure out how to do that. Yeah. Oh, I need to test at some point whether having fans on really messes with the sound on these things too. Well, I need to test what to do with the mics because for a good part of the year, I never turn the fans off in the house, and I will definitely need them to do these things because my normal routine, I would come home and I would take off my clothes because it's too hot outside, you know, and it's too hot in the house, and but I can't obviously sit around, you know, in my skin and do this, so I'm going to be even hotter. I got to find fans on me somehow, get some cool air, because if it climbs above 70 Fahrenheit, I start to get uncomfortable. I like it cold. You know, if it never got above 55, I would be a happy camper.
Do you struggle to regulate temperature as well?
I run naturally very hot. The nice side of that is it can go down to 0 Fahrenheit and I'm perfectly happy. But when it gets warm, I'm like, ah! So I'm sweating profusely. I do not like warmth. Not my thing. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get like fans or find some way to get cool air on me to keep these things up as it gets warmer. So we'll have to experiment at some point and see what the sound does.
Okay. So Mohammed, you're up next, sir.
Honestly, I still don't know what the topic was. I just joined because I haven't seen these lovely faces in a while, so I wanted to stop by and say hi.
We love you.
And see what the topic was about.
We had a topic for a while that Annie had brought up, and then we were all started talking about how we deal with all the bad shit that's happening in the world and the feeling like you can't fix it, you make things better, and it's just built for quite a while out of that. But I don't know that we have a topic right now, do we?
No, it's just kind of like a general conversation.
Yes.
So whatever.
I think we've had.
Whoever you'd like.
Oh, I was gonna say. Oh yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I think we've had that discussion a little bit where I think main thing is like the good and bad thing about conversations on TikTok is people can have their opinions and talk, but sometimes people can be overly opinionated or over judgmental, and there's that lack of another person on the other side, like humanity kind of stuff. So like I think that in-person dialogue is important and helps with that kind of situation, but at the same time that can't happen with the big leaders kind of issue. It's like person to person, civilian to civilian, but if that's the kind of direction that you got that conversation was kind of going.
This is where the intellectualism starts and I jump down with my emotions.
Yeah, they're trying to balance between the two, especially. And there's all kinds of special challenges in trying to deal with that when you're coming at it with a more autistic neurotype as well. So we were talking a little about how I was just a completely unemotionally regulated spaz for quite a long time, and then ended up kind of, finding my way to chill, but everyone has like a different way to do that, but you got to find some way to like be okay with all the chaos and the confusion in the world around you. And there's a special issue here too, especially when you get really sucked into something, it becomes like your big interest for a while, and you this Palestine thing, and now I'm studying and I'm learning all kinds of stuff about it, and now I want to do something with it, and then there's this frustration because no one else seems to get it or care, so there's all that too.
That is, yeah, I agree with that, especially tomorrow wants us to more bring up that topic. And honest, with our knowledge comes people who will do anything to have a trigger reaction. Like they don't want to have a dialogue, they say key words that they know will have a reaction, and that's when an intellectual conversation can be derailed into like name calling and then personal attacks, and it takes away from the actual knowledge. Like I still remember weeks ago when someone who came onto your live and was like, basically, this was your major, and he like, this is what you studied, this is your field, and he was like, what do you know? You don't know anything. I've read real history. Like they say things that will get a reaction, and your reaction to it was fantastic because it's like, you think that way, cool, stay in the comments or get blocked. We're not here to fight. I'm telling you what I know based on my knowledge in my field.
Right. People can believe at the end of the day, someone can believe whatever they want. They can feel however they want. I don't feel that I can or should change anyone's mind on anything. It's not within my power. If he's not interested, and if he's just interested in like beating his chest and winning something, then cool, go do that somewhere else. I don't give a shit. Oh, a hat. And just when I took the hat into the other room, it matches that.
Yeah, that's what I enjoy about your live. It's more educational than a debate that allows another side to spread what I like, which both sides have. But I mean, it's been extremely prevalent in the Israeli side of propaganda, of
There's
dehumanization.
out there, yeah.
Yeah, it's especially the.
It is
it's
unbalanced,
like,
but there's plenty on both sides.
and for me, it's like maybe on one side, like the Palestinian side, it's more of like, okay, we might. Some people do more damage bringing like AI images, even though there's so much more real images and stuff that like are heart wrenching, and then that gives the other side to say, oh wait, look at that propaganda. That's why we say blah 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 and blah blah blah. Like they use small moments of misinformation to completely dismiss the actual atrocities and actual information coming out of these areas. So this like we've talked about that misinformation war that kind of does more damage than good. And what is the good and bad of having modern technology is a lot of that stuff, like you can report things real time. You can also have AI generated stuff that looks extremely real, or comments. Like I've told you guys about the whole thing about people believing about the what was it, the dicarbon monoxide poisoning. And it's like, it's water. It's the chemical molecular makeup of water.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just like people are so quick to believe the first shocking thing they see, and the rest is like, well, I don't care. That's how the whole 40 babies thing, how all these other stuff is like come up. So that's why things like this with actual historians and actual people who know these political fields spreading this information instead of having an, I want to say it'd be nice to have an open dialogue, but it never becomes an open dialogue. It becomes a yelling battle of like, no, I'm right. No, now I'm personally attacking you. It's not, there's no, like even on, I'm not a fan of Piers Morgan by any means. On his panel, like it's, he would have professional guests, and it's always seems to be one-sided, where the Palestinians, I just saw the recent video on something where he's trying to speak and the other person just keeps talking over him. Well, I don't want you to spread misinformation. And they were quiet the entire time. Even on professional platforms, it doesn't happen well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's difficult. I think that any kind of discussion where people sharply disagree doesn't really work well in media spaces. It's not going to work well in panels or in things like this. It works well in small conversations, you know, when people who know each other and they can get to know each other well enough to respect each other as people. So I've had tons of people that have gotten to know me as a human being and then have just fantastically awful beliefs. But because they already know me and they respect me and we can have conversations in the flesh, you can start having an effect over time. You know, I had people that were just like way down like the Alex Jones conspiracy rabbit hole, and then, you know, next thing you know, they've sorted all that shit out, and it doesn't stick with them anymore. You know, you have time to pull themselves out of it, but that kind of respectful space can't be replicated when people just meet each other and sit there and it's a show environment and there's people around and it's an audience, because then it brings out all the worst in us and people want to score points and all the rest of this shit. It doesn't really work that way.
It's definitely more like they say things for a shock value sometimes too. They don't want information. They want, see, oh, she said something super extreme. That must be true because this was allowed on television. And just like the first information said is the first thing you're going to hear.
Oh, though, you reminded me of something a minute ago. It's a good joke that also fits the kind of like Pally environment here. Okay, so I love the completely ironic memes where you try to make it look like it's real information, and then you get to see how many idiots will pick it up and spread it around, and they're putting it up on their Facebook pages and whatever, but it's totally wrong. You know, there's so many great ones. I try not to post those on my public platform just because of what I've known for, but occasionally I put up very ironic things, and I've got one right now that's it's up like 6,000 likes or something, and it's like totally false information, but it should be a very obvious joke, and I think some people are missing the joke, but I won't get into that. It's a bad comic book joke. But the one it made me think of here I saw recently, and I was just like, oh, I want to share this. I wish I could, but it's like hey, did you know AOC had an affair with a college professor while she was in college with her Professor Lavon? Google Lavon affair to learn more. So for anybody who's studied like the Palestine issue, if you haven't ever looked up the Lavon affair, do it sometime, because it's actually about Israel being very, very dickish and has nothing to do with AOC or anything else. But it plays on the fact that like Republicans love hating on AOC. So you just, people like, yeah. I think that those jokes are really funny. Like that, LAVON. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, but that's a very smart way.
It's not a professor. It's not an affair. It's nothing. But
No.
It's actually a very political issue.
I did like that premise. I did snicker a little bit because it was like, yeah, you're gonna have people that will actually look into it and be like, but that's the sad thing. Once they find out, it's like, huh, I'm scrolling, they can't find anything. Erica, what happened to you?
Where look, that's the good part. If they actually look, most people will take that and they'll just share it. And that's where you can make fun of people. You've got tons of these conservatives who will take and post that up there on their own pages, thinking that they're owning the libs or something, and they're really bashing, Zionism.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at this. I'm gonna swich this over. We have to see more.
I was
of
gonna
this.
say.
All the.
I wanted to show Dharma
Oh,
too. But all of this started while we've been in this live. So that's like probably 2 inches, but it's been like, yeah, I've been wanting to garden. And it's not gardening.
but you were mowing the lawn the other day.
Yeah, we got some very late snows.
Yeah.
This is
And
pretty
there's
late
green
April for
grass
this.
underneath here. Look. It's bright green grass.
Yeah,
It's
my
bright green.
irises are all grown in, and my irises are all growing in, and then the snow keeps hitting. It's killing them, because they stay dormant, and then they wait for the spring, and they pop up, and they keep getting snow on them. I'm like, come on, you're killing my plants.
Yeah, I just had to show you.
Thank
Friend.
you so much, Edith. I want to take a picture. I want to take a picture. I want to take a picture.
Well, that's convenient. I spent New Year's with you, Liam. So I think we're coming up on our year friendiversary here. Well, maybe not for a few more months.
We're like, I think I've been doing this like 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're halfway there, moving along.
There you go.
I think.
Got your picture?
I think Sir and Erika.
Yeah, switch me off.
Yeah, because she always wants to get up. I was asking Dharma if she's already got the picture, so I can change it back.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, I don't think they know. Yourself and Erika, but other people don't know. I've never seen snow in my life. So every time when there's snow, then they show me, and it's so special. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're in it. You're in a temperate area, but definitely too low in elevation for it.
Yes. So thank you so much. Thank you, Erika. That was special.
Oh, of course.
Okay,
Of course, sweet
continuing.
friend. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed, and then welcome to the panel. And I'm going to jump down in the comments, but I'm here if you need me. Always a pleasure. So many blessings to all of you.
Hey, Erica. Good seeing you again. But yeah, I think that was the main thing. Like when you were showing, like talking about like those pictures, yeah, you're gonna have people that will probably like if they do those like thumbnails talking about it and have that like meme up there, people would screenshot it and make it seem like you actually do believe in that very obvious joke you were sending. But then you will have people that will research it and be like, oh wait, they'll go in that rabbit hole. And even if it's like 1 in 1,000 people that will actually go in there to learn about that, you got someone to actually learn about that atrocity and learn more.
Yeah, exactly. I like it as a I think it's cute as a trick, but I can't do it on my pages just because people come to there because they know I'm an academic. So I don't want to give things that are very clearly misleading when some people will do it. And I'm not like on my main accounts, I'm not like shit posting to mess with people. right?
Yeah.
But,
You could do what a lot of people do. Some people do have like a second account that is very obvious, non-academic one. You do have one? Okay. I would love for you to. I think I follow you on Instagram, but I don't think I have any
I've
of
always
your
had
other places.
I've always had alt accounts because I used to spend a lot of time infiltrating different groups to study extremist political psychology. So if I'm going to hang around a bunch of like ANCAPs and libertarians, or I'm going to hang out with a bunch of like neo-fascist assholes, I'm not putting my accounts in those people because these people cannot be trusted. They will dox you. And I'm only there to study people, right? So I'd go in with these fake accounts. I'm just making them all up. They're always like riffing on like philosophers' names or historical figures' names. So just I don't know, like Tony Gramsci instead of I know Antonio or something.
Have
just
you ever done that?
goof around with it somehow.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I was just gonna ask, with the current stuff going on, have you ever tried doing that, like with like a like Zionist platform kind of thing? Have you noticed anything like that?
No, I haven't been doing anything like that in quite a while. I had it was a long running research project and it wound up some time ago. I have a huge amount of data that I accumulated in it. I've got no reason to hang out with those people. But I have been in Zionist spaces plenty of times in their little groups and collected tons of information there just because, again, I studied tons of other like right-wing nationalist movements in different places. So I've gone into like, German language groups to see some of their like underground awful shit. I've gone to like Hebrew groups to see what they're doing, so, actually seeing like, far-right Zionists in their own native environment, so to speak. But I haven't done that in years. It's been years since I've been around that kind of. I mean, I don't need to because I'm not actively working on that right now.
So that's very interesting to me still. Even back then, have you noticed that kind of like their dialogue? Because obviously they aren't shy to share their opinions on what their thoughts on Palestine is. What did they kind of bring that up in those kind of conversations as well that you've heard from?
I'm not sure how comfortable I would feel telling people or whether I could get away with on TikTok saying some of the awful shit that I've seen people say. Because this is when people think that it's all a group of people who already agree with them. So they don't expect it, and they're just completely unfiltered. And oftentimes they're just trying to get a reaction too, which among them is just a matter of like, it's a bunch of chest beating, slapping each other on the back. Like, yeah, you say the most awful thing you can because it's like, it's, I don't know. There's a psychological release that they're getting out of that too. So they're saying shit that's even more, even over the top for their own beliefs. And some of it is just,
So, because that was a curious thing for me, because I would agree that they would say a lot worse things to each other, but at the same time, where moments are like fresh moments on the internet, people interacting with each other, I've seen some heinous things said. Would you say the stuff you've seen like online now on this platform of things said back and forth versus things back then on a private platform, like comparatively, like
I've
were
never
things
seen
worth?
anything on I've never seen anything on TikTok, Instagram, anything like that that comes close to the kind of shit that they would do in like private Facebook groups back in the day. Like I've seen nothing remotely comparable to it.
I would assume, yeah, because like you could say whatever you want to people you feel more comfortable with. But I was just curious because obviously there's can be worse things said, but I mean, just
Yeah, a lot
imagine
of
they
people are
filter
going
themselves on
into it
this.
too. Like they're going into it, they're all creating burner accounts. They're all going in with alts. They all expected their groups will eventually get shut down, but there was always like a process with Zuck. They would remove things, they would give warnings. It would take a while, and then eventually they would shut down the group, and then they would just form another one. So some of these different far right groups I followed for several years, they went through several different groups because they kept getting shut down. But you see the same people showing up, and then their own accounts would get shut down all the time, and then they would come up with new ones with very similar names, and then come back doing exactly the same shit. Because they're doing it because it all sort of like they're reinforcing each other's awfulness. They're reinforcing each other's beliefs, and you're feeling, well, I'm not alone to think these terrible things. Yeah, I can say this out loud, and people will cheer it, and they can appreciate it. So it's like some of the stuff that comes out in those kind of groups is just over the top bad. Like, I was there for a reason, though. So I have tens of thousands of screenshots.
Sorry, that's me.
That I will use later in a monograph on political extremism, but that's all it's for.
Sorry, I was getting a bit confused there because I'm hearing purring and I don't see a cat, and I'm like, where? Where?
That might be my end. I left my microphone on, and my cat, every time I'm on my phone, that's when she decides to be like, okay, let's get cuddly now in front of your face while you're trying to have a conversation.
Yep.
Lovely. That's awesome. Okay, so Muhammad, are you done with your contribution?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was done a little
expand?
bit, but then that conversation was kind of intriguing to me, so I just had a few more
Yes.
questions. But yeah, absolutely. Anybody else want to go after
No.
me? I was done.
Okay, yeah. So after you're done, you don't have to be done right now, but after you're done, there's revolution, and after revolution, then there's aquarium lover. So, are you
Yeah,
quite done
I'm
or no?
absolutely done. You're good to go with the revolution now. I might sit in the chat. I might
Good to go with the
I might stay.
revolution? The go command has been given? Make it dressed. Make it dressed if I'm not.
That's honestly, I
Okay,
didn't even see a
Sue's awake.
revolution above you. Honestly, when you said revolution, I didn't see her up there either. So I was like assuming it's like, oh, we're talking about revolution. Is there a revolution going on? I'm down. Let's do this.
He's like,
Yeah, how are you doing, guys? How are we doing,
Let's
guys?
go. Hi,
A much,
Dave.
We
We're
got
doing
it
really
on.
good.
a much needed revolution.
we are way overdue.
Yeah,
Way
absolutely.
overdue.
Well, I'm from Morocco and the UK, so and you know,
Well,
just
you're
just
doubly overdue for revolutions. Then you got two kings to overthrow. Get to it.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's very interesting
Hold
listening
on.
to you guys, and good to meet you, Liam and Drama and Mohammed and everyone here.
Rev,
Yeah,
are you the teacher in the international school?
I am. Oh my gosh,
Yes,
how do
I
you know?
remember because we had a conversation on a panel once.
We
So
did,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, I live in
Okay.
Morocco now. I've spent a lot of my life in the UK, and I was born in Rabat in 1969. It's very interesting year, first man on the moon, if you believe in that sort of thing. And it's good to be back. I mean, I've worked around the world in Kazakhstan and different international schools, and it's this, traveled back to Morocco 6 years ago, and it's good to be here. It's awesome. And listening to Liam, do you know what I mean? Going on those groups, it's absolutely brutal. How a regime can actually change people's perspectives. You know, when you think that 95% of Israelis think that the IDF are doing a good job and something that they should go further. I mean, these are genocidal perspectives. It's insane. You know, when you have like families in Israel with kids and taking cookies and drinks and going to the border to stop, aid trucks from coming in into Gaza. And 2 miles down the road, you have like children dying of starvation, manufacturing famine, and babies are born and they die within few hours of birth because they're starving to death, bless them. It's terrible. It's terrible. And as a Muslim, when IS ding dongs were around, when friends would tell me, look, mate, you're a Muslim and those guys are not Muslim. And I said, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. That sounds like music to my ears. That's why today, as a human being, as a Muslim, I make a clear distinction between a Zionist and a Jewish person. A Jewish person is a religious person who follows God and worships God and loves creation. If you believe in that sort of thing, you know, my wife is an atheist. So, and as a Muslim, I respect your views because my religion tells me lakum dinukum waliya din. They have their religion, you have yours. You gotta respect people and live and let live. Don't be the judge on this earth. You're just a mere creation. You leave the judging to God. And so I'm making a clear distinction really. For me, Zionists are not Jews. Maybe they were Jews once upon a time, and I think they've lost maybe their Jewishness, so they're on the wrong path of Judaism because they're actually supporting genocide and don't see Palestinians as human beings. So, and you know, talking to one of my American colleagues the other day, talking about the US. Sorry, I mean, if this sounds like a monologue, please do stop me. Just talking to one of the lads.
Maybe think of something, so I'm making a note. I if I don't write things down, I forget it.
Just talking to one of my colleagues, a lovely man from Texas. I'm talking about the US, and so I've traveled to the US a few times, you know, through work, and in fact, you know, before deciding now that we're going to retire in Morocco because my wife loves it so much. She's from England and she's just learning Darija and learning Arabic now, which is pretty cool. We were going to retire in the US because I said it's going to be a cold day on hell if I'm going to retire in the UK. I'm not going to retire as a 70-year-old man, you know, freezing to death in the north of England. It's just not going to happen. We're going to retire in the US. So we bought a little condominium in Bay St. Louis, southern Mississippi, because we saw a program on BBC, A Place in the Sun.
In Mississippi?
Yeah, southern Mississippi.
In southern Mississippi?
We actually sold it when Trump happened.
I was going to say, you're in for a rude awakening. People are going to look at you and...
I know what you mean.
One of those.
I know. But the thing is, I mean, I watched Mississippi burning, I think, once. And then we went there, and people were so friendly. We were introduced to Waffle House, which I thought is pretty awesome. A heart attack in the plate, who cares? But the thing is, what gripped me is when we went to New Orleans, we saw because New Orleans is just down the road. You just drive through a bridge and you're in New Orleans. And then we saw so much poverty in New Orleans. And when we left, obviously Katrina hit town, and then following the news, apparently there were people in Louisiana who could not afford the bus fare to go to the designated area to be safe from the floods. And these folks died in their homes. That's why I think a revolution is needed. I mean, the US, with all due respect, guys, the US, the way I see it, after traveling there for so many times, and then looking at the UK, looking at the Morocco, looking at Kazakhstan, the places that I worked at, the army are idolized. An army is a soldier is a god. You see him at the supermarket. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. In the UK, a soldier is a civil servant. You bump into a soldier in the supermarket. You don't even say hi. He's like a teacher or a worker. Is someone who gets paid for a job, full stop. But I think the system in the US is set up as such, and I think the system is rigged, where we idolize soldiers. Do you know what I mean? Because they do our bidding to go to countries and keep our interests alive. And you got the people in power. Do you know what I mean? Their kids don't go to fight. It tends to be the working class. They would go to the poorest areas in the US and go to a supermarket or a mall and start encouraging young people to join the army. And the other part of the puzzle, then you've got AIPAC, and there's literature out there that says AIPAC is tax exempt, and AIPAC controls the powers that be in Washington, D.C. I mean, a lot of people think that Israel is America's lapdog in the Middle East. That's not true. I think it's the other way around. I think it's the Zionist lobby that actually controls the United States. You know, I mean,
It's not really true in either direction, actually. It's much more complicated, and AIPAC are Americans, not Israelis. So it's just there are places where the interests appear to align, and places where, because they don't line up, sometimes they just have to like smooth over that crap. It's a much rockier relationship than we tend to think, and their government and ours are constantly yelling at each other, but they also they constantly roll over for each other because there's a whole bunch of areas where they have common interests. And simple fact is, Israel's oppression of a lot of Muslims plays into our war on terror rhetoric, which plays into feeding the military-industrial complex and all of our corporate welfare and everything else. It's all money in the U.S., but it's American money.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just the control that AIPAC has over the political sphere in the United States. I mean, to commit political suicide, all you have to do is say, I don't agree with Israel. I don't think Israel should be doing X, Y, or Z. And that is it. That is, your career is out the window. I mean, even in Hollywood, I mean, I hate sounding like this. I mean, I sound like those ding-dongs in World War II, what they were saying about Jewish people. But I think Jews, I mean, Morocco had the biggest Jewish community in the Arab world. And in fact, our King Mohammed V, during World War II, when Vichy France were actually collaborated with the Nazis, do you know what I mean? Because we were a protectorate of France, they asked the Moroccan king, they said, we want Moroccan Jews. He said, we don't have any Jews here in Morocco, we only have Moroccan citizens. He refused to hand over one Jewish person. So this is a Muslim who was actually protecting the Jewish community of his country. And these are kind of stories that you would not hear from Zionists, because I think the Zionist narrative today, they're trying to make the conflict bigger because they want to make a conflict between religions, Islam versus Judaism, which is not true.
Right.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Because
it's trying to play on because there's within the Jewish collective narrative, there's all this collective trauma built up about Christians persecuting Jews. So they want to implicate Muslims in that as well, and then spread it outward into a bigger issue. The fact is, a lot of, sadly, large parts of the Muslim world and Arab world have actually since sucked in a whole bunch of European anti-Semitic arguments, but they weren't there before. They came afterwards as a consequence of Israel, and then just gullible people saying like, well, I mean, these Israelis are terrible, and somebody else says bad things about Jews. Oh, that must be true. So bad ideas slipped in afterwards. But it wasn't. It was not present in these areas before this point.
No. I mean, to be honest with you, Liam, I mean, anti-Semitism does exist in the Arab world. Do you know what I mean? Of course, it's right.
It does, but it doesn't have the same origin, and it's much more recent.
Yeah, and I think what's going on in Israel today makes it even worse. Do you know what I mean? And
for sure.
And Jewish people who don't agree, who don't condone what Israel are doing, are actually victims in this conflict as well. I mean, for instance, and I see parallels with me as a Sunni Muslim, and to me, Sunnis or Shia is the same. Muslim is a Muslim. You know, Christians and Jewish people are our brothers and sisters who worship the same God, and people who are atheists, who worship other gods, who have different life choices, are creation of God. And Islam says you gotta respect God and His creation. Do you know what I mean? And leave the judging to Him. So you know what I mean? It's when the IS were around, and people made a distinction between my religion and those people, and they say no, they're not Muslims. That's not how Muslims think. There are 1.7 billion Muslims around the world, and 99% of them live in peace with other people and other religions. That was music to my ear. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So really, I mean, the narrative today, the Israeli narrative, the Zionist narrative today is, if you hear the news, if you watch Piers and another thing, when you hear all these spokespersons of the Israeli government, they bring in the Islam word into the conversation. They're really trying to create those links between what's going on in Islam. But you know, the H group, their beef really is a brutal, aggressive occupation. No one condones what happened on October the 7th, the unaliving of innocent civilians. But you know, there are no records in history. This is what people forget. There are no records in history where the H group has attacked Jewish people or Jewish interests outside of Palestine. It's always happened in Palestine because their problem and their beef is a brutal and aggressive occupation. And I know, this might sound a bit harsh, but I'd go as far as to say, if, you know, when there is oppression, there is resistance. George Washington resisted the English, and they named the capital city after him. There is La France the French resistance. We, the Moroccans, we resisted the French, and so did our brothers, the Algerians, and the Tunisians, and the Africans who resisted imperialism. I mean, what do you do? I mean, the Palestinians do not have a resistance. That's the only resistance is the H group, and unfortunately, you know, if Israel actually lifts the embargo in Gaza and stops building settlements deep in the West Bank, some of them go as far as the Jordanian border. When you actually go deep into a territory and plant settlements, you're not someone wanting peace. You know, you're not someone, and unfortunately, Netanyahu is someone who thrives on conflict and war and aggression because that means more land. Do you know what I mean? That's how it is. But you know what? I'm going to finish with this, Liam, because there's Nina and there's other people who probably want to talk. As a Muslim, I think we have a lot of love for Jewish people because we see them as our brothers in the faith. We worship the same God. They call him Adonai. Some people call him Allah. That's our God in Arabic, or God, or Dios, or Dio, or Dieu, or Bach. But we're talking about the same being, the God of classical theism.
It was Allah.
Exactly, the God of classical theism, and I think people should not lose sight of that. Do you know what I mean? And really, you know, think about things clearly rather than listening to all this nonsense that's happening. It really saddens me to hear these narratives. You know what I mean? Hate, and inacceptance and all that stuff. All right, Liam, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for listening, you guys. My two pennies worth.
There's a point you raised earlier about okay, so you made a point saying that Zionists are different from Jews somehow. That not all Jews are Zionists, but basically, like, Zionists aren't really Jews. Well, so they are, but in a particular way. There's something neat that I think some people here might appreciate too, as a way of understanding how things got so bad, because there's a lot of confusion, soul searching all across the last 150 years as we're moving into this new, more scientific world. People's traditional social structures were breaking down under industrial capitalism. People's belief systems were breaking down because they couldn't really cope very quickly with all the new scientific information. And basically, the rise of Zionism as a new form of identity is kind of a reflection of this postmodern collapse in media narratives. People couldn't be as traditionally connected in their deep sense of identity with their Judaism, because Judaism has always been less religious than, say, Islam and Christianity is. They're much more focused on, like, the beliefs are so much more central to a lot of people's lives, where for a lot of Jews, it was like thought of much more in terms of like a broader ethical civilization, a sense of community, a sense of basic traditions. But you couldn't cling to a sort of hard faith in this. And what people started looking for was something to kind of, like, I don't know, give them a sense of purpose and meaning in the contemporary world. So a lot of people, in a sense, replaced an aspect of their Judaism with Zionism, and it became a deep part of their identities. And that's the real challenge in the diaspora today. If we're going to change the situation in Palestine, we have to be able to reach a lot of those Israeli Jews. The way to reach them is to change people in the diaspora, to change Jews outside of that, to get them to recognize that Zionism is a toxic ethno-nationalism that is causing real harm. but that's very hard for people to recognize because it has become a part of their identity. It's become a part of their sense of self. And they can't see what it does to other people yet. That's the real trick there. Anytime that something becomes a significant part of your personal identity, it's a lot harder to break loose of it because you have tons of good psychological defense mechanisms to cling to it. It's why people don't immediately say, well, I can't be Christian anymore because somebody showed me this scientific stuff or whatever. It doesn't work that way. I mean, the Christian is part of someone's identity. Islam is part of someone's identity. It doesn't matter what the scientific facts are. You just find a way to make them work together and you carry on. Well, Zionism, for many Jews in the diaspora, has taken the place of a kind of religion. So they're still Jews, but more in the sense of it's more of a secular identity. It's more of a political identity. It's a way of being and connecting.
Absolutely.
And that's really hard so I know it's hard, especially in the context of today, but this has to keep going on. This fight isn't over when this current struggle winds down in Gaza. This is going to stretch on for years and years. We have to get to where we're better at helping people to break loose of their own conditioning, being sympathetic to the fact that it is part of their identity, and that's very hard to look inside and change that. But that has to happen for them to let go of Zionism. And when they let go of Zionism, we can break its hold in Israel and turn them back into just Jews who want to live in Palestine, and we can find a way out of this, But it's a process.
Yeah. Do you know, I used to work with a lovely gentleman. He passed 15 years ago, Abraham, and we worked in London together for Edexcel Pearson examination board a few years ago. And he was my colleague, and he was a Palestinian Jew, and he knew I was from Morocco. He would love speaking to me in Arabic, and he would tell me, well, I remember when I was young in East Jerusalem, and we'd play cards with my friends in the time when Palestine was Palestine. You know what I mean? And he longed for those days. Do you know what I mean? He was actually our chief examiner. I've learned so much from this guy. And it just, you see the sadness in his eyes, the emptiness in his eyes, that you lost something that you're not going to have back. But do you know the Arab world, Liam? The Arab world, I'm talking the Arab world, actually agree with a two-state solution. And the narrative that you hear, they don't want a two-state solution, absolute nonsense. Initially, they didn't want it, because there was a state, and suddenly that state disappeared and became something else. So of course they were against it. But today, hands down, fair enough, they know that there's no one can beat Israel, and they agree with the two-state solution. But they think the issue now on the Israeli side, Israeli politicians, they would not say today, Netanyahu and the ambassador of Israel in London would not say two-state solution. They said no, that's an old idea. We don't want that anymore. So really, the situation is dire. The conflict is going to move when the West Bank and Gaza are sorted. They're going to move to Jordan. They're going to move to Lebanon, and that conflict is going to go on and on and on, unless the world community takes a strong stand, and hopefully the mentality will change in the White House, and they take a strong stand against Israel and say, hey, we're going to have a two-state solution, and we're going to stop this nonsense.
It's honestly unfortunate that because, and the reason that the Arab world got behind the idea is largely because these major Euro-American countries were forcing it as the only thing that anyone would talk about. And they kind of missed the fact that the Israelis would never have agreed to it anyway. It was always just a way of sustaining the status quo. It never could have happened. And it's kind of unfortunate that much of the Arab world has now drunk that Kool-Aid, is now also saying two-state solution when two-state can't work. We have to somehow overcome Zionism and find a way to make either some kind of federal state, with different areas that, going to be broken up in different ways, but a single one country there, or a unitary democracy, or a binational state, something. There's tons of ways to create a single state effectively that still respects both people. There's at least half a dozen major models for that. But two separate sovereign countries between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, it won't happen. the only way that could happen is to completely defeat Zionism already. And if you did that, you might as well have a unitary state. It's pointless.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Zionism will preclude them ever accepting a sovereign state of Palestine.
Yeah.
They never will.
But Liam, you're spot on because I'm one of the naive ones. I've been following this conflict throughout my adult life. I mean, my Arabic teacher when I was growing up in Morocco was Palestinian. Do you know what I mean? Because there were a lot of Palestinians working here in Morocco and they spoke amazing Arabic. So obviously they filtered into our schooling system, and so I grew up with this conflict. But the thing is I really thought Israel would be, wow, yes, they recognize in us now. They recognize two-state solution. Things will get better. But you're spot on. Things are not getting any better because obviously they want more. That's the thing.
It was always, they always were intending, and this goes back to when the radicals gained control over the movement as a whole. When that actually shifted, and this develops across the late 30s and early 40s. There's a kind of internal coup d'etat within the Zionist movement that put radical ethno-nationalists in control. And all the people who wanted binationalism, all the people who wanted, some kind of broader secular Palestinian state for both Jews and Palestinians, they all lost their influence. And the state was created by the radical ethno-nationalists, which meant they were aiming at 100% of Palestine in 1948. And they didn't pull that off. So when 67 happened, they said right away, we're never leaving. And it's not just radicals outside. It was like literally Levi Eshkol, the prime minister, said in cabinet, this is sovereign Israeli territory and we will never leave. And every single government since then has had the same view. Everyone talking about the two-state solution from the outside has actually done a tremendous amount of harm to the Palestinian cause because it has just been a way of maintaining the status quo and allowing the Israelis to do whatever they want. It provides no actual prospect of peace for Palestinians. We need to get over that too. So it's kind of unfortunate that so many Arab countries and so many people in the Arab world have now accepted that that's the only solution when it's not a solution at all. We need to go back.
Exactly. I mean, successive Israeli governments, didn't actually. Because a lot of people say, I mean, the normal argument that you hear from the narrative that you hear from the Zionists or from Israelis, we've offered them a chance for peace. But it's clear that historically speaking, there was no real peace. I mean, the Ehud Barak was a napkin agreement. It was Mickey Mouse. It was Mickey Mouse.
The 2001, the napkin part, even that's dishonest too, because Barak was told that he couldn't actually offer anything. That's why they did it that way. It's a fake offer. It was just to badmouth Arafat and blame him for it. But his own government told him, you cannot get this through the Knesset. Your own party won't accept it. There was never an offer. But people cling to to that as a myth because it perpetuates the status quo. It gives them the free reign to do whatever they want occupationally. We have to change that.
I mean, the only leader, I don't know, and I could be wrong, who really wanted peace was Yitzhak Rabin, and I think we know what happened.
No, Rabin did not either. What Rabin wanted was like South Africa-style Bantustans. He wanted small autonomous areas stuck under Israeli sovereignty.
That's good. Well, you see, there you go. I'll rest my case.
No one has ever taken it seriously there. It's always been a scam. And for us to help Palestinians, we have to get that scam out of our heads so we can make the right kind of arguments that really will change this.
It's been a pleasure talking to you, Liam. Very informative, and thanks a lot for that. Much appreciated. I'll cede the way for other people. I don't want to take over. Peace, thank you, and keep up the good fight. We gotta speak for those kids. We gotta speak for the Palestinian people. And as someone said, a good friend of mine said, why would anyone have an issue with people who want to be free? Why would that be a problem? Because that's what the Palestinians want. They just want freedom like all of us. Cheers, pal. Always a pleasure.
Okay, so let's see. I guess, Drama, you're now steering this into America, right?
Okay.
Where are we now?
Yes. So right now we have Aquarium Lover, and after Aquarium Lover we have Nina T, and then Autistic Annie.
Oh, Annie's back up! Yay!
Yay! Yes. So it's Aquarium Lover, and then after Aquarium it will be Nina T. So thank you so much. The floor is yours, Aquarium.
Sorry, button issues.
It's okay.
Annie just really had struck a chord with me when she was speaking about having identity issues, because that was a big issue for me too, and a lot of the source of my emotional dysregulation when I was younger. Being undiagnosed, and then on top of that, coming from an unconventional family, and then on top of that, being a military brat. So moving every few years, it was a lot. It was a lot. So I completely understand where she was coming from in that. And I really wanted her to know that people are listening. People are listening. We hear you. We resonate with you, and we love you. Even if you don't know us, we don't know you, we're still resonating, and we do love you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the main thing. The other things I kind of lost train of thought with.
We love
Oh,
you, Aquarium Lover. We love you.
I love y'all too. And the other thing I
Yay!
wanted to say, Liam,
Mhm.
I don't have pets. My animals have a pet.
You?
Yep. I'm
Yep.
the one running around here in this capitalistic society making money to make sure that they eat.
Right.
Who's the one that's kept?
Who's buying all those treats you're always begging for, huh? Who's doing that? Are you catching mice? No, I'm buying that stuff for you. Yeah. You better appreciate it. You better appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah.
and they do. We can tell.
Yeah.
We can tell. All right, but that's all I had.
Gabby says my cat owes me money. Yeah. Get to work, easy cat.
Yes, very much so. Considering I live in the country and I don't have any mice, though, I say they do a good job.
Yeah. No mice get in here.
Nope.
When I had a place up in the well, I guess, yeah, technically I'm in an alpine part of high desert, so a different part of the high desert. The house there did get mice every now and then, so I would just sometimes wake up and there's a mouse laying in bed next to me, like they brought it to me, like just here, I caught this for you, just to make sure.
I found this. I found this. I want you to keep feeding me. I want you to know that I did my job.
Right, exactly, and they're sharing, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's great, and the dog used to do that too. I still kind of miss that. My Amira was a squirrel death machine. Like if those little the little brown California ground squirrels would come into the yard, they did not live long. Same with the rabbits. And I would get she would always bring me like the good part of the rabbit. So she would leave like the back end with the haunches and all that, and she'd leave that there and she'd eat the head. But like I would just get to and there's like a half a rabbit on my doorstep.
Oh.
But yeah.
I was gifted a rabbit's foot one time, but that's all I got.
But you got some. They at least shared. You know, they shared. That's an expression.
Well, I
of
got
love.
the lucky part, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. There.
It's still in a shadow box to this day. But yeah, that's all I had. I'll
Wow.
go ahead and drop.
Oh, thanks much. You know.
Thank you.
Go. As a matter of fact, Dharma, go ahead and drop me.
And
For the
we do all want we do all want Andy to know that a lot of us can really relate to those challenges and the experiences. It's hard being a human sometimes. You know, it's there's a lot of crap.
I hate human.
Oh, bad timing.
I didn't drop
No, that
her.
was
I promise.
no, that one was that was Erica still doing it. But she said you can drop me, but then she went to say something, so just bad timing. Oh well.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So now it's Nina T, and then it was
Hello.
Mystic Annie. Yay! Hi, Nina. The floor is yours, Nina. Thank you.
Either the mic isn't on or there's some kind of sound issue. Because Nina is not muted on our end. Yeah, so yeah, something on her. It looks like there's a call now. So
Yes, yes, like a coffee mug thingy, majiggy, majiggy,
something's going on.
There she is. Hi, Nina. The floor is yours, ma'am. Still a call. Okay, we'll wait a little bit. So honestly, I still can't get over that whole hair thing. It was so sudden, and I've never seen you do that before. And you suddenly just dipped
just
your
have it
head
in my
in. Usually
face?
you do that whole yes. Usually you do that cute little head dippy thing, and we all like hi. And like tonight you did this other thing, and I literally my heart just went. I was like I didn't expect it. Oh gosh, that was.
I will be bopping around tomorrow night a bit. There's a I can't remember who else was on it, but it's Primus is headlining, but there's a show in LA for 420. So it's gonna be a pretty weed heavy show. But I'm going to see Primus tomorrow night, and I haven't seen Primus live since the '90s. It's a long freaking time.
Are you going to go with good friends? Are you going to have
like
a good time?
So I saw them pretty early in their career when they're still growing in audience. In fact, I still remember so many interesting things about that was such a weird concert. I at one point like the crowds and the smoke got to be a bit much, so I went off to the side, and, up against the wall to get out of the way for a minute, and there was like a couple straight up fucking right next to me up against the wall. I'm like, okay, hi, how's it going? I'm just gonna go. I'll leave you guys to it. And
wow.
But yeah, it was a weird show. But Primus was there, Fishbone was there, a bunch of funky bands, and what's his name? Maynard something. The guy from Tool was there, and he came up on stage with Primus, and they covered Led Zeppelin's "Immigrant Song," which was just that's a great experience right there. So it's like Primus plus Tool covering Led Zeppelin. I'm like,
oh my god, what?
So
no, but this is the thing that I envy about America, because it's like being a metalhead and stuff. So now, like, you have to wait until somebody decides to come to South Africa, and then it's not who you want. And like the last time when Zepp was here, it wasn't the whole band, it wasn't the original, it was bits and parts, and I was like, okay, no, and Judas Priest was here, and it wasn't the original.
They've lost a few members, but still, I mean, it's a lot of the classic lineup still with Priest. They did I saw them just a few years back. They still put on a good show. I'm amazed Rob can still sing that way.
Yes, Priest was here maybe 4 years ago, and I was happy to do that. But it's so, being a metalhead, I have to sort of actually just go and watch it online or somewhere. It's rarely do I have the concert experience, and that's the one thing that I envy about America, because there's a concert around every corner, and I'm like, if there's one reason why I would go to America, it would be to go to a concert with friends. That would be it.
You won't get as many of the bigger name kind of international bands just because it's so remote, but there's a pretty decent metal scene in both South Africa and Botswana. So you've got there's at least like a local scene. It just won't be going to see like the stuff on the radio or whatever,
I am like here with us because our bands they are quite not domesticated, but it's like you can go to a bar or a coffee bar, whatever, and they'd be right there, and so you can actually talk to them, and you can like have conversations and be friends with them actually. And so there are four bands that are very big here in South Africa, and I love them. And we're actually friends. And so when they go out and I see them, and so they, if you didn't know that they were South African, you would think that they were international. It's just awesome that way. And but this is the one thing that I envy about America is the fact that all the bands that I grew up with as a teenager, high school, all the way in college, it's everything that I love, and I'm not in America to see it. But okay. Nina,
Can you hear me?
are you ready?
Yeah, can you
Yes.
hear me
Hi,
now?
Nina.
I'm so
Welcome.
sorry. I had
Welcome.
my AirPods and then they were not working. And yeah, good evening,
No
Dr.
problem.
Liam. Good evening, everyone.
Good
I
evening.
was hoping to catch my brother Revolution still on the panel, but I'm also from Morocco. I was born in Casablanca, moved to the States. And I think I follow Revolution, and one day I followed him to a pro-Israeli panel, and a gentleman was talking about a report that the Canadian government had done about the number of Jews still who have been what they called cleansed out of Arab countries. And he touched on Morocco. And apparently, according to that report, it went from hundreds of thousands of Moroccan Jews to currently around 2,500. And they were all talking about how, Jews were ethnically cleansed from Muslim or Arab countries. And so, as a Moroccan, that bothered me because I am too young to remember back, of course, in 1948 and the years after that, because I wasn't born until 79. But what I remember very clearly is growing up in Morocco, in a city where we had some Jews and we had very normal relationships. I remember when I was young, and after the month of Ramadan, we celebrate the Eid and we get new clothing as kids. And my mom used to take me to this shop and Mr. Levy, and we would get clothing from his shop, and never ever thought anything of it. I never even know like he was from a different faith, like to me as a 10-year-old. And so when I looked into the events in Morocco relating to Moroccan Jews around 1948, I found out that the reason that many of them have left is because they wanted to leave. They were supporting Zionism and they wanted to join the army in the newly created states. Sort of. Because, sorry, go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead, please.
No, go on, because I you can finish your thought.
My thought was gonna end with a question, because I would love to just ask your feedback. I know you're a professor of history, and if you touch on that area, specifically Morocco, and relating to Jews leaving Morocco, because in the current, in the last 6 months, the pro-Zionists have this narrative that, they were pushed out, they were cleansed, there were pogroms, and I just went into and zoomed in a little bit more on Morocco since I'm from there, and it just doesn't seem to be the issue. First, I never learned about that in our history, and I know sometimes things are left out, but even now looking into it, I can't find records of Moroccan Jews being pushed. In fact, what I'm reading is the opposite. The king at the time didn't even want them to leave Morocco because they were Moroccan citizens. And he made a speech, I remember, because also Morocco in 1948 was fighting France, was fighting for its independence, and France had exiled the king, who had a very strong bond to Moroccans at the time, and vice versa. So it was very high emotion and tense back then. And then there were some factions within the Moroccan Jews that were kind of trying to push the agenda that, you know, we have a state now, you need to leave. You need to go support that state. And some Moroccan Jews did not want to leave.
Yeah, there's on this specific issue, if you're dealing specifically with Morocco, there's a lot of misinformation on both sides of this, but most of it comes from the Zionists. So to be fair, I'll give you both. There was relatively little overt persecution, but there was actually generally a sense of social inferiority that a lot of Jews did struggle with. And there were times when Jews were clustered in specific communities, specific like Mela, which is they're relatively similar to the concept of like a ghetto in Europe, where like this is the Jewish area and you're fine there, but if you come out, if you like if you were going to walk past a mosque, you have to take your shoes off. You know, like there was ways that some Jews did feel a little bit of humiliation, but it was nothing like the persecution in Europe. So it did exist. There were senses of social inferiority, but they were not overtly attacked. You didn't have the kind of like regular terror and pogroms that you end up with in Europe. Where people left, it wasn't after the 48 conflict. It wasn't actually until after 67 that most Moroccan Jews started leaving. So it's much more recent. And that was driven not by Zionism, but by apocalypticism. The way that Israel talked about its victory, and it's all dishonest because they were by far the most powerful state there, the stronger side won. Like there was no way the other sides were going to win the 67 war. But they sold it as a miracle that this is like to the diaspora, not to, because most Israelis themselves were pretty secular people, but to the diaspora where people were more traditionally religious than in Israel, they sold it as like, you know, this is a miracle. There's no way we could have done this without the hand of God. And people were thinking, well, maybe this is the Messianic age. Maybe the Messiah is going to come soon. Maybe this will change. And to do that, they wanted to be closer to it when that happened. So the generation that moved, that left Morocco, were leaving largely because they were more traditionally religious, and they thought that this might be a sign of that awakening. When they got to Israel, they faced tons of overt discrimination and persecution because the Israeli state, while it was happy to take in tons of Arab Jews, it definitely looked down on them. Yeah. And that over time tended to make their descendants in some ways, sadly, more hardcore Zionist because the right-wing parties tried to reach out to them and say, look, the Labor Party is screwing you, support us and we'll help you out. And that got them sucked down a rabbit hole of far-right Zionism. But they didn't move because they were Zionists. And even in that early generation, they didn't become very strongly Zionist in the sense of the founders of the state. They moved because for a very different reason. Okay. But their descendants have become pretty Zionist. So it's more complex when you get into like the internal dynamics and how did things play out since 67 in Israel. But as far as like them leaving Morocco, most of them left of their own free will because they thought that this was the Messianic age. There are places in the Arab world where Jews were purged. The main example of that is Egypt, and there's specific reasons for that. But most places where Jews did leave Arab countries, they left entirely of their own free will, and mostly only after 67, not earlier.
Right. Like when I looked up the people who left around 47, 48, they were actually covertly leaving, traveling up to the north, close to the border of Algeria, and taking boats to Israel. And it was kind of like an open secret, but it wasn't in the open.
Yeah, and again, the numbers leaving at that time are relatively small. So
Yeah.
there were people who thought, oh, yeah, this is a cool idea. But most Moroccan Jews were not nationalists. Most Moroccan Jews didn't understand the idea of a Jewish nationalism. It hadn't really sunk in yet. They had to see the successes. And when Israel not only succeeded in 48, but then in 56, and then in 67 and 70, and it's like, so more and more people, 73, like 5 in a row, like, wow. So by the
Yeah.
time you get into the early 70s, most Moroccan Jews are like, okay, we're out of here, because this is the time when, okay, the whole ingathering of the exiles, they thought that they were living in the Messianic age. Honestly, their descendants kind of got screwed because of how things worked out for them there and where they got sucked into. But most didn't leave in the 40s and 50s. Most left much later. There was only a bare trickle early on of people who were actually interested. Most Moroccan Jews saw no reason to go.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm not sure if you heard on your radar. I doubt it, but a couple years ago, apparently a Jewish man, I think he's Israeli, went back to Morocco, the city of, and my brother Revolution, maybe he knows about this, in the city of Tangiers, up in the north. And apparently he went to claim back some land that he had owned back in the day. And we're not talking about a block or two. We're talking about 800 families, 800 Moroccan families that are inhabiting in this supposed land of his. And it was on the news, and I actually I'm still trying to find out what had happened with that, what resolution, because he's coming and saying, these are my acres, this is my land. And these families, I saw them on TV, on Moroccan TV, saying, we have the deeds, where are we gonna go? It's a whole neighborhood, and so they were appealing to the king to say, you need to resolve this situation. So it was interesting to me, as when this was way before October 7, and I was like, okay, well, is it likely that more Israeli or more Moroccan Jews are gonna go back to Morocco and claim, if they had own some land there, they're gonna say, okay, we're back now, we want that land?
I doubt it'll be a super common issue, because most people didn't leave very abruptly. Most people didn't turn things over badly. So yeah, the case there, I mean, he didn't, he's just changing his mind and trying to take things back afterwards. But most people actually just properly sold whatever they had, or they didn't have anything to begin with. Most people legally disposed of their property and then moved.
Yeah, because I heard some, pro-Zionists saying, they took over our bank accounts, they took our possessions. Not necessarily, I'm not talking about specifically Morocco. They're talking in general, the ones who were purged out, supposedly, or
It happened
ethnically.
in some places. It
Okay.
did happen in some places.
Okay.
It happened a lot in Egypt, for example. There were places where governments did turn on people, and there's a little bit of that in Iraq too. But for the most part, it wasn't. It didn't play out that way. There were a few issues in Libya too, but not as much. But yeah, there are issues in a few places, but it's never been. It's not as simple. They want to focus on a narrative that says they were all expelled,
Right.
because that brings up cultural trauma, because there were
Yeah.
so many countries in Europe that repeatedly expelled Jews. France did, and England did, and Spain did, and Portugal did, blah, blah, over and over and over again at different times. So it sounds plausible. It makes sense. And there are places you can point to in the Arab world where it did happen. But in most places, people just chose to go and trickled out a little bit at a time. It did, and in Morocco's case, it wasn't all. It flowed out over many years. It took a long time to displace most Moroccan Jews to Israel. It was not immediate at all.
Yeah,
So
Dr.
it's
Liam,
no big expulsion.
sorry about that. Yeah, for the past 6 months, I've been listening on TikTok and listening to pro-Zionists or pro-Israelis. When they speak about pogroms, they never, okay, not never, okay, 99.999% of the time, they're talking about Muslim countries. They never talk about pogroms. I mean, mostly, they don't say we were purged out of Europe. We were, in France. I never heard France. I never heard them being or them complaining about
because
being
it's not relevant anymore for them. That they're trying to appeal to sympathy among Christians today, because most of the money, when people talk about the money that flows in, you want to talk about, you know, the influence groups like AIPAC have, whatever. A lot of that is Christian Zionist support. It's Christian Zionist money. Most of the support is a specific branch of Protestant Christianity that's driving that. So they want to downplay the fact that Christianity had theological reasons to hate Jews and did so horrifically for a long, long time. There's a much longer history of that, but they don't focus on it as much, in part because people are more familiar with it, and in part because you're aiming at trying to appeal to them. And a lot of those Christian Protestants are viciously Islamophobic. You know, in the US, in France, in the UK, you can play on that Islamophobia because it's a more recent batches of migrants. People in these European countries, they may have hated Jews for a long time, but they at least knew who they were to some extent. Muslims are much more recently showing up, and they're like, you know, hey, I don't know who these people are. Scary. They're like, oh, they're different. Oh, they dress differently. So you can appeal to that native prejudice by focusing on this and twisting these stories this way. It's very believable to them because of their own histories of persecution, because what Christians in Europe and the US did to Jews, if somebody says, oh yes, Moroccans did that too, oh okay, it just makes sense. And if you don't know, how do you know?
Thank you, Dr. Liam. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful listening to you always. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, thanks
so much, Nina.
Thank you, Drama. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Nina. So after Autistic Annie, I would really love to ask a question because it's been boggling my mind, but it's been there. So, Autistic Annie, the floor is yours, ma'am.
I had a couple things quickly first. One is, it's picking me up. Hey, Minerva, Minnie May.
Minnie May. Oh, Mama. Your daughter has your attitude, sir.
She listens, but she's mischievous. She gets into places I don't want her to be, but I can always get her to come back off of it. You know, she listens well. Oh gosh, what was it? Oh, okay. So there's something I've been noticing too in the upper right there that shows the number of people that come to this. Yes. Earlier on, like you know, months back, as this was building up, this would regularly be 150 to 400.
Yes. Yes.
And it's fallen off massively. And I've heard from a lot of people that it's not even showing when I'm live. It's not even telling people.
Yes.
So there is a significant shadow banana going on here where they're trying to suppress this stuff. And if you think that, again, and people keep saying, oh, this is a nice fair space, it's not blah, 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 all this hating crap. We got to find some way, at least through to spread it out and reach more people. Otherwise, it's just going to keep shrinking because they're consciously trying to keep me lower in the algorithm. Yes. So I don't know. I'm trying to become more aware of that. JBS is really, really good at paying attention to all this stuff and telling people to tap, and you're doing that. So, like I'm terrible at it, but I'm noticing at least it hasn't gone. I don't think it's gone over 50 once since we've been here. It's in the 30s.
It's gone to about 60 at times, but then it comes down again. And as soon as we do something that people don't like muting the comments, then they're out of here.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, then it dropped it down to the 30s. Yeah, but it's been hovering in the 40s here for quite a while. It's not again, it used to climb a lot higher than this. So something's going on.
Yes. What is happening now, sir, is that a lot of people, if they're getting like 150 people, 100 people into their lives, even like Smitty, then that's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, Smitty usually would get 1,000 people into his rooms, into his lives, 1,000 people on the regular. And now, it's also when people quite openly show their support or their sympathy towards Palestine, then it's like, your lives would drop like, anytime
I was seeing those earlier ones where people had that much higher numbers. I was wondering, will it eventually get there? Will this keep growing like that? And it's just stopped. Like the following overall has been moving really slowly, and the people being told about these things is really tiny. So instead of like continuing to grow to get like Smitty's, where it's
Yes. So what helps with that? So what does help with that is, like, say for instance, now you've been like, I've seen this happen in other lives, right? So you're live. People see that you're live. And so before you let people onto the panel, you say, okay, we won't let people onto the panel before we hit 25K. And then people start paying attention and they go like, oh, if I want to get up there, then it's got to be 25K. And people start
just
tapping.
leave? Because I don't know.
No, they don't leave. They tap. They don't leave.
Well, people left when you cut the comments. I don't know, because if people aren't talking, there's something happening. I mean, I'm not gonna do TikTok dances for all y'all.
Yes, of
no,
course.
To see like a fat middle-aged dude, wiggling around for a while until everyone taps enough.
You never know. But the thing is,
if it's somebody's kink somewhere, but I don't think most people want to see that.
Yeah.
So
but I do feel like, so what happens is that first of all, like when you set the precedent and say, like, listen, before we let people on the panel, like Hasmonius does that, Smitty does that, other people tend to do that now, like, listen, we don't open the panel until it's 20K. And so that keeps the momentum. It introduces the momentum and it keeps the momentum. What also happens is that, when myself, Erica, and everybody else, we're sitting here and we're tapping, if you get within the first hour, if you hit 150K, then it basically sends you into another stratosphere, almost, as it were. And that is where more people are then exposed to you that didn't see you before. Like, you get out of your echo chamber. Right now, you are in an echo chamber. People that are used to your information. And so that is why I'm always, myself and Erica, we're always saying to the people down in the chat, please keep tapping, because we need to get Sir out of the echo chamber. And so this is what is happening.
People who all know when I come on and consciously go to look for me, rather than
like, I've noticed even myself as a mod, and you invite me, but if you didn't do that, then I'd have to go and look for you. There are times when I see, like, maybe there's a green light on, and I personally have to tap on your profile picture to see whether you're live or not, because it doesn't indicate. And this is the suppression that the managers of TikTok have built into the algorithms to suppress Pali content. So if you are anywhere near sympathetic towards Pali content, then you get pushed into a certain area of the algorithm that doesn't give you exposure. It doesn't, unless we all, as when you start the live and there are 20, 30 people in the room, and we all have to share to like 60, 70 contacts. That's the only way to break the algorithm. That's the only way. And so that is what Erica and myself and others do. But that's maybe 10 of us. And there are 30, 40 people in the live. And that is why we say, if in the first hour, what happens in the first hour of the live, that determines the rest of the live. It does. It really does. So when myself, Erica, we are sharing out the live, we are tapping, we are liking, all of us, because we know what we're trying to do. We're trying to sort of get you up there, out into the stratosphere, out of your echo chamber. And so this is really what is happening. And I would always come up here, guys, please, we need to get to 50K now. Now we need to get to 60K, and it's so weird that if I don't, or Erica doesn't come up as a cheerleader, it's almost like we're all sitting there listening. And if Erica doesn't come up, or JBS doesn't come up and say, now tap, if I'm not sitting here tapping all the time, and it's a habit, I tap. But other people, they are so engrossed in the content sometimes that they forget that they should be tapping. And that's just the thing, that as you're listening, please do tap, because when I say, and Sir can now just say what Sir wants to, and Sir can feel about this however Sir wants to, but when I say the kind of knowledge that Professor Liam offers here is something that everybody needs to be exposed to. I'm being so dead serious. I am not saying this because, I'm a friend of professors or whatever. I know this person from online. I don't know them from a bag of beans. I didn't know them 7 months ago. I just know them from what I've learned through them. And I'm telling you, people need to be exposed to the mind, to the thinking, to the knowledge of Professor Liam. It's very, very important because it changes the way that you think. And when you change the way that you think, you change the way that you do and the way that you are. And in today's atmosphere and in today's climate, it's so important. It's so important. We need people like Professor Liam around. It's so important. So that is why I say when Sir first opens up that live and that first hour takes place, myself, Erika, everybody else, we know what is at stake for us because we don't want to lose you. We don't want to lose the knowledge that we gain through you. Irrespective of our own personal feelings, it's the knowledge that we're all here for, and we need to get you out there. And what does help is when you combine your platforms like this, when you do the Facebook and Instagram, and it gives people exposure. But what also would help, sir, really, is if a few days before the time you say, okay, this is the topic, and then we make a 20-second video, you give it to us, and we all post it out like, this is what sir is going to be talking about on Friday night. Get ready, and we start advertising it for you. And I'm telling you, it makes a world of difference in the time where one's presence has to be advertised, not advertised now, but first, in the beginning of this whole saga, when Sir just opened the live, everybody was there. It was new, it was fresh, it was people. And also, one thing I've also noticed is that when the people who like to debate and like to argue, when they understood that they were not welcome here, things started to drop severely. Because now it is like, these shit stirrers, they realized that they couldn't come down in the comments now because people were watching and people were aware. And so now it's like, oh, well, yeah, we can't go there now. And now instead of going there and causing shit, they actually just cause shit from the outside in. Like, start reporting, like they report your comments, your reels, it's happened to me, it's happened to you, Word gets around that, oh, we're not welcome here, there anymore. So then they start reporting on your posting and they start getting you suspended and they start getting your stuff taken down. Like this.
I mean that. I gotta let the dog out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I'm on the panel with you guys. Sorry, you're stuck with me until Sir gets back. Oh, what?
You say stuck. And I'm just like, fortunate, privileged, honored,
Oh, Mama,
blessed,
you're so cute. Thank
and
you
I don't
so
even
much.
believe in God. So
Oh, you're so awesome. Oh my gosh. I am so lucky to have met all of you. Really. I am so lucky. It's Gabby. Gabby came up. Hi, Gabby.
Hi there. I agree. We are not stuck with you, drama. We are blessed.
Oh, thank you so much.
I usually
Yeah,
lurk in the comments. I've only been up on the panel once or twice before.
Oh, you should come up more. But now when the momentum of these types of lives, people will go to lives where they can argue and debate and cause drama, and it's not interesting enough here. For the not non-intellectuals, but you understand what I mean. The people who look for drama and the people who look for shit, they will always just gravitate towards where there is too much action and not very much learning. They want to go where they can argue. They want to go where they can prove their ignorance, their point, their whatever it is. And I think people will gravitate towards weaker spaces, to places where they can argue and not learn, because if I can't argue and if I cannot debate my ignorance, then I'm going to have to be subjected to learning, and I can't. And this is very hard for a lot of people, especially people who are not open-minded and they have the same talking points and they can't argue past those talking points. So when someone cannot argue past a talking point, then a room like this What? Dharma, I'll do better. Do better with what? What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't sit still, so I'm always listening while working. Okay, no problem. No, but people who continuously just want to argue and go into debates and stuff like this and just, argue their points that just don't it doesn't carry any kind of weight. They can't take the responsibility of learning. They cannot take the responsibility of opening their own minds. And this is one of the reasons why I love coming here. Because so many times Sir has said things and it would actually make me, I have to stop and I have to really listen to what this man is saying. And I sometimes I have to check myself. That's been the most beautiful thing about being in this room. So true as the living God, I tell you, that's been one of the most beautiful things about being in this room around Professor Liam, was the fact that so many times he would say things that would resonate with me and I would agree with them. And I think to myself, this person is saying things in a way that I've always thought these things, but I never heard it outside of my own head because I didn't know the words to say it in, or I could never mention it to somebody else. And then Professor Liam says it and I'm like, oh my word, I was always thinking that. But
I'm
this
so
is
glad that
exactly
you have that space. That's so nice. Because like for me I agree, like I miss having a space like that. I haven't had a space like this since I was like in grad school, so it's like it's hard to have those conversations where you can like bounce something back and forth with your professor.
Yes.
It's like just something you crave and you don't realize how rare of an opportunity it is outside of academia until it's gone.
One thing that I really, sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying hi to a friend.
Oh, okay. One thing that I really, really love about what Professor has done for me is when I didn't have a common viewpoint to him. When I didn't agree, and here I am sitting on Sir's panel, and he has opinions that differ to mine. And there are times when I have to concede, but after a lot of thinking, only after a lot of thinking, because you're so inculcated, so your thinking is so inbred sometimes that you're like, I am right on my place, and you can say what you want to say, but I believe what I believe, and I'm going to. That's it. That is it. I can't see any other. But then Sir speaks, and he comes with such a neutral. It's like the thing about Professor Liam is like, whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay? I'm not going to pander to your needs, to your feelings, to your anything, this or that. I will tell you the truth as it stands, as I know it. Scientific truth, this is it. Now you can do with that what you want, but I am not here to pander to your feelings about what you feel the truth should be. And when your mind opens like that, and when you have to concede to yourself, because it's like you have to battle your own ignorance. You don't have to battle somebody else's opinion. You have to battle your own ignorance about something. That, I'm telling you, it's so sometimes when Sir would say something and it's like, oh, I don't know, I don't agree. But then he speaks and it's like, listen, you've got to be strong enough to sit down and listen. You've got to be strong enough to sit down and listen. You might not agree, but just listen. And then you sit and then you listen and you go like, okay. And then I go and Sir would show a book or this or that. And then I go and find that book and I go and read and I go, Sir would show a book and I'm like, no, I need to take a picture. I need to see this. I always. But that was the most beautiful thing for me. The most valuable thing for me. Getting out of my own way. And I would often say that. Being around Professor Liam, it's like it allowed me to get out of my own way of thinking things and doing things. The most powerful thing. And that is why I say other people need it also. I'm just one person. How many thousands of people out there? How many thousands? We all need it. And everybody needs a Professor Liam. And there's this Professor Liam, and to somebody else, there's another Professor Liam. No, it's like, no, you know what I
While
mean.
you're saying all this, like the number is actually falling in the room too.
I'm sorry. Because, you know why? Because
everyone needs a Professor Liam. Okay, well, I'm out of here.
No, you know what? You're
This
way
sounds
off
like a
camera.
cult.
No, but you know, you're our Professor Liam, but there are other people like you, and so they connect with those people, and everybody needs that. Yeah. Anyway, enough.
To inspire, at least to stimulate. I mean, most of the stuff I read, I disagree with. That's kind of the point. It's stimulating. It pushes you a bit, you know.
Yes.
I like. We all need to be pushed outside of our comfort zones.
But that's what you've done for me. It is sometimes that's exactly, I remember how I met you, because you were on the FYP and I was scrolling, and then you said something that was so absurd to my sensibilities, because it was about something that I thought I knew. And then you said it, I was like, wait, hold on, wait, what? Who was that? Who was that person? And I thought it was just a real video. And I scrolled back and I was like, oh, and then they said, okay, to enter the live, you must double tap. And I sat in your lives for like 2 weeks. I sat and just listened, and I was like, what? Oh, yeah, no, that I can go with, because that's what I always thought. But then you'd say something else, and I'm like, no way.
Who is this weirdo?
You know? No, but this is how I met you, like that, and that was it. And so now I'm here. Anyway, but also I came into your room and I love Be Blessed voice, and so I stayed. So anyway, that's enough now. You're here. We can continue.
So don't even forget to let the dog back in about an hour. She's enjoying hanging out on the deck, so she wants to stay out and sniff for a while, but it'll eventually get too cold for her and dark. But she, I didn't want to interrupt you, but she couldn't hold it, so I also had to clean up a mess. So I did that.
So sorry, sir.
Oh no.
She has very little control. You know, I mean, you gotta catch it right away, or it's just gonna fall out. She's too old.
Oh,
you know?
hey, Mama.
It's just age. But anyway, I cleaned it up. She's hanging out on the deck. You know, life is good. But you know, help me remember to go get her in an hour.
I was going to make a suggestion I think you'll both really like, actually, as two metalheads.
Oh?
Yeah. Okay. So, because we were talking about how do you get more likes? How do you stay up in the algorithm? And this is another one of the Pro Pally panels that I go to does it. And it's like, you stop, you take breaks, and you play music, and you have everyone tap to the beat. And I'm like, what is better than like blast and polyrhythms, right? Like, okay, let's challenge people. Like put on Opeth, right? And like have them do like some of the stuff that they would do in like, I don't know, like some of those older albums that they did where they would like change the time signature 4 times. And like, okay, we're gonna do like a 927 like time signature, and you're gonna have to like keep up with this weird drum fill or something like that. I'm like, okay, the person who can tap to that, like that's gonna be a crazy
I think that's a
one.
fantastic idea.
I
think so.
Could play things. Doesn't it affect how these things work if you're playing something that's like copyrighted or whatever?
Yeah, so I don't actually know, but
well, you can play music, but
so we can try. I mean, want to see what happens?
well, you could be like, well, we can find someone's cover of this song.
Or we could just I don't know. Want to find out? I mean, it's only my laptop. I mean, but I've got the other laptop, you know, right next to me, the older laptop, so I could just try to play something from there.
Do you have Holy Diver?
Do it.
Do you have Holy Diver? Do you have Holy Diver? Please have Holy Diver. Yes! Just a little bit in the background. Yes? Yeah! Yes! Oh my God.
Okay, so are we supposed to tap to this now?
Yeah. Tap to the beat if you can.
That is such a fantastic idea. Oh.
Okay, so I don't see any warnings here. No one's telling me I can't play this yet.
Okay, so can we put our playlist, because then I would want to do Hast.
What?
Do Hast.
Rammstein.
Yes.
It's such a. I mean, it's about hate. This is so uplifting.
Yeah, you gotta do optimistic metal. You gotta do that love metal.
Pick you back up a little bit, Oh, let's see.
Creed.
Creed. God. I don't know if you read in the comments.
I couldn't say it without laughing.
yeah, you almost got through it, but you couldn't. But I got to go see Death Clock during the solar eclipse, and it just seemed like a thing that Death Clock would do. And the first thing Brendan Small does is he gets on stage and he's like, "It wasn't us, I swear." It was really great. Oh, there you go, drama.
Yes. Now I love you. Now I love you. Now I love you. The music's there. Yes. Yes. So honestly, oh my God, what? Lacey, any of my friends who are listening and say, is she even pro-pally? Oh my God. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love this. I love this.
Can I just say it took me 6 years to get a copy of my birth certificate because my grandparents were born and raised in Germany. We're Ashkenazi, but my mother was conceived in Germany, born in New York, and I was conceived in New York and born in Germany to American parents.
What?
To American parents. So it took me 6 years to get a copy of a birth certificate that was legal enough for me to naturalize so I could get a social security number so that when my mom passed away, my father could collect survivor benefits in my name under the social security clause.
Wow.
Trying to deal with paperwork across multiple countries is a pain in the ass. Right. Let's see.
You played Du Hast for me. I love it. Thank you.
You said it.
Oh man. Okay, I'm wide awake now. I'm wide awake. I've got like the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I'm like, hey, yes, this is really cool.
So I don't know if that helped with likes. If people tap to the beat, it helps. The only thing is with the noise suppression, it helps like you mute the panel or you take the panel down for a few minutes
Listen.
while it happens. So
We are on 111.2K likes. Thank you very much.
Which is pretty good for so few people in the room.
Yeah, that is good. And then the other thing I would suggest is creating a gift goal.
Oh, I usually set one of those little thingies at the beginning. Yeah, so there should be one there, unless it's gone
You know
already.
what? So I'm going to, today, I will research on ways of how to be boosting a live, how to be promoting lives and stuff, and then we will do that.
Well, you already met it, so you gotta do another one.
Oh, I
Yes.
I don't know how to add.
I do lives for other people, so like Omime and stuff. So I have to learn this properly because I only became a mod on Professor's Live. I've never done it before.
Anyone want to hear one of my, well, I was playing part of one of my like theme type songs. Anyone want to hear another theme song?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So,
Always.
this
And
is,
I
Yes.
also,
I,
when you,
I often play this song at like the beginning of the semester when students are first coming in and setting down. I kein Mitleid für die Mehrheit. Yes, I love KMFDM. Someone just asked.
Wow.
yeah.
what a throwback.
Yeah, that was my misspent 90s. Like, yeah, there's so many good ones that I'll sing along to. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I still miss the lineup with Gunter Schultz and Esch, but Sasha's continued to do good stuff. Some of his albums are still really good, so they're still around.
I don't feel so lonely anymore. There are
Okay,
people
so
who know the music I know.
when people are coming in to sit down, like this is how people will first meet me. I'll play like my theme song, which is named Liam, but the song's in Irish, but whatever. So, it's back. I'm here. Okay, so
See, my question for you was going to be, what's your favorite like Altai Mountain influenced band?
my favorite all-time what?
I was going to say Altai Mountains style, so like Mongolian or like Tuvan or
Nine Treasures.
ooh.
Yeah, their albums are pretty good.
Oh.
The Nine Treasures.
Have you heard the metal band The Who? That is Mongolian. The Mongolian metal band.
Yeah, I've
Who?
been to The Who. Yeah, I've been to a couple of their
Yeah,
concerts.
I love them. I'm trying to get them to come to South Africa, but see, now music and cats, that could be our live, and so I could just say whatever he wants to in between, and we'd be vibing.
Who? Neat. Different Who.
No, not HU. HU.
Yeah.
Who? I love this, sir. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gabby.
Well,
You're
I can
welcome.
always play something. I can always play quieter music in the background or something if it doesn't disrupt it too much. But
So
I don't know.
you know
Start the Inama album.
So
the riff that you played the other day in that reel, that was really good.
Sami Yoiking? Emily, do you know Korpiklani? They're so good live too. But Yon from Korpiklani will yoik sometimes, which is great. Yeah, they'll break down in the middle of the song. Sometimes he'll just switch into that mode. It's great. Korpiklani is like a Finnish folk metal band.
Definitely not something you want to do too often, but if you start to see your life slipping or you get like a violation or something, doing a song break and having everyone tap for likes is just like a really good way to like make sure you stay in the FYP. But yeah, if you stop talking too long, you'll lose your viewership that way too.
Right. All right. What is this? How loud is this? I don't know what it.
It's not too loud. We can still hear you speak.
I turned it pretty low, but I don't know if it's low enough to be in the back. I don't know what it sounds like.
No, it can go lower. It can go lower because if the sound is too loud, and then our voices cut out.
Okay, so let's try. All right, so how's that?
There.
I'm trying to find a
Nope.
setting where it's still you can hear it,
Yeah.
but it's not.
There. There. You've got it. Right there.
Now I want to play some Korpiklani stuff too. I'm so glad the pandemic thing wound down because I really greatest live music. I used to go to concerts every month. um, yeah, I mean, so this is again, like, this is one of the, as Darwin was saying earlier, one of the things that I don't know, comes as a benefit of being in California is I get a lot of tours that'll come in, and bands from all over the place. So I've seen like Estonian bands in freaking California. I
Yeah.
mean, because they'll put LA or San Diego on their on their tours or something because they're huge. But yeah, I mean, not enough people go to Cape Town, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If they
exactly.
would,
Wisconsin is not going to get as much. Yeah, but I have seen a lot of obscure East Asian, Middle Eastern, and European metal bands and whatnot out here. Anybody can come to California because it's a huge market for it. But oh well.
Y'all don't have Red Rocks.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I've I've never been, but I've got concert albums recorded there.
yeah, this is the one. We've got good bands here, but this is the one disadvantage because the bands that you grow up with are the ones in the media, and so you know them a lot. And then I grew up loving them, but never seeing them.
La Corpiclani.
Mm.
A lot of the tracks have a kind of like almost, polka feel to them. I kind of want to bounce.
But the crazy
Boots and
thing
pants
is
and boots
that
and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants.
a lot of people
There's
are
a
not.
Geico commercial.
A lot of people are not open to rock music like this, so it doesn't appeal to them, and so then they'd leave the live because okay, that's not my kind of music,
Right.
and they wouldn't. But this is
Yeah, if it was like a, I don't know. I listen to literally everything. So I mean, if music worked, I mean, just in general, I could play stuff from all over the place. If you guys want to hear like, North African jazz or like, Chinese hip hop, I mean, all kinds of shit.
yeah, I think
It's a happy
I think
medium.
that's the one thing that Sir and I have in common is that world music thing. We both are very like what? You never even know that these people exist, but it's people that we listen to. It's not mainstream, but we love it.
Surprisingly, I do know a lot of K-pop and J-pop stuff too.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Algerian Rai,
I've
then you
actually
must
got
love
really
Shib
good
Mami.
stuff too, so yeah. Yes. Oh, Cassiopeia. That's a Japanese jazz guitarist. Yeah.
Sir, do you have some Shib Mami?
Some which?
Because that's Shib Mami. CHEB MAMI.
I do. Yeah. Yeah. Algerian. Like Rai rock, Rai pop.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Raji Chic. Oh, I love it.
Not my favorite Rai artist, but good. Definitely good.
No, I know. I like other ones also, but he is that one song that he did with Sting was also so nice. Desert
yeah,
Rose.
Yeah. That definitely got some more attention for sure.
Yes. How did we get here now?
Yeah.
It's Gabby's fault.
I like playing
Yep.
when we go into talking about Algeria, I like putting on Rachid Taha's cover of Rock the Casbah, because there's a neat story where he actually kind of inspired that song, because he got at a Clash concert in Paris, he got backstage and managed to pass his like an early demo tape to them, like what he was doing, mixing Ryan rock, and then like a year or so later they released Rock the Casbah, so he's always kind of taking credit for the song. So he
Love when
then
he sings it.
at one point he translated the lyrics into Arabic and then made it his own too, which was great.
But what I love about his voice is it's very raspy. If that's the right word, raspy. It's rough, and it's like an Arabic Bruce Springsteen kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I love it, but I love his style. That
Yeah,
unkempt,
he's got a lot of great
untidy. Oh, I love it. Are you gonna play Rock the Casbah? So I Love You, the song.
Okay, so what are we up to now, anyway? Other than
Well, okay.
From
mean,
one
I have-
so from one history nerd to another, tell the chat about atlatls.
But what?
Oh wait, maybe this is just an archaeology thing. Are you aware of atlatls and how they were the precursor to the bow and arrow?
Is that the spear chucking thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sits back further, and the spear sits in a cradle, and then gives a whole lot more range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them. I don't know what to say about them other than
Oh, okay. Oh, never. Okay. Well, oh, okay. Yeah, there are these really cool instruments that you find all over the world, and it's like this, like convergent technology that we find in a bunch of different prehistoric sites that seem to predate bow and arrows, which are another convergent technology that we also find at a bunch of other prehistoric sites. But you don't find them in all these sites. And the atlatl has like such amazing throwing power, and so good at bringing down big game. This like piece of technology is probably the reason why like megafauna is extinct.
in North America, and yeah.
It's so sad, and like very, very few like post like not Bronze Age, but like Iron Age civilizations would use them, despite the fact that
there's so little reference to them even in Bronze Age stuff. It's more like go back to the Chalcolithic age and sort of you're more likely to see them. Yeah,
Thank you so much, Mr. Spades. Wow.
Yeah,
Thank you
they're
for the gift, Mr. Spades.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a. Oh, I didn't see that one. That's what I get for looking away again. It's also one of the things that could have helped a lot with. I mean, we know that unlike a lot of the weird myths around this, women were consistently hunters. They didn't do as much of it because other things can get in the way, but women frequently did hunt, and even big game. And something like that adds so much more power to the throw that it kind of eliminates any advantage that people would have in terms of the upper body strength, So it's very effective at taking things down at range.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that like recently, especially on TikTok, there's been like a bunch of like, when we look at this is like often like anti-trans rhetoric that you see on TikTok, like when they're like, people are gonna know what gender you are when they look at your skeleton, like when they look at your or blah blah blah. I'm like, first of all, no, we really can't. And second of all, like, what does that even mean? And like, my background's in archaeology, not in history, so like you know all the stuff from between, you know all the recent times. I don't really know all the recent times. I just know the old times. But when we go back into the old times, let me tell you, we can't tell the gender of anyone. And in the times where we can guess the gender, everyone was doing the same shit. All the damage to hunter-gatherer, bodies. It was the same injuries. Like everyone was doing the same tasks. So
sure. The a strictly gendered labor division doesn't start until the Neolithic period, and it takes a long time to take root. And it's generally imposed by force to do that. So people thinking that it was so super gendered, like, no, I mean, children were all raised collectively anyway, so everyone took turns, everyone helped out. This whole idea, women stay home, take care of kids, me caveman. This is just some bullshit fantasy people made up. It's sad that it's still so meaningful to a lot of dipshits on the internet today.
Mm-hmm.
there seemed also to be like a longer length of childhood between these hunter-gatherer groups and like agricultural, like post-agricultural groups. Like it seems like kids are kids longer, if you will.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what you mean, because once you've settled in, and children are free labor. They're just
Right,
slaves
exactly
to
that.
work on the farms, where you didn't need to as much, but they did spend tons of time learning all through that. So everyone was teaching different skills. So, I broke my leg, I can't go on this hunt, but I'm going to teach y'all how to like make spears, and like you're working with them. So everyone's helping out, contributing, teaching them. And then, eventually they took off on things. But you don't want a 10 or 12-year-old going off, try and hunt mammoth or something.
Exactly that. But a 10 or 12-year-old can work the mines, no problem.
Exactly. And you can absolutely put them to work in the fields and picking whatever. So it's there's a lot we kind of it's interesting, because people used to teach the whole agricultural revolution as this some wonderful thing, and everyone was happy to embrace it, but there were constant rebellions that toppled early territorial states and abandoned farming and went back to hunting and gathering and pastoral life, because it was so much easier. You had a richer, more varied diet. People were healthier. You didn't have the power hierarchies where somebody ends up with a nicer chunk of land, so next he's got more power, he's going to start pushing people around. It's it only really took root due to overwhelming force, to make people do it. We didn't choose to take a permanently settled agricultural life.
Yeah, and I think people also forget, like, it isn't one or the other necessarily. There are also like these hybrid cultures where you have like a rotation of migration, where it's like a seasonal rotation of agriculture, where like you have like a semi-nomadic culture. Like I know this was popular in China specifically, like around I want to say like 4000 BC. This is not in my field, but like where you had folks that probably had laid down some sense of agriculture but moved in and out of the area depending on in a way like almost like a slash and burn style agriculture. So they would have an area settled, but only for a set period of time before rotating themselves instead of rotating crops. So in a way,
the slash and burn stuff is, there's plenty of that as people are figuring things out, because it does like, clear and recycle stuff. There's some things to it, but there's tons of cultures that developed essentially as like horticulturalists. They did agriculture part-time, but not all the time. So they would plant a crop and then they would move on from there after it was harvested and go back to just hunting and gathering. And then they would stop somewhere else and plant a crop and then go back to hunting and gathering. There's peoples all over the place. People love to argue that a lot of the indigenous North American tribes were not, none of them were settled. They didn't know how to farm or whatever. They weren't civilized, but they often really did know how to farm, but they preferred balancing it, doing it part-time. So they would grow their crop and then they would be hunter-gatherers for most of the year.
Yeah, and I hate that this somehow, like, in the mind of anyone who is raised in, like, a settler colonialist ideology, somehow, like, takes away from the idea that they are, and you can see how this, like, also gets transferred to the way that Zionists view Palestinians. Like, this somehow lessens their ability to, like, function as a sovereign people for some reason. Like the definition of statehood or sovereignty is defined by the permanence of the borders defined by a different government, by like a Western government defining it for you. It's crazy.
Too. I mean, you go back to the 17th century, they were acknowledging every single one of the tribes in the Americas were actual nations. They respected them as nations. They signed treaties with them as nations. You know, it didn't matter that they were moving around for part of the year or doing whatever. We still did do that. You know, it's very much a more recent shift. It's that mentality is developing only in the 19th century, where you're completely cutting people off, and it's part of a lot of the European civilizing mission bullshit that, you know, and the rise of the nation state that changed the way we had to conceive of it. But until you get to the period of nation states, we didn't have a problem dealing with non-settled peoples as sovereign nations. You
Yeah,
ever listen to that for Yosef? I love what this dude can do with his voice. Like,
if you told me that was a stringed instrument, I would think it was.
in this one, he's like, there's an interplay between his voice and a clarinet, and they're trading lifts. And yeah, if you don't really know the sounds very well, their voices, his voice blends so well with it. You know, he's got this thing where he pinches part of his nose. He uses his hand a bit. There's like the sounds he can get out of his mouth is just like, what?
That has to be at least part overtone. Like, okay, this can sound wild, but it reminds me a little bit of Vitas, that Russian pop singer that dresses like an alien, but not, you know, not, but like good.
Anyway.
All right, I've been hogging your time. I'm going to drop, but have a nice night.
Oh, yeah, thanks for popping up. Hey, you can't knock that over. This is for the phone. There's people here. You can't knock that over. What?
I love this backtrack. I love it. So
He's a great oud player, too.
there is Aisha here, if she would like to come into the conversation whenever she's ready. But we're all enjoying the music. Thank you so much.
What's the topic? Is there a main topic or something?
There was
There was
earlier.
earlier.
Kind of wandered off into whatever, and then somebody suggested music, and next thing you know, we got some music in here, so I don't know. It's been all over the place.
Yeah.
So the
I
topic right
wanted to
now is
ask.
whatever you want it to be, I guess.
No, I wanted to ask some questions.
Okay.
Because I
Sure.
wanted to understand, what is this Khazar theory? Is it anti-Semitic? Because I heard lots of Jews say it. What is it? What is it? Because
There are a few, but mostly where it comes from Jews are people like Shlomo Sand who hate being Jewish. It started off as an anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's never had any real evidence for it at all, and it directly contradicts all real evidence. So it's genuinely terrible. And when people spread it around now, the only real reason to do that is to try and delegitimize people as Jews. Even if it was accurate, it wouldn't do that, because by definition, a convert is a Jew as soon as the conversion is done. And they're considered part of the tribe. And their kids are Jewish. So it misunderstands how Judaism even works as a civilization. I mean, Herod the Great is from an Idumean family that was converted. So, I mean, it's always been present in Judaism. But that's the kind of like the basic first thing you can do to push back against it is it's nonsensical, in terms of like trying to delegitimize people's Jewishness. But using it is explicitly racist. It's a very problematic argument. But do you know what it is? Do you want like the actual history
I was
behind it?
trying to understand it, because I heard a lot of pro-Pali say it's a beautiful theory, it's a good thing. I'm like, why? I didn't fully get why they were saying it's a good thing.
They're saying it's a good thing because they're trying to say that the founders of the state of Israel weren't even really Jewish, so they had no connection to the land at all, so it's just all made up. They're trying to delegitimize people's Jewishness. So
Yeah.
again, it's playing into a kind of
Yeah.
racist stuff that doesn't even understand what Judaism is.
Can you go into explanation of more of it? Because I still get
Yeah.
confused
So
with it.
the key here is that the Khazars are a Turkic people that settled in the area, kind of like between the Black and Caspian Seas. There's a little land region of like basically just flat grasslands, and they when they were migrating along with tons of other peoples, they settled into that area and were moving around in there. And the story goes, and we only really have this from one medieval Jewish source. Somebody went there and then talked to them, and the ruler of this tribe decided to convert to Judaism. And from that, they theorize that the entire tribe converted to Judaism and then spread further west into Eastern Europe and became the Ashkenazim. Every part of it is that part is wrong, you know. Whether or not somebody actually went and converted somebody is sort of beside the point, because we know the Khazars themselves go extinct as a people. They assimilate into other populations in the area that settled earlier because they were pastoralists. They were nomadic. And they cease to exist as a distinct people, language, culture, everything. They're only there for a brief period in the Middle Ages, and then they get lost in the noise of other peoples in the area, like the Alans. You know, they become part of all these other groups. The population that does become the Ashkenazim starts with some Jews who moved up from the Mediterranean and settled along the Rhine River Valley in the western part of what is today Germany. And they were there for centuries. This is where Yiddish is born. Yiddish is a Germanic language based on an early medieval form of High German, like the Mountain German. And they lived in that area amongst other Germanic peoples. And then as pogroms started to get worse, especially around the Crusades, there's tons of attacks on Jews in that area. So more of them started migrating eastward, and they moved further over and ended up in like Poland, Lithuania, Western Russia. So people advancing the Khazar stuff, just in historical terms, they have the movement completely backward. The Ashkenazim start in the west and move east. The Khazars were in the east and never actually moved west at all. They just went extinct in that area. They blended in other people. So if people did become Jews among those populations, they would have if they decided to really hold on to their Judaism and not convert to Islam or whatever, because the groups like the Khazars generally became Muslim at different points. They would have blended into other Central Asian Jewish communities, because there are Central Asian Jews and have been for a long, long time. So if there are actually any descendants of Khazars, you'll probably find them there, but I doubt that, because I don't think any conversion would have been widespread, and I don't think people would have clung to it later. Once people came along preaching Islam in the area, they probably would have converted. In the same way that most Palestinians today are actually descendants of Samaritans and Jews and other peoples who lived in the area before. You know, the people who clung to Judaism are the people who fled the Romans and settled elsewhere to hold on to their tribal identity. The people who stayed behind, and that's actually a majority of the population, they eventually became Christian, and then many of them later Muslim. They chose a different path to survival, which was to assimilate into the imperial cultures and imperial religions. But you know, it's ultimately the same people. Where people are totally wrong on this is, okay, so first off, it's wrong empirically to say that these other Jewish populations don't have any Levantine roots, because they do. You know, they've obviously mixed and merged with tons of other populations all around the world. This is true of all Jewish populations, whether you're in China, Ethiopia, South Asia, whatever. They've always intermarried with other peoples. But it started with Jews who moved into the area. And it also, again, mistakes completely how Judaism works, because Judaism isn't genetic. Like it doesn't, that's not never been the point. It's a tribal identity. You can, and just like you can, you know, be adopted into a tribe and marry into a tribe. I don't know if you fall in love with somebody in a Lakota tribe and marry into it, and then your kids are going to be part of the tribe and they're going to be raised with that culture. That's just how that works. Judaism has always worked the same way. Always. So they're trying to delegitimize people and say they're not really Jews by basing it on genetics, which is literally using 19th century scientific racism. And that, to me, is super offensive, because it's using the same logic as freaking Yahtzees. And it hurts my soul when Palestinians and Palestinian supporters are trying to make arguments like that using explicitly racist arguments against Jews, because it's wrong both empirically and it's based in really horrifying ideas.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, because we had that. Well, we tried to have that discussion yesterday, and it got ugly. So I had to ask you first about it. Yeah, because they were also saying that like somebody can, like Ivanka Trump, just because she converted, does she all of a sudden have indigeneity to the land? Because I was like, what? Like, can you just claim it?
Yeah, because that's how it works. It's a tribal identity. Think of it this way. Plenty of people in Palestine today actually have roots in northern Arabia because of migration in of Arabian tribes. And we know this in history. They moved in. So there are genetic differences among Palestinians from the north and Palestinians from the south. Palestinians from the north have much more in common with the Samaritan population genetically. Populations in southern Palestine have blended admixtures in from the northern Arabian tribes. Right. Plus, there's all kinds of more recent movements in. You think about like the Ottomans at one point settled some Bosnians there. There are Egyptians who have moved in. If they marry a Palestinian and live in Palestine and they raise their kids as Palestinian, then they're fucking Palestinian. And I don't think any Palestinian out there is going to say they're not Palestinian. No one would. It's the same basic argument. What makes somebody Palestinian is a connection to that land. And think too about the Palestinian diaspora. Now you have tons of Palestinians in the world who grew up in Syria or in Germany or somewhere else in the diaspora, but their parents were Palestinian and they remember that identity and they hold on to that. So they're Palestinian, and no one's going around saying, well, you're not really a Palestinian. You're not indigenous. What if somebody marries somebody else? What if a Palestinian in Germany marries a non-Palestinian? Are their kids Palestinian? Palestinians will generally say yes. Jews would say the same thing. So it's nonsensical to make arguments on those bases. It's trying to use 19th century scientific racism to delegitimize people's identity. The question of who has a right to the land is a completely separate issue because no one does. People can live there. This idea that like, this is mine because of my genes or something and I have the right to conquer it, that's stupid. Any Zionist argument like that is fundamentally stupid. But it's a separate issue from whether somebody is Jewish and therefore feels an attachment to the land. And feeling attached to the land and wanting to live there is fine. Immigrating to Palestine, who cares? But saying it's yours is a whole different question. In that, I think we can definitely delegitimize all of those claims. But delegitimizing Zionism, that's good. Delegitimizing Jews for being Jews is bad. That's frickin' racist, and that hurts us. When that happens in pro-Pali circles, that gives the Zionists ammunition to call us anti-Semites. For anybody who has ever wondered this, again, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitic. It's just not. But anti-Zionists can adopt anti-Semitic rhetoric, and that's a problem.
Agreed. Aisha, does that answer your questions? Aisha is like, God.
It got quiet. I don't know if there's a mic issue or something. I don't know. Aisha,
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, it doesn't look like there's a network issue, but it's very quiet and her mic is not
Hear me?
muted, so maybe there's that.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
why did
oh,
it go?
hi.
Sorry, it went quiet. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we like it clarified the point.
Yeah,
And
I
also
get it.
too, if it ever comes up, like if you're ever in a discussion and people are like having this kind of argument, try and tap me in, like tag me or something. And
Okay.
if I'm around, I'll pop in briefly and try to help out there, because
I
it's
try. Yeah. I'll
really
try.
really dangerous to us to have these ideas becoming mainstreamed. This will really
Yeah.
this can set back the pro-Palestine cause in the same way that H Group's use of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in '87 hurt us. It took them a while. They took it out. They've made a lot of efforts to try and change that and say, oh yeah, we screwed up. We believed the wrong things. Okay, we've got that. But it does lasting damage. And they can keep using that. Zionists always point to the 87 covenant, never the 2017 one. So it's gonna that damage is gonna be around for generations now. If the Khazar thesis becomes dominant and becomes a significant part of our rhetoric, it will hurt.
It is. That's the thing I noticed. And when I try to call it out, I got attacked. So I was like, bro, like, how do you even address it? Because a lot of people aren't open to understand, like, hearing it out, saying, because they were also mentioning, like, the Ashkenazi disease. They were saying it refutes the Ashkenazi right or any Jewish right to claim the land. And I was like, aren't we meant to be against Zionism? Like, they're like, oh, now you're trying to say Jews have a right to any land. No, they don't. And I'm like, how did it become about the Jews? I didn't get this disease thing that they were trying to bring up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was, because there are some genetic diseases among Ashkenazim, but I doubt they're talking about that. But
No,
they
they were saying that Ashkenazis have diseases that shows that they are white people. So all these Jews are a bunch of whites trying to claim the land.
Yeah, there are a handful of common genetic issues amongst them, but that's largely because the communities did have elements of inbreeding as well. You didn't whenever people wanted to convert in, cool, that mixed up the genes and it helped make any group more healthier. It's one of the reasons that Jews have survived as a distinct people while Samaritans are dying out, because they didn't take converts. So they got massively inbred and kept declining. Jews have always mixed in with people. But individual groups of Jews in different areas, if no one wanted to join the tribe, then there's a lot of inbreeding, and that creates so like Ashkenazim often have very bad eyes, for example. There's a lot of things that carry along that become much more common because of that. But it doesn't prove anything at all. I mean, there's chunks in the Arabian Peninsula that are heavily inbred too and also have genetic diseases. There's tons of things that are more common in certain areas than others. It doesn't mean anything about whether or not they're Jews, because they absolutely emphatically are and always have been. And it, again, literally goes back to like the 5th century settlement along the Rhine. There are people fleeing persecution spreading all across the Mediterranean and finding different places they can live where nobody gives a shit. And the Western Germany was just out of the reach of the Romans. So they were safe for a while until the rise of powerful Catholic monarchies that would turn on them. But they settled there because it was safer for a while. So the roots of Ashkenazim are all in the Levant. But of course they intermarried with people, which is why there are some Ashkenazim with blonde hair and blue eyes. Doesn't mean that they don't have Jewish ancestors or that they're not Jewish.
Yeah, because that's the problem I was having. I was trying to say, like, I don't think because what you hear is that it proves that they are white people trying to steal the land. That's why I was like, what do you mean? That's why
it's nationalist rhetoric. It's literally racist nationalist rhetoric. It should be. The reasons, the structures of the religions are different, but you can still use it as an analogy and think of it this way: how many Arabs are actually Arab in any genetic sense? Almost none of them. Peoples only from the peninsula. Moroccans aren't Arabs. They're descendants of the Amazi people and Roman populations of the area that converted and became Arabs. So are we going to say that Moroccans aren't Arabs now and attack them and say you're not a real Arab? Because that gets into like you're not a real Jew kind of argument there. The question about somebody having right to seize land is a separate issue entirely, and that's completely illegitimate. Doesn't matter how Jewish you are, no one has if they were completely Levantine, they would still have no right to seize the land from people, because Palestinians were also the same people, and they also live there, and they are indigenous. No one has a right to do that. But don't delegitimize people's Jewishness. That's just straight up racist.
Yeah, I had an issue with that big time because it didn't make sense why we're going down. And I was saying that this is going to lead into the whole, blood libel, and it gets crazy. I'm like, at what point are we going to stop? Because I don't see Jews as the issue.
And again, that's harmful too. I really hope that doesn't get super mainstream, but it's been around for a while, for a long time. Syrian state television used to, they had a little special that they did that kind of took the blood libel and made it an Arab story. And it was a Jew like taking a good, Arab kid and like draining their blood. Some people have been quite cynically trying to make it catch on. I hope to God it doesn't, because these ideas are really hard to get rid of once they exist. It's why they were so potent in the Christian world for so long and did so much damage.
Okay.
So we have to nip this in the bud somehow. If there's anything I can ever do, I mean, because I teach stuff. If there's a place I can go in, if anybody's willing to listen, but if somebody doesn't want to, and you're saying you've run into people that they just don't, then they've already kind of like they are doing it for racist reasons, and they're angry enough to not care, and
I tried.
anger can make people racist.
I won't use that. Mm-hmm.
You know, and
They exist. They're all over. Yeah.
It's unfortunate, and hopefully we'll have a little bit easier time when tensions calm down a little bit, when it goes back to like the status quo. Maybe people will be more open to having those conversations then. But when tensions are high, passions are high, people are very angry, it's easy to fall into that kind of hate. And at the end of the day, the Khazar thesis is racist hate speech.
Okay. Because I never really fully understood, and I couldn't explain too deep, because it's like, I'm not Jewish. I can't. That's why I was trying to say yesterday, I can at least bring a Jew up to explain their what it means to be a Jew, because I can't talk for them. They can say it, but it got aggressive. So
yeah, even beyond that,
I don't understand.
Don't think of it in terms of bringing up a Jew too, especially if there's anything I can do, because I would be speaking as a historian.
Yes. I will ask you next time it comes up. And yeah, I don't personally understand the Jewish connection, the Jewish ethno-religion. That's why I don't talk about it, because I feel like I might mess up or say something wrong. So it's better they explain it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really
even there at the end of the day, and this is just a sad reality. I love this. Do you hear the sound?
Yeah.
It's his voice. I'm astonished at what this guy can do with his voice. A lot of people really don't understand the stuff themselves well. Most Christians don't understand much about Christian theology. You know, most Muslims can't go out there and like really just dive into fiqh and explain all the details of different hadith. I mean, it's always specialized knowledge. Most Jews don't know enough about it either, but they can usually get enough to explain things. And most Jews, at least, would be able to help people understand. No, it's a tribal identity as well as a faith. But even there, just because of the impact of the Enlightenment and the way it's changed our views of religion, a lot of Jews will tell you that Judaism is explicitly a religion, when historically that's not how it was thought of among Jews. It's not as much a religion as it is a tribal identity, and you are Jewish regardless of what you believe.
How do you convert to a tribal identity? Because I don't understand that part. Convert to a tribal identity.
People, okay, so if you marry into, so think of it this way: somebody marries into a family, right? And you can do this with any group, any culture, things like that. So I don't know, imagine person X moves to Ireland and marries into an Irish family and has kids there. Are their kids Irish? That's the way to think about this, right? You adopt an identity over time. You assimilate into a new cultural identity. So yeah, you become Irish. You know, maybe one person didn't start Irish, but they're assimilating into it, and their kids are native born Irish.
Mm-hmm.
No tribal identity, no national identity, no cultural identity on the planet is exclusively genetic. There's no pure races out there anywhere. People have always mixed, merged, intermarried. Humans, we move everywhere and blend around. And if you have adopted a new cultural identity, if you have assimilated into a new culture, that's you now, right? That's you, and your kids are going to be part of that. The thing that makes Judaism what it is that cultural identity that happens to have some religious features to it. The way that it blends the religion into it is because it's very old, and ethno-religions used to be the norm. No one could convert to the ancient Egyptian. You don't convert to the ancient Egyptian religion. If you're from Babylon, you can't go out around worshiping Ra. You just don't, because it's their religion for their people, and you have your own. Every culture had their own set of gods. They all had their own beliefs. They were part of their cultural identity. We grew up in an age of universalistic religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and we tend to think of religion as distinct from our tribal identities. So you can be, I don't know, German, but also Hindu. You know, you don't have to be in South Asia, right? We separate them now in a way that the ancient world didn't do.
Yeah.
Judaism is old enough that it retains the older understanding of it, same as Zoroastrians do, same as Samaritans do. There's a handful of really old religions that still hold to the way that the ancient world viewed religions, or at least partially. So it's much more a part of their local identity. And the religion is less important than just basic cultural identity and practice.
Wow, that makes sense. So basically, we're putting our modern idea of identity into an older religion.
Exactly. We're imposing an idea on something very old. We're imposing a post-Enlightenment understanding and a post-universalistic religion understanding. Because there's major transformations. In the late classical period, there's a huge shakeup in the way religions work. This is why Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam are all like, hey, this religion is for everybody. We should spread it all around the world. Most religions were never like that. So that's one major transformation. And then in the modern world, we separate religious identity from our local cultural identity. That's a post-Enlightenment idea. And we're taking two completely alien ideas and imposing them on a very old religious culture. And it's a very awkward fit. It doesn't quite work.
That makes sense. That's why I was reading in the Bible something about Paul being asked, is he a Jew now or not? Did he abandon his cultural Jewish identity? It's like that. So it is a culture as well.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. A lot of early Christian communities were explicitly Jewish. It just so happened that in the long run, the Jewish the sect of Christianity that was part of Judaism, there was a sect of Judaism died out, and the one preaching to people in the Hellenistic world took off. So eventually, Paul was compromising. Paul was Jewish, but also introduced certain compromises, ways that you can set aside. Okay, if I'm hanging out with people who aren't Jewish, and they offer you bacon, eat the bacon so you don't offend them, because the purpose is to spread Jesus' message, and you don't want to offend your host, right? But if you're a Jew, keep kosher. He made it kind of like optional. As the religion spread only in the Roman world, and it started to die out among Jews, that turned into a repudiation of the Jewish roots, and it became a completely separate thing. Instead of a sect of Judaism, it's a completely distinct religion. But it starts off within it, and so the early centuries are really, there's a lot of interesting confusions. There's growing pains as they're figuring out who they are and how they want to think of themselves, But eventually they set aside all the basic elements of Judaism, including that ethnic sense, and it becomes a universalistic religion that you can preach to anybody.
Oh, no one ever explained that before like that. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm going to come at this as somebody who's not only studied the histories of the religion, but also teaches the ancient world and the medieval world. So a lot of these transformations over time, I mean, it's my area. And and in history too, there's tons, even among historians, there's different disciplines, right? My discipline is the history of ideas, the transformations in identity, in philosophies, in the way that we think about the world. How do those change over time and place? That's my specific area. So I won't know as much about the technical operations of this or that country or war or whatever. There's a lot of history that I'm not really good at. This is just my area.
Okay. Oh, the last one was the whole Ivanka Trump thing, because it gets used a lot in the pro-Pali argument. Because it's like, how can she have any... Pardon?
That's funny. I haven't heard that one.
It happens because it's like, does Ivanka Trump have a right to be in Palestine? Does she have any connect? Because she's a white girl. That's what. So how can she be say she has any connection? So
she's adopted a cultural identity that has a connection to it.
Yeah, I understand that now.
Give her right to seize the land, but it would give her right to immigrate to Palestine.
So does the Aliyah thing wrong? The Aliyah part for her to do that?
Well, so again, it depends on how you want to conceive of it. People have been moving back into Palestine as Jews for a long, long time. Jews had mostly scattered outward in order to preserve Judaism, and the Jewish population that stayed behind, just like the Samaritan population, gradually assimilated and became, Hellenistic Christians. But peoples have always been moving back a little bit at a time. Like there's a chunk of the population in Tzfat, in the eastern Galilee, so in what is today Israel, and a portion of that community moved there at the end of the 15th century when they were expelled from Spain. They went there. They decided to settle there, but they moved to Palestine and they learned to speak Arabic, and they were Arab Jews. They retained some of their own cultural quirks as Sephardic Jews from Spain, but they assimilated into Palestinian society for the most part. And that's not a problem. People can go and live there. It's the claim to an exclusive claim to the land that's problematic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, 100%. I'm gonna ask you if it ever comes up again to come up to the discussion, but it's a very, very hostile conversation. That's the one thing I realized, because people will get defensive about it. Be like, so now you're on the side of the Yahudi. Are you a Muslim anymore? Yeah, and it becomes really, horrible.
Right. A lot of it is just because people they're angry and they're looking to lash out, and unfortunately, they're not attacking Zionism, they're attacking Jews.
Yes. That's what I saw a lot, dissecting Jews and trying to get rid of them. I'm like, bro, Jews have always been there. Be like, why are you defending Jews? It's not, get out of our, you spy. Like,
Jews, Christians, Muslims, Samaritans, whatever. People, one of the things that a lot of the Zionists get wrong when they're thinking about their claim is that all of the ancient states were diverse too. None of them were exclusively Jewish at any point. None of them were even totally controlled by Jews. It was never an exclusively Jewish world, and they just paper over that and trying to make their exclusive claim. Even in antiquity, it was not Jewish only. Jews lived there, but so did other people.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. But thank you.
Aisha, you know how many times I've come across that same kind of thing, and then when I stick up for a particular point, or I point out something that's not correct, then I mean I've shown Sir how in the chats I'm accused of being an undercover Zio. I'm a Zio sympathizer. It's just like it gets old.
Yeah, I know it happens. I figured that. I found that out the hard way. I'm like, the way you get called a Jesus and get attacked is crazy. And it's like, there's just, I don't feel comfortable telling Jews to get out. Or like, Jews, you have no connection. Jew. I'm like, why are we picking on Jews, bro? Leave them alone.
Right.
I want to show some.
Nationalism is bad, but why shouldn't Jews live there?
Yeah.
Whole different issue.
Yeah.
I'm showing you my bookmark, sir.
I'm going to make you much bigger because I can't see a darn thing. Okay, so I see the Rolling Stone Kiss. Oh, then so AC/DC and the Stones. Oh, and there's an Aerosmith on there too. What else can I see? Oh, and then there's a Who, Zeppelin, Kiss. You're in the Kiss army. Okay, I can't. What else is on there? No. What else we got? I couldn't see all of it. Let's see. So that's it. What's to the next AC/DC?
Metallica.
Okay. Yeah, couldn't see that one at all. Oh, Beatles. Oh, yes. Classic era Yes logo. Queen's in the middle there. Queen is a favorite. Woohoo.
Yeah.
And then what is that isn't Triumph, is it? What is the what is
yes.
That's Triumph?
Yes, and Van Halen
the poor man's Rush?
Yes.
Rush kicks Triumph's ass, man.
Yeah, so I couldn't find things that I like, so I make it. So I made
Yeah,
this.
this is great. There's cool stuff there. Yeah, that's cool.
And
Yeah,
I show
a lot
you
of
my
classic.
book. How do I show you my book that I'm reading now? I don't know. Turn
Like
it on
holding
the
up a
camera.
book. Oh, you can't.
Um,
The host can
I
flip the
call.
screen around, but I found when I have joined ones, I can't do it.
Okay, wait.
But it's fine. I can read backwards.
Do you see?
No.
Wait. So you must send us your playlist of music. I don't know how to do this now.
Yeah, it just looks like your camera's off.
Okay. Open?
Hmm?
No. Okay, I open it again.
No, it's like your camera's off. There's nothing. It's not showing anything at all.
Okay, I will open. Oh. Now my thing is laggy.
Yeah, you're lagging a bit, but your picture's
Take me
totally
off the
entirely.
big screen and when I fix it, then you can see again.
Okay.
Thank you.
For the background here, I just put on one of Alfredo Yosef's concerts. It's mostly kind of like quiet and little background stuff. Works well. I love North African jazz. You know, he's great. Anwar Ibrahim's great. Lots of good stuff. Ooh, Bugs Bunny said hello. That's a cool name. Howdy, Bugs. Oh, the name of the artist? Okay, here, I'll type it out for her. Like, somehow oud works really, really well as a jazz instrument. I love the combination. So Anwar Ibrahim is also an oud player. He also just does North African jazz. So good stuff. Play some elevator. What is elevator music, Nikki? Do you mean like Muzak elevator music?
I think we're talking like Kenny G. Also, what's up, Liam? It's been a long time.
Bad. Kenny G is bad jazz. Bad jazz.
I know. Dude, my favorite Django Reinhardt, all the way. But
I love tons of like good classic like old jazz stuff. I mean, I love like tons of the swing era stuff, all kinds of good stuff.
that was like my favorite. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with playing like Django Reinhardt.
Thank you, Lindsay. It's 1 hour. I'm gonna go let Amira in. I'm gonna go see if she wants to come. I'll be right back.
What's up, guys? Long time.
Hi, Nat. I haven't seen you for a long while, Nat.
I know, yeah. It's so many things. I have just popped in random lives here and there, but just a busy couple months and yeah. But
You
I'm back.
okay?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be quiet. I have a like roommate. But yeah, I'm totally good.
Lindsay, I was just going to remind about Amira, and then the live kicked me out for something. But I show you. This is my book. I'm reading now.
You don't need, but if you can. Okay.
Where is her?
I have something for you.
Oh, Mama Doggy.
Let's see. What is it? Okay, there's the old lady.
Hey, Mama.
So cute. Dogs with like the little gray like beards. It's so cute.
Pull lady. Oh, I know. Oh, hold on. Oh. Okay. She can't back out well enough to carry him off to her bed, and she can't stand up well enough to eat. So, sorry, I'm
Oh,
gonna look weird for a minute because I'm holding her up so she can eat.
it's okay.
Her back legs just give out on her, and she falls.
It's okay. So, Nat, how have you been? What's the
Yeah,
interesting things you've been doing?
yeah, I've been good. I just so many like I have like 3 different jobs right now, so just kind of dabbling in lots of things. I've made so many matzo balls this week, just in preparation. So yeah, I did my last drop offs today. All the briskets out of my house, so I'm good. Now I can like celebrate my own Pesach next week.
Can you tell me a little bit about that time?
Just Pesach in general.
Yes, what is it? How does it work?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Pesach this year falls on Monday. And pretty much is the story of Moses. So just the story of us in Egypt, the transition with Moses, the whole story. I feel like everyone knows the story. I'm not gonna like go through it. But yeah, it's a it's a fascinating Seder. It's very drawn out, to say the least. It's not my favorite holiday. So for that time being, like obviously, you do this like pretty much like a cleansing in your house. So you get rid of like anything unleavened. So I'll be getting rid of like all bread, things like that. Just pretty much clear out your house, and it's matzah week pretty much. So yeah, not my favorite holiday,
So it's
but
just like you clear out you clean up the house, and that's matzah.
yeah,
How do
I
you
mean
say
like
it?
there's a lot more to it.
No, but how do you say it?
How do I say what?
The
How do
cleaning the
you pronounce
house.
it?
The wait, pronounce which?
Matzah.
Yeah, you said it right. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
with the cleaning, it's to get rid of all the chametz, like
Yeah,
all
yeah.
you're trying to get, because you're supposed to have only the unleavened bread,
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
supposed to be a memory of like the manna that fell, and like the they took the unleavened bread because they had to hurry out of Egypt and they ran off, and then they're just like so they taking these little flat crappy breads, and then that's
Yeah.
all they got for a long time. So it's you remove the kinds of food you're not allowed to have, and then you make things like matzah, the crackers and the matzo balls, and
Dude, I like never want to see any of it again. Like it was like a good year for orders for me, but like I'm so done with making matzo balls.
Oh,
Like,
I
Hey y'all.
never liked
hey,
any of
Kofi.
that, but I guess having no real connection to the Ashkenazi world, it's never been really been a big thing for me.
oh
Hi,
yeah,
Quinn.
I love Canada Lock. I really do.
Sorry. Hi, everybody.
No, you're good. Also,
I can show
Kobe,
you
I
my
do
book.
owe you a vegan version.
Oh, yes, please do.
Yeah.
What is that, Drama Llama?
It's my book.
Oh, finally showing.
You
Okay,
have a
let's
book?
over here. There we go.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Riesinger.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's it's a trilogy. I think the kid was like 14 or something when he started writing those things.
Oh,
It's
really?
a series of fantasy novels that
So
some
good.
teenager was writing.
Oh,
So this is the one I'm reading now.
Neat.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd show you because I showed you my bookmark that I made.
Right. That came out of it. That's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Hi,
Hey,
hi,
Kobe,
Don
welcome.
Chen. It's been ages since I've been
It
here.
has. I missed you.
Yeah, I know. I'm back though. I'm back. It's been really ages. I wanted to ask a question though. I hope everybody's been okay.
You said something about Ivanka Trump, I think, and Jared Kushner.
Me?
Wasn't that mentioned in the live?
Oh, I can.
Someone was asking if a convert is.
Aisha, yeah.
Yeah.
Mention it. It was actually one of the reasons I came up to. It's a question like Athena, like I know, like you've asked and like other people have asked. And I think because this was one of the reasons I came up like as well was to clarify like the question that's usually asked is more so because Israel, like a lot of the pro-Israelis will literally claim that since Ivanka is converted and like since like she's now Jewish, that she is indigenous somehow to Palestine.
Yes,
And that was
that-
like the clarification.
Yeah, okay. That's the question that I ask, because, like, I ask that question a lot of times as well. So I ask that question when people say all Jews are indigenous to Palestine, which I don't believe. So I ask that question then with regards to Ivanka Trump, not necessarily to dismiss her Jewish identity, because she is Jewish, but to question the idea of her converting into indigeneity, basically. Because I don't think that is possible. So that's what I ask, basically, with regards to indigeneity.
Well,
and
again,
not with regards to her Jewish identity.
Happens constantly in the sense of people marrying into, say, Native American tribes. So if they adopt the culture, the language, they're living there, they've married somebody, they have kids, are they part of that tribe or not?
But are they considered indigenous or not? No, they aren't.
A
lot of times,
because if you're trying to, when people try to do this like genetically somehow, that again, it's just using 19th century racist discourses. You know,
I disagree with that.
What do you even mean by, like, what does it mean to be indigenous in a sense? All we're talking about is movement from one culture to another. We tend to separate a lot of, like, you know, indigenous cultures because they're victims of colonialism and things like that, you know, cultures that were threatened and attacked, but peoples have always crossed cultural lines and become German or whatever, you know? I mean, are you German?
Well, yes, but there's a
At the end of the
difference
day, that's the basic
between
question.
no, but there's a difference between crossing cultures and being considered an indigenous person. Like, I feel like it. I might be German, yes, but I'm not indigenous to Germany. That's a difference. Like, my roots are elsewhere. Like, your roots are tied elsewhere, and I think it would be like, in my opinion, I think it would be completely unfair to say a person like Ivanka Trump is indigenous to the Middle East. That she's a Middle Eastern person. Like, that, not Middle, okay, Middle East is like what's it called? Okay. Middle East is a colonial term. But that she's indigenous to Palestine. I think that is just illogical, in my opinion.
Cultures develop ties to specific chunks of land over time. Thinking about how this might work in the case of Germans, right? If we want to think about what makes somebody indigenous German, most Germans wouldn't fit if you really want to push things back. I mean, how much of the population is actually descended from Slavic peoples? I mean, the entire population of Eastern Germany is essentially Slavic. They're all like Sorbian and Pomeranian. You know, tons of other populations that became German. They Germanized. You know, so at what point, where do we draw? At the end of the day, all these decisions are political. They're not technical. There's no actual definition to any of this stuff at some point, because you can always push it farther and back. And a Pomeranian, not like the dog, but like Pomerania is a region along the Baltic coast.
So then white Americans are indigenous to America because they've stayed here, like they've stayed in America for years and adopted the cultures and all that stuff. Because you see what I mean? Like, because
the culture that they adopted here is a culture transplanted to it. If a white American joined the Lakota Sioux tribe and became Lakota, then they'd be Lakota. But America, you know, like Canada or Australia, were developed specifically by cultures that transported themselves over. So the basic culture that makes up American popular culture is still ultimately British. There's still a huge amount of direct overlap between English culture specifically and what became Americans.
No, I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I'm so sorry. I feel like when we think about indigenous, especially indigeneity, when it is a term of protection, especially when we are sitting here and saying, oh yeah, everybody's indigenous, just like join this culture, everybody's indigenous, just join this ethnicity, like that just doesn't work that way. I feel like it just does not work that way, especially with regards to indigeneity tied to Israel. If Israelis or the Israeli government is talking about bringing back indigenous people to Israel, but then a person like Ivanka Trump is considered going back to her indigenous land, this doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, you can't claim it officially. Like even if you get married.
Go to bed.
Guys, it's like 8 minutes to 6 in the morning here with me. What's the time with you?
Hello, Professor Lane. Gemma, good morning.
Yeah, the dog fell and knocked some bunch of stuff over. She's trying to walk around and she keeps falling.
Oh, Emo. No, it's almost over there. Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what it was she was disagreeing on, because I don't think that everyone is, because clearly I just said that Americans are not indigenous. I'm not indigenous to this country. I'm just not.
For maybe for Korean, it's like she think that if you are not born in certain groups, you are not indigenous. But in Asia practice, right, if you marry into a family, you are considered following your so-called husband race kind of thing. For example, if a Malay marry into a Chinese, then you probably is a Chinese to follow your husband race, because you're sort of like marrying into a family to create a small family within the culture of Chinese culture.
Right, which is honestly, I mean, not necessarily always that specific type of exogamy of like, women joining the male's family, but that kind of like moving across lines and marrying into other cultures has just been normal throughout all of human history.
I mean, to be frank, human race are there are a lot of mixed culture, especially even I believe in a lot of Western country or even in Asia. So it's a norm thing. Especially right now, nowadays we are talking about globalization. You can be like from one country gaining into the country because of marriage status, or probably some of them because of adoption, which is you adopt a little baby from another race. Is it that you could say that baby is not indigenous to your race? Because,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. Oh, you just go ahead. We are just discussing something.
Yeah, I'm not talking about birth. I'm not saying that somebody needs to be born. So I just kind of like looked it up, and I saw that a lot of nations have to adopt you in order for you to be indigenous. Like simply marrying into the nation and practicing like the indigenous nation does not make you indigenous.
Right.
Like you would have to be adopted by the nation in order to be considered indigenous.
Right, which again, not all do, but most do on the basis of that. If somebody has chosen to adopt the culture, if they're willing to respect the culture and the culture accepts them, i.e. they take them seriously. If they think that they're like lying or something, or some kind of like weird interloper, then no, they're not going to adopt them and they're not going to let them in. Any tribal culture that's thinking that way, which often we're thinking much more with like indigenous type cultures, they can police that. They can decide, does this pass to you, but
then you see the problem.
Marries and wants to join that culture, that usually happens.
But then you see the problem with this. If let's say like Alicia made a good point. Let's say like a white person marries an indigenous person, and then get adopted, let's say, for example, don't you see the problem with regard to that white person then claiming benefits that were made for indigenous people, benefits that were made for marginalized communities?
Can I speak on this since my husband is Native American and we receive benefits through the COVID program through the Choctaw Nation? Okay. So my husband is Native American through the Choctaw Nation, and I hate when everybody goes through the whole Dawes records, blah, blah, blah. He's Choctaw. I don't want to have to go in through the whole DNA. Every month we receive $200 for food, whatever you through COVID. COVID, I got all excited and now I can't breathe.
It's okay.
Every month we receive benefits through the Choctaw Nation for food through the COVID program from Oklahoma. My husband would tell you that I lost all train of thought.
It's okay.
I apologize. No, it's not, because I forgot every bit of it as soon as I started talking.
It's okay. Happens. It happens to me sometimes as well. You did well. So, from what you said, if I'm not mistaken, you receive those benefits because of your husband, though, like through your husband, and not because you're considered indigenous. Am I right?
Yes. Thank you for bringing it back. I appreciate that.
Okay.
So, if my husband were to pass away tomorrow, according to the Choctaw Nation, because I'm his wife, I am entitled to those benefits.
Yes, but do they consider you an indigenous person? Is the question.
Ooh, got me.
Yeah, that's the question.
Ooh, got me.
They consider you
you're
an
right.
indigenous person. Yeah, they don't.
They don't consider me indigenous, but if he were to die tomorrow, I would still assume his indigenous benefits.
Yes, because you would be considered a widow, right? Because like widows still have certain degrees of protection, but they wouldn't consider you an indigenous person. That's the thing.
Right.
And like I think like to try to say that because indigeneity is political in this sense, to say that a Palestinian person is not being allowed to move around on their homeland, whereas a person like Ivanka Trump, I'm not diminishing her Jewish identity. She is a Jewish woman, of course. But to say that she is now indigenous to that piece of land, whereas Palestinian indigeneity is actively being dismissed, I think is just like a very problematic way of doing it. Because like in this sense, the term of indigeneity is again comes to protection because it's political, and like.
But you're also assuming a racist state, and so it actually doesn't have really anything to do with what I'm saying. There should be no benefit to her converting at all. She doesn't gain anything from that at all. If you're saying she gains the benefit to aliyah, to a racist ethnocracy, then that is bad. But the problem is the racist ethnocracy is bad. If she wants to immigrate to Palestine and live in Palestine as a Jew, I see no problem whatsoever with that, because if she has adopted a cultural identity that has a tie to the land, she should have a right to immigrate to there, just like anybody has a right to move to any other country in the world.
Yes, that's the point.
Politics. It's the racist politics that.
Yeah, that's the point.
And we have no disagreement there at all.
Yeah, that's my point.
There should be no benefit to convert. She shouldn't gain anything from that at all. Right now she does, but that's because it's an ethnocracy.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I critique. That's what I criticize. Precisely that is what I criticize.
But criticizing the ethnocracy and saying there should be no specific benefit like that is fine. Saying that she doesn't have a tie to the land culturally is a different argument.
No, I'm not talking about cultural ties.
Right.
I'm not talking about cultural ties.
Right.
Well,
But again, if Jewish culture identifies itself strongly with that land, then on some level, Jews are indigenous to the land. Does that give them any special right to it? No, not at all. But you can say being a member of that culture gives you a connection to it, whether you go there or not. You know, that
yeah,
it's
but
still like there's still that a romantic connection to it. That I think we need to separate it from the politics in the current environment, I think, in order to understand what that means.
but Christians also have a cultural connection to that land, and Christians have also Christians do.
Christians have a religious tie to it and to religious sites in it. But Christianity is explicitly a universalistic faith that's distinct from cultural and tribal identities. It's never been a part of it. Christians have never said we should all live in the same country. In the same way that Muslims haven't said we all need to live in exactly the same country. We are part of the same. They say Muslims are all part of the same community. You know, like they share Islam, but there's not a specific political tie to making somebody Christian or Muslim. Not like a country in a particular history. There's no like founding country in Christian sources that all Christians are attached to.
But wouldn't that just be Jewish culture and identity, and Judaism being indigenous to that land and not necessarily all Jews? Like all Jews are not ancestrally tied to that land, and that's my point. Like there are some Jewish people who are indigenous to Germany, for example, or to Western Europe, and that is okay to say.
Growing up Jewish with Jewish sources and texts and stories,
Yeah.
there's a specific political history to it. Same as it is for the Samaritans. These are same as it is for Zoroastrians. There's a specific homeland that's tied to it, that's a part of the faith. It's not just a religion. It's part of like the broader cultural identity.
No, I know,
So
I know that. I know it's not just a religion.
there's a history, and that's the point. They connect to a particular history in this, and peoples, again, wherever they are originally from, can all attach to that. Again, significant parts of the German population were not Germanic migrants who moved in. They were other populations entirely that were Germanized over many, many centuries. This is true almost everywhere you go. The Irish population wasn't originally Celtic. The Gaelic language is not actually the indigenous language of Ireland. There were Neolithic peoples already before the Irish showed up. But a particular identity develops, a particular language develops, and people have a memory of that one, and that becomes the identity you cling to. Jews, wherever they lived in the world, always clung to a specific part of their history. Good or bad, I'm not saying that whether or not they should. I'm just saying they've always clung to a specific origin and a memory of that. That's the key part about it. That's what ties them to the land is the cultural identity, regardless of what they believe. All these questions about identity. I mean, we have to understand that identity has always been highly malleable and highly politicized. People use it in often very dishonest ways too. So questions of identity are actually pretty toxic in some way. They can be very problematic.
Yeah, totally agree about
That's
it.
why people like I struggle.
Yeah, I don't think I still don't think I agree with it. I'm not gonna lie. I still think I don't
To be frank, right, for religion, in regardless you're Christian, Islam or Muslim, or even Judaism or even Buddhism, etc. The five famous religion is actually they create religion to be frank, to spread around the world.
Judaism doesn't do that, to be fair. Judaism is not necessarily like it's not like Christianity or like Islam in that like you try to evangelize or like spread it around the world. Like there is no like not usually, like there is no like active attempt.
It's history, but not for most of it.
Yeah. Like even today, currently, it's not like something that is like actively being attempted to be spread like Christianity or Islam.
in that way,
And the Gior is also very.
people would have to seek it out themselves. They would have to choose to join that. And the
Yeah.
main part of the conversion is a conversion to the cultural identity, not to the religion, because again, it is an ethno religion. It's much more about
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
the culture.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it being an ethnicity and a religion. None of that I know. It's just indigeneity when it
Yeah, no,
comes to
I
the
get-
political sense. That is what I disagree with.
And that's fine, because again, terms like that, I mean, they have very specific political contexts.
Yes.
And you're right to bring up the question of like benefits or whatever, right? Because there are certain benefits that go to certain groups to make up for all of the problems of settler
Yes.
colonialism and G-sides and the rest of it. But the question here is specifically in relation to Palestine is that there should not be a benefit to that gives Jews a right to it or control over it. That has to go away. You know, I think if that goes away and there's no connection to it, I don't see why it should be controversial to say that somebody can have that romantic connection to the land and want to move there and live there. If they're not taking anything from anybody else, they're just an immigrant like anybody else. It's just like anybody else moving to Germany or Italy or something and settling in a new country and adopting a new culture and living there.
But it's a hypothetical. That's the thing. It is political within the sense. It is intrinsically political. Yeah, it is and that's precisely why I think it's very, very important to like address it, because it is being made political by the Israeli state. And so like, yeah. So when the Israeli state,
the way the Israelis talk about it.
Yeah, when the Israeli state is saying, all Jewish people are indigenous. All Jewish people originally came from this land, but were expelled elsewhere, and now they have to come back home. Like Israelis are talking about land back movements. They're talking about
co-opting some of the language of that. Yes.
Yeah, they're co-opting the language, right? And they're saying this is just a land back movement. This is a decolonization movement. How can a person like Ivanka Trump participate in land back when her roots are not tied to Palestine?
Well, again, I both agree and disagree.
Culturally, yes. Emotionally, yes. She can be tied to that land.
I agree and disagree. I would say that it is an accurate statement to say all Jews are indigenous to the Levant. I would say it is inaccurate to say it is land back and a decolonization movement, which they are lying about. It is explicitly a settler colonial movement.
I know. Yeah.
Land. But so they're wrong in all of that. They're wrong in saying it's land back. They're wrong in saying it's decolonization. They're wrong in denying the colonial roots of their own project. It would be immigration. They would be moving there. But I don't think. But I think we can criticize that without actually criticizing the former, because to push back in a sense that says that Jews as a whole are not tied to that land risks actually attacking Judaism as a culture as opposed to attacking Zionism as a settler colonial racist ideology, which is the problem. Israelis are lying. But like any good lie, the lies that really matter to people has an element of truth to it. There's a kernel of truth in what they're saying, and they are twisting it into something that it's not.
But nobody's talking about the cultural ties. Like I'm not even addressing the cultural ties. I'm specifically talking about the like ancestral ties more, not necessarily the cultural ties.
It literally becomes the same thing. It actually gets somebody in the comments earlier, and this is a common misconception about ethnicity, saying that ethnicity is about descent. It's not.
No, not always.
Yeah, exactly.
It can be, though.
You can inherit an ethnicity, yes. But ethnicity literally just means a group of people with a shared identity based on their certain perceived common attributes that they all have that makes them that shares a certain ethnicity.
Yes,
yes. Say that they have a particular tie. So all Lakota, wherever they are, can say that they can point to the Black Hills, whatever, and they have a connection to that land, and they would have a right to something like that. But the politics are sort of a separate issue from that, for me, I guess.
But for example, with a Druze, can I say one more point? And I just want to say what. Okay.
I'm just gesturing for people to tap.
Oh, okay. Because I saw you waving your finger, and I see Annie having like hand symbols
Yeah.
in the chat, and
Can I just say
I thought
one thing, and I promise I'll mute? Druze ethnicity, for example, is tied to the ancestry. So there are ethnicities that are tied to the ethnicity. Like, for example, with Druze, you're not allowed to convert, you're not allowed to do anything, you're only allowed to be born into it. So the ethnicity is, in a way, tied to a person's ancestry, like ancestral heritage. And so I understand that the ethnicity is cultural, yes. Ethnicity is a social construct. It's a social construct. Yes, I accept that.
the Druze at a particular point, that was how they survived. Was to make that decision. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying I know it's a social construct, yes, but there are certain ethnicities that are tied to a person's ancestry, and that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, technically that's true for Zoroastrians can't convert either. So at the end of the day, they're all ultimately Iranian. Wherever they end up going. I mean, it's really controversial. It's being argued actively right now. People are trying to save Samaritanism and Zoroastrianism by trying to expand it, but historically they didn't accept converts either, and didn't for a long time. So there are weird exceptions to that, but those have elements of a religious culture too that are, and it's specific to surviving that way. The Druze decision was because their views were considered heterodox, and they would have been persecuted if they didn't make that decision. So it's ultimately rooted in a religious dispute. But yeah, it creates a weird exceptional environment. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think we disagree as much as it seems. I'm trying to focus on the problem of the settler colony and its lies about it without actually undermining something that has been true to Jews for millennia and is also part of the basic definition of a lot of these terms, like ethnicity. I mean, Jews are all ethnically Jewish, and Judaism has a specific history that ties it to a land. That doesn't mean they have any right to it. That's a whole separate issue. You have a Greek Orthodox Filipino parrot? How does that work, Emily? That's adorable. Apo is your
Annie
parrot,
wanted
right?
to say something, right?
What was that?
I think Annie wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was asking if she did. I don't know. Do you?
Yes, I have a question.
Right on.
And I'm glad both of you are here right now.
Woo!
So my grandmother and grandfather are German Jewish on my mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
On my father's side, they are Sicilian and Irish pagan.
Okay. Catholic.
I was raised. No, she's pagan. She's full on, like, she was certified by she and her mother were the last two people certified by the state of Pennsylvania as white witches.
That's cool.
So
Okay.
you see why I'm as what I am.
Really?
So, yes. So both you and Covey were talking about indigeneity.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought about nationalism and the difference between where you were born, what you were born as, and what your DNA was. Because you said what you are born as is not a thing, essentially. So I've put in the chat in different places, my Jewish grandparents raised my mother Catholic, so I'm an atheist. My father was raised Catholic and Wiccan, Jewish, pagan, all the other stuff.
Sure.
But it's Irish, German, Italian, and English.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to say I am when it comes to any sort of indigeneity, because I'm also a military child who was conceived in Brooklyn and born in Germany. So when somebody asks me what you are, what is it I'm supposed to say?
Well,
Does that make
At the end of
sense?
the day, things like that are a choice in two ways. Particular communities can accept you, and an identity can come from that if you accept it, or you choose something out of this. Because at the end of the day, our identity is in part a choice. Sometimes we're born into things, and you'd have to move out of something, but the choice is still like there. Out of all that, it just depends on where you want to look. As far as like Jewish religious law, halakhically, you're Jewish, but you weren't raised Jewish. So are you Jewish? Well, no, unless you choose to be. If you don't choose that identity, you're not a Jew in that sense. You are, strictly speaking, religiously. The Orthodox would say you're Jewish and you should learn to be a Jewish, and they would like, nah, you should learn to be Jewish. But if you choose not to, who's going to stop you? Tons of Jews have always converted out of it and had descendants that weren't Jews anymore, at least in that sense. By descent, physically in that way, according to Jewish religious law, you can be called a Jew. But you're only a Jew if you choose that, if it's a part of your identity and you acknowledge it. So that at the end of the day, it's a gray area and it's up to you.
So that's where the
I have
tism
one
kicks in.
Yeah, right.
That
What's
means
the
that,
right answer?
sorry, that means that, am I right to say that if like you can choose to be, or perhaps the region you can choose to be Jewish, if one certain part of your family, maybe your great grandparents is a Jewish, etc., or you can choose to be a Christian if you want to.
I just have one question. Annie, when it comes to filling out a survey at any kind of event, what the heck do you do?
I look at people with crossed eyes.
Wow!
Freeze up. Check other.
Because you do bring up a good point, because we talked about this earlier. I'm stuck in the duality. I'm stuck on the razor's edge of the duality of the black and white, because I don't have enough information to make a decision for myself as an individual as to what qualifies as a decision to be a something.
Right.
So when it comes to writing something down, like I know I'm German, English, Irish, Italian. So what does that mean when it comes to filling out an application? Am I white? Am I Caucasian? Am I Mediterranean? Am I, Middle Eastern? Because I'm German Jewish. So am I I'm Ashkenazi? So there's like this. Do I hate myself? Do I not hate myself? Am I doing the right thing? Am I part of the world that's supposed to be doing? There's so many things that come with all of those things that I was talking about earlier that are enveloped in my rumination and the autism part of me, with all of the things that society says I'm supposed to be based on the place I was born, who I was born to, when I was born, the time I was born, the country I was born in, and the DNA I've got. And I'm like, I don't understand any of that other than the fact that I have a JJ. That's all I got. Sorry.
Oh my god. I find it's like, sorry, I was like a bit fascinated because because I'm from Asia. So in Asia, right, we follow the father side. If your father is a Jewish, then you probably is a Jewish. We don't follow our great grandparents from mother side, etc. kind of thing. Yes, I may be a mixed blood, which is like probably as what you say, as most probably you are mixed blood in different culture. But at the end of story, because we have served name, our family name, so we follow our family name, which is probably like if my father is a Briton, I'm probably is a Briton. That's it.
It's like Sir and I had this conversation once where, like, I am 1/4 Cape Malay, but on my ID in South Africa here, I am classified as Cape Malay colored because of my grandmother.
Because of one parent, and they just pick one. Here's your category.
Yeah,
correct. Because like when you choose, like there's so many diversion of roots within the family, as I previously told you before, human race always mix around. So if you have too much diversion or roots, it's like it causes a lot of confusion wherever which one should you choose to, which I think probably could be a very headache things.
I have to drop y'all. I'm getting a call. But I'm gonna, thank you very much, Dr. Leah. I'll say in the, I'll come back more often.
You, Kobe.
Yeah, bye.
See you, bye.
For Serene, there's an interesting question that comes up because of all the Chinese Jews, right? Because they adopted the patriarchal exogamy, so they traced descent from the father's line, but halakha traces from the mother's line. So when Chinese Jews want to be accepted as Jewish, they have to go through a formal conversion. They may remember their Jewish identity, so there's a way that you can say they're ethnically Jewish, but they wouldn't be accepted religiously. So there's all kinds of weird places like that where because different cultures have used different ways of understanding identity and passing it from person to person, at the end of the day, it's still a choice. So somebody may think that they're Jewish and Chinese, but other Jews might not agree, because of the way it's remembered, the way it's descended.
What is that word that says it? Halakha. What?
Halakha is like Sharia.
I was going to say we have a word like that also. Halakha. It's the
okay. Halakha is Jewish religious law. So it's equivalent to like Sharia law for understanding.
Okay, Sharia and Halakha, same type of concept.
Same concept, different religion. Yeah.
But we have the same word that means something else.
Yeah. So, related Semitic languages, they picked up the word and did something else with it.
Yeah.
But Halakha in this context is analogous to Sharia, and it's the way these things are understood. So it's.
Okay.
You see why it's so difficult to you have the East, you have the West, and you have the middle version of what identity is. And then
identity is a giant clusterfuck. It's
and then you throw autism in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And I'm stuck trying to figure out exactly what I am when it comes to being like Jewish, Catholic, pagan, female, autistic. And I never know where I'm supposed to I'm the square peg trying to fit in all the circular holes, and I don't understand how to make the choice. And I feel like the more I listen to people like you, Dharma, and the people, and Liam, and people I've listened through these lives, where I told you before in school, it was book learning and that, 23.5 minutes of teacher. And it didn't make any sense to me. And I've learned more through these lives, through this discussion, that now through my autism diagnosis, I hate calling it a Middle East conflict, but because I have a lack of other words to use, what's going on there, being a military brat and being a Jewish, Catholic, pagan, Sicilian, blah, 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 I feel like there's no place for me to land to have I am this, so I believe this, so I can do this. So there's I don't know if any of that makes sense, but I feel like this kind of space has helped me learn more on how to focus the feelings and thoughts at the same time on how I feel about the world. I'm going to shut up again.
No. This is so beautiful. Honestly, this became a very big interest of mine very early on. I mean, it's not surprising I ended up being the kind of historian that I did when I finally did get into college and start doing this sort of thing, because questions of identity, what makes you what you are, why that works, are huge for me. And part of the reason was I didn't understand why people needed to be in a particular box, why these kind of identities develop, and why they're so important, so powerful in people's lives. Because it doesn't matter much to me. If I was told, if like the Jewish community as a whole, like said, you are not Jewish, you're not allowed to be Jewish anymore, I'm like, okay, I'll live. And I'd go on. I mean, there's no single category I fall into. A lot of Americans love to like pull things out of their ancestry. Oh, I'm Irish, I'm Sicilian. Yeah, I'll tell you my ancestry is like Irish, Sicilian, Polish, Bulgarian, Scots, Berber. I mean, we're all over the place. But do I call myself any of those things? No. It doesn't matter. I don't think of myself as an Irish person or as an Irish American any more than I think of myself as white. Whiteness is a nonsensical concept to me. These things are all just labels people have invented for themselves. When the option's available, I'll just check other, and I don't give a shit. Like it doesn't matter to me. I don't, or I'll mess with them a little bit. You check the other, and you just like I start listing everything, and I give them a massive long list. Like Irish, Polish, Sicilian, Berber, Jewish, just long ass string. It's just because I'm kind of like, I don't care about this whole stuff, but I'm fascinated by it because it's so much a part of the human condition. It's so normal that we need our tribal identities. My identity is basically Californian. If you ask me like how I'm from California, I live in California, so I'm Californian. At the end of the day, that's the only indigenous identity I can claim is that I'm from California. So that's it. But does it really matter much? Not really. But this question fascinates me because it is suffused through our entire history. All peoples everywhere have been racked by questions like this. What does it mean to be? Like the Jewish one is so fascinating because like, what is a real Jew? Like Jews argue among themselves constantly trying to delegitimize other people. It's such an important question for people that they constantly attack each other over it. And I think that it's fascinating. So the struggles you have there is, I mean, your struggle to define yourself is honestly one of the most significant questions in my life. It's one of the things I'm most interested in learning about, studying, hearing from people. Like, I don't mean to minimize any of it. I'm honestly fascinated by your story. I think it's amazing because these questions of what makes us what we are so interesting.
Do you know that I'm 44?
I don't recall you saying it, but I do know now.
I'm 44 and I feel like I'm learning like a 12-year-old. I feel like I'm a fawn. Like a brand new deer. And I say that
You sound like you're
respect.
20.
Good though. I mean,
yeah, I'm 44. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter.
Don't let that, hold on to that tightly, because as long as if you feel you're always learning something new, just like a child, you're staying young. Growing up is so overrated. I'm a child about everything. I'm always like sucking in some new thing. Like I love it when people start talking about things I know nothing at all about. Like, cool, this is great. Like, I'm thoroughly confused. Go on. Tell me more. I'm thoroughly confused. Tell me more.
I think it's really a good thing. Even like say you are 40 or 60 years old, you're still continuing learning something new and try to learn yourself.
Seriously. Sir,
Really?
how old are we? You and I? How old are we?
49.
How old are you and I?
49. At least for another month. Yeah, a little less, for a little less than a month. I'm heading toward one of those nice round numbers.
Yeah, I mean July.
Oh, someone's 42. Nikki hits the lottery there. Life, the universe, and everything.
I'm also 42 this year.
Yeah.
Who is younger here? Who are 30?
Are you and I the elders in the room, sir?
Oh. Not always. I mean, the Revolution was born in 69, so he's 5 years older than me.
Wow, yeah.
He's still here, but there's always people coming through.
Amy's 53. So wow. Who? Rebellious is 60. Wow.
See?
You and I are 50 and then Rebellious is 60. He sounds like he's in his 30s. What?
But I don't know. I still think of myself as a kid. I just have more aches and pains than I used to. You know, I'm not 50. I'm still 25 and thoroughly clueless. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
No,
Please, I'm going to
we are
Comic Con
21
in a few
forever.
days. Comic Con is like 7 days away.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Keep doing it. Never grow up. Thoroughly overrated.
Yeah. I'm going to Comic Con in 7 days, guys. You must all come with me.
Okay, got something to ask. Do you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that like when you're catching age, it's like your body tends to get a lot of body aches, etc. Especially when you wake up in the morning. Oh my god.
Yeah, and you can minimize some of that by living better than I do. If I was stretching and exercising more, it would hurt a lot less. Because I know because I go through periods in this, right? I've honestly done relatively little in the last year because I associated a lot of the exercise routine with the ex, because we would do a lot of stuff together. So I just stopped, and I haven't managed to get back, because once you fall off the horse, it's hard to get back on. I need to get back on a nice routine where I'm stretching regularly. When I do that, it's going to feel a whole lot better when I wake up in the morning. Because right now, I get up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I got to move this leg off the bed. Oh, gosh. Oh, there's that. Oh,
I feel
man.
you. Especially like in the morning, right? I think my left side of my back was pretty bad, man. Because I always like to turn the other side on the left to sleep. So, my body's all the weight was facing on the left. So when I wake up, I was like, oh my god, I can't move.
There was once when Erika was having a live. She was just having a chill live with a chill vibe. And I don't know who else was there. Erika, if you're in the room, just remember this night. It was like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And Erika was having a live, and there was snow falling outside. And then it was 2 o'clock for me, 2:30, almost 3 o'clock. And I was saying to her, I'm lying here and I need to go to the bathroom. Now the bathroom is like literally 10 steps away from my bed. And then I said to her, okay, I'm getting out of bed now, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I literally just said, no. My back says I can't. My back says I can't. And then I just sat there for a while because I couldn't just get up and go.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. Yeah, no, I used to go for long walks in the evening. I would get up in the morning and stretch. I've not done any of that for a while. I was getting better at it. I was actually getting a nice routine, was feeling better, but yeah, I just sort of gave up on everything.
That means that I gotta start my stretching before sleep.
It is I'm paying a price for it right now, because it is definitely hard to get up in the morning. I just want to lay there, I mean, the alarms have all gone off. I'm awake. I'm like, oh, and I'll just sit there like goofing around on my phone, like reading like the comments on Instagram or something, like just any excuse I can think of to avoid having to sling my legs off the bed and get out. Because it takes a while, and you're like, oh, fine, okay, and eventually you get limber enough again, but I'm so stiff. So I've got to fix that. But when you're a kid, it doesn't matter. You can go years without doing any exercise, and you're fine because your body's super resilient. Not true anymore.
But I feel it's like, I wouldn't get out of bed, but it's the need to go to the bathroom. And then you're stuck with, I have to actually see how I'm feeling, because I need a startup. I can't just get up and go. I need to see how I'm feeling so that I can work my way up to get there. It's the craziest thing, though.
Yep. Whatever gets you out of bed, though. if that's what it takes, I'll just stay here until I absolutely have to go. Then I'll get up.
My sister Erika is coming up. Lisa Erika.
Hi, I love you.
I love you more.
And you're talking about my life. Are you talking about needing to stretch and move your body, or you feel horrible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like after we turn 35, my body tends to be very stiff. Even every morning, it's either I gotta stretch my back or I got a back pain. And sometimes, like halfway through when I've slept, my neck cramp. Oh my god.
Yes.
And you're like your leg cramp, you suddenly woke up and you gotta stretch your leg. Oh Jesus.
What kind of geriatric life is this turned into?
Well, I do have a couple topics. I don't know if you're interested at all. Were you about to
Yes, go for
stop
it.
or?
Yeah, sure. Someone just mentioned the whole Jesus being Palestinian in the comments there.
Okay.
Given that the name Palestine was applied to that land before he was born, yeah, you can totally call him Palestinian. He wouldn't have used the word, but he's from Palestine. So, yeah.
So there's two things I want to throw out. If you're interested in talking about either of them, or if you have any information on either of them, one is I feel like I'm hearing a lot of people say that Israel is destroying America, and I feel like that's really not taking into account like who America is. But I'm hearing that a lot lately, and I think it could be a ploy to get Americans to like wake up and defund, Israel. But
yeah, but done in a way that seems to imply Jewish control of America, which is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, America does the shit it does because America's a fucked up country. I mean, we support Israel because we are a racist settler colony and an empire. That's it. It is nothing. Israelis don't control America. Israel isn't destroying America. We do it to ourselves, as we have been all along.
Agreed. And then Bird just had something that was my other idea.
I saw it. Several people sent it to me, including Dharma, but I haven't had a chance to look at any of it.
So yeah, and I saw that on Instagram you were looking for the information about like what he had to say. Right. So basically, I read everything on it because when someone does that, I'm like, hey, what's that about? And so he was talking about like, the short version is about how the American government and all of the past presidents, specifically the most recent, people who've been in office in some way, shape, or form in the last like 20 years, are all working together. They're all working towards the same thing. But he was very specific in saying that one of their ways that they're controlling money laundering and controlling society is through cryptocurrency. And that also that they were going to use cryptocurrency to create a Great Depression. And so, I definitely want to look into everything he was talking about, but I also feel that his message was, he's going up against, he's outraged at what the U.S. government is doing to the American people. And he obviously had done a lot of different research on his own because he had a lot of things to say about a lot of powerful and wealthy people. And, I just, so I don't know that you know much about cryptocurrency. I don't know if that's something you've ever looked into. I've never been super interested in it myself. It kind of just feels like
enough to know that there's no connection to, political power or presidents.
Right.
I mean, it's in a lot of cases it ends up being even more concentrated and scammy than any fiat currency is. I mean, and ownership of most of them is highly concentrated. It's much more of a top 1% there than in a lot of other areas. So there is some reason for some people to be thinking that, because for a lot of people who get into it, they get super into crypto because they think it's going to free the world, blockchain forever, and they're like super happy about it because it's a decentralized model. It could break the power of states to control currencies. Well, what it doesn't break is the power of wealth. And if somebody had more money to build more computers and mine more crypto and therefore acquire more of it, then they are super rich and you are not. So it's a whole different power structure though. But it is still one driven by wealth, not by the political power. The agents of the state have nothing to do with the way that works at all. Hi, hey, scoot over.
It sounds like it sounds to me like he was calling out a tool of a much bigger issue, you know? So, and, you know, he was at the trial of Donald Trump, but, you know, no matter what anyone says, he was carrying a sign that said something to the effect of Trump and Biden like are not looking out. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was against both of these candidates. And yeah, so anyway, that's the information so far that's out. And you know, it seems like it's not all wrong, you know. In fact, some of it might not be.
Power structures is perfectly reasonable. They all do ultimately work for the same people, but the same people is just wealth. They serve the interests of capital.
Right.
You know, and that's been true in this country practically from the start. There's nothing really else for them really to work for is the wealth, you know, especially since the end of the 19th century when we allowed corporations to start buying presidents.
Mm.
You know, from McKinley on, they've all gotten in there because of corporate money. So at the end of the day, that's their base, not me, not you.
He was also saying that in the plans of you know the leaders that be in the U.S. of creating another depression via cryptocurrency, and he named a lot of names. He said that it would turn into a fascist coup. So,
I mean, anything tying the political structure as a whole to fascism is probably misusing the word, because fascism has explicitly to come out of reactionary politics and nationalism. So Biden's an authoritarian, but he's not a fascist.
Right.
But he's definitely authoritarian. There's no way for crypto to create another Great Depression unless we all started using crypto, because the way it concentrates power in the hands of the people who have more money already, they could destroy it. They could destroy it. But crypto is not a global currency. It's not. It doesn't have the power to do anything like that. The thing that could create more depression, you know, is that we've literally gone back to the same basic financial system we had before. You know, we've undone most of the regulatory controls that were put in place to prevent something like that spiraling that outward from a market crash. Today, instead, what we do is whenever the market crashes, we just give them a shitload of money so it stabilizes the markets. If we didn't do that, it could cause another depression because we've undermined all the safeguards that would prevent it from spilling over into the real economy. So depressions are definitely possible in the US if we decide not to bail out the banks or whatever, or we stop doing it, whatever. But it's not, crypto can't do that.
Is there a term that you would use to describe, because I think some people do use the term depression for what's happening as far as in our economy, the poor people or the lower working class struggling more to get ahead and finding it almost impossible. Is there like a good term for that?
I'm not sure I know the best one, but you can just say that the country is in sharp socioeconomic decline, and it has been for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. is actually more comparable to, you know, countries in the global South. It's more comparable to Chile than it is to Germany at this point. You know, but you can't use recession or depression in these contexts because they do have specific meanings in terms of finance. So they're not technically accurate. We've had a whole bunch of depressions and recessions in American history. Everyone tends to remember the Great Depression, but there's a whole bunch of them. But it has a specific reference to overall growth levels. And we actually do have growth in the economy. It's just not trickling down to us.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we've done in creating a new economic base since the 70s based in finance capitalism is that the real economy, which is the circulation of cash and goods among us, is now downplayed and in decline, while people are making tons and tons of money at the top. But what they're doing is actually disconnected from us and the real economy. So the real economy is in sharp decline, but growth rates actually still exist. So that's why the terms recession and depression can't actually apply, because they're about this. They're about the growth rates. And it's still happening. It's just that all benefits, and this is true for more than 30 years now, since the 90s, all benefits have gone to the top 10%. Yeah, none of it's still around. And
should I say that this is the allocation of wealth that is unbalanced?
Yeah, it's unbalanced. What was the thing before that?
I should say that this the allocation of wealth is unbalanced throughout the Americas.
Oh yeah, for sure. And actually, wealth and income inequality are on the rise almost everywhere. Like almost everywhere. Even Sweden actually created the most economically equal society in the world by using very strict wealth taxes starting in the 19th century, but they've actually removed them. So inequality is starting to climb there too. It's true all over the place. It's not restricted to any one place, because it's part of like the current global economic system creates it.
I have another question, but I don't want to be a hog. And Rocky said, which made me very interested, that their sister and them were talking about what you said about the president and apathy. Does that sound familiar?
If it's something I've said, I struggle to remember what I said 5 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't know what I talked
think
about.
earlier when Sir was speaking about he had shown no emotion for the way the people felt about the Palestinian issue, and he had complete apathy to the situation in the Middle East, towards the Palestinian people. Sir had mentioned something about that earlier.
No memory of any of that.
Oh well, Sir did. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think the debt that specifically the United States government is in fuels their support of Israel and their winning power in the Middle East?
It really depends on how you want to define it, because arguably the U.S. is not actually in any debt.
Okay.
It's just it's the way that fiat currencies work.
Hmm.
As long as you're a currency sovereign, that particular type of debt doesn't really affect anything. Japan's far more in the red than we are, and it doesn't matter at all. It's not that money is really owed in that sense. It's basically like moving it from one thing to another. It's moving it around on the balance sheets. It's a weird accounting trick. And when people are oftentimes super critical of that and of fiat currencies, they tend to forget just how harmful things like the gold standard were to working people, because it was working people that actually demanded we move off the gold standard. So it's weird to think of working class people today trying to get back to it, because the key there is with the fiat currency, yeah, there's steady inflation. So inflation is much more of a problem now than it ever was before. But as long as inflation is matched by overall growth rates, and that growth is able to trickle down to people in terms of wage rises, it doesn't matter in any way, and is actually a direct benefit to workers, because any debt that we go into, if you develop debt from buying a house or a car or whatever, if the value of the currency is falling, the burden of your debt is going down. The problem we actually have is not about the fiat currency or the structure there. It's that we don't let the wealth trickle down, that it doesn't come down to wages. So people are trying to pay things off with less money, because they're not getting when there's more productivity, because there's enough productivity to balance out the inflation, but all the benefits are being seized. If they were not, if the benefits of increased productivity went to us in the terms of wage rises, it would not make any difference at all. So they're basically attacking the wrong problem. Is one of the key issues there.
I would say that I disagree some part of it because this so-called global inflation, right, was do you remember during the COVID-19 USA actually print too much money? That actually because of the lockdown, they print like trillions of dollars towards America, and this amount of money.
Not really, because that's normal here. It's not the pandemic. We've been doing that over and over and over again. Every year we produce a huge amount of more money, and every now and then there's massive injections. Huge amounts of money were produced in 07 and 08 around the financial crises there. We're always doing that.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, probably in America they don't feel that this is a abuse, but in the global members in other country may feel that this is actually abusing of currency, because we know that US dollar is actually a global currency across the world. So when you inject a lot of money, especially US dollars, into the market, the rest of the country has to sort of like balance up the equation.
Yep, it affects people that are buying T-bills for sure. Because it does lower the actual value of that currency. But it's honestly there are good and bad things all around. In some ways, the earlier Bretton Woods system after World War II was a lot more stable in terms of the value of the currency, and everyone being pegged to the U.S. dollar didn't hurt in the same way because the dollar was very solid. Now the dollar is a lot more liquid. It's changing all the time, and everyone's tied to it. So given that we moved to more fiat bases and currencies, what we had to do was break this idea of a reserve currency, because that's then a big problem. Because yes, what the US does now can affect other countries and the way they're planning things. But just the basic economics of doing this, of injecting more capital into the economy, as long as it's not, as long as it doesn't outstrip actual growth rates, and as long as the cash is trickling down to ordinary people, it wouldn't hurt in that country. A reserve currency is a separate issue from that, and we're still a reserve currency even though we abandoned the Bretton Woods system under Nixon. So that does have other consequences for people.
The reason why there's currently some of our country in the world is moving towards the gold is because they find that probably gold are more stable in sense of like it will not be influenced by certain countries' policy, etc. kind of things. And to be frank, gold currency has been around for centuries. We are just from an in-norm way back to the norm way.
Yeah, but the way a gold standard would work in a consumer economy, actually, it does harm working people. It makes debts far more onerous. And at this point, because wages have stayed so low for so long, most people are drowning in debt. If you switched to a gold standard with this much consumer debt, you would create massive global poverty. It would be disastrous for the world to switch over to gold right now.
I don't say that is an immediate effect. Probably like this switching of USD to a gold, right, could be a graduating changes for the next 10-20 years, which is like people.
But the debt isn't going to go away in 10 or 20 years. You'd have to also at the same time address the chronically low wages and get people ahead, push them out of that debt. And the only way to push people out of debt at this point is either some massive debt jubilee or producing more money, and then switching to it, which also gets problematic. And once it's in place, even assuming all the negatives that are currently in place in the economy are gone, let's just wipe it all out, say everything is perfect, start over from scratch. A gold standard, once in place, generally benefits only the rich. It works much better for them market-wise than it does for ordinary people. It makes it actually a lot harder. On gold standards, poverty rates were far higher than they are now. And it's not really possible to undermine that, to change it, because by its nature, a gold standard slows down growth for a lot of people. It slows the ability of people to rise up out of it. It makes tons of things unreasonably expensive.
Okay, so just for a second, Spiritual Tech has a point to make. So
Okay.
if Serene, can you just come in and
No problem. Let next one. Yeah.
okay, thank you so much. Okay, Spiritual Tech, you're up.
Sorry, I was responding to Annie real quick.
Okay.
So yeah, to go back on the whole thing with cryptocurrency and the manifesto. So before we get into the manifesto stuff, yeah, let me explain something. So crypto is essentially came out of nowhere. If I don't know if you guys are history buffs or anything, but there's something called Tulip Mania. I don't know, it was like what 1600s or something like that. But Tulip Mania, basically, people went absolutely batshit nuts over tulips, and were trying to sell them for ridiculous prices and so on. So crypto is kind of like that, where it's like this thing that pops out of nowhere, and everyone's like, we're gonna do something different and change things, which is great. You want to change things and do things, but they were looking at it and using it as a means to obviously capitalize on it. So crypto is a commodity. It's not an actual currency. You have to trade in your real currency in order to get it. So that's pretty much the same thing as what you would normally do for anything that you want to buy. And crypto, I actually was a part of a group that was trying to start a crypto company, and it was a friend of mine, and I wanted to help out the best I could, but it just started to make me really nauseated because it was becoming more scammy than anything, and I had to leave. I had to get out of it. But anyway, back to my point. So crypto is a commodity. There's a lot of people who it's on the rise now, who are basically using it as a scam. And it was created essentially by the right libertarian groups. So if you know I don't know if any of you know about right libertarians, but right libertarians are basically like capitalism 2.0. They want to make everything transactional. They believe in the gold standard, silver standard. They want to have the gold standard come back and everything backed by gold and so on, which was cumbersome in the first place. That you guys were just talking about that. The whole point we went off of gold was to make currency more on the fiat side of things, and the fiat currency is a lot easier to distribute and get things done because you can just do it like that. There's nothing restraining it. So anyway, but basically, again, right libertarians, created this whole thing, and it's a way for them to get away from the government because they hate the government, just like a lot of us in general. But they really hate the government, and they want to have private. I can't say it right now. They want to privatize everything, and completely take over as entities, essentially taking over everything instead of a government. And when they have this, obviously it's going to be a problem for the rest of us because we'll have to pay more through the nose. So again, that manifesto thing wasn't entirely wrong with certain aspects of it. Some of the things he was going off on in regards to television shows and actors and so on and things like that, I don't know entirely all about that. but he was like trying to tie all that in the manifesto, stating that like The Simpsons was, you know, like a part of brainwashing us all and other things like that, making things normal, and we're basically being normalized with all the stuff that's going on. And he brought up MK Ultra and the CIA and other things. So it was, they were trying to say like, you know, crypto and then all the wealthy and the rich, as well as like what is it? Harvard University was like the beginning of all this. He was saying like Harvard University like is like a billionaire factory, and you know, churns them out, and they control everything and all that. And so like, you know, George W. Bush, you know, came from Harvard, and he was like, you know, all that, and Bill Clinton, like just all this, he was going on and on about all this stuff, and then tied it in cryptocurrency as like their baby, and they're trying to use cryptocurrency to take over the world, basically. It's not going to take over the world. It's not doing, I mean, obviously it did well, but it's not, you know, taking over the world. So I don't know. I don't really fully understand that part, but I can see where he's coming from with that. But it's still a problem. The right libertarians, when they're trying to do all this stuff, and they want it to be everything to be this way because they want to be able to make things transactional. And then once they have that plan in place, it's going to be very hard because they'll be able to control things if they were to do that, you know. But you know, right now it's not like that. So there's a lot of different things that are going on, and it's hard to really figure out entirely exactly what's happening because there's so many things happening. One, I think that's the point. And this brings me back to my last thing here. I brought up earlier in the chat, the accelerationism. This is a real thing. Like, there are people, especially white supremacists, mainly white supremacists. There's also the Christo fascists, you know, the Zionists and so on. They all want chaos. They all want everything to fall apart, so that way, essentially, they can control things. It's easier to control things when things are falling apart. I don't fully buy that myself personally, because when you have chaos, it's hard to predict what's going to happen. So there's just a whole bunch of stuff that's happening. It is not easy to you know, pick apart, at least from what I'm getting. But so hopefully it made sense. I'm sorry, my brain sometimes doesn't, like, jumps from one thing to other, and I got to make sure I'm on the right track here. Does anyone understand what I'm saying there?
I think so.
I think so.
And again, that all these things are so tightly interconnected and complex is why conspiracy theories work for people, because our brain tries to find patterns and make sense and come up with an easy explanation. And most of this is just way too complex for that. There's too many moving parts. You know, just like there's what we were talking about a moment ago, just in terms of like global finance is such a complex, interconnected mess of things that there's no. It's hard for any one person to really like work around it, and any one little change that comes up can have so many weird ripple effects because it's connected to so many other things. It's so nobody can really keep track of all these different pieces. So because it looks essentially incomprehensible, it's easy enough for people to think that it's somehow being controlled, manipulated, pushed in certain directions, because it just doesn't make sense. There's no single model that lets you understand all of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, and if you want me to reiterate again, I'm sorry. I was trying to explain that the best I could, and it's a lot to take in. But yeah, like cryptocurrency. Say that again.
Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, crypto is just in general, like someone earlier said, it's absolute bullshit because it's really just there to really take your money. They don't give a shit about helping people, and there's a lot of companies that really, you know, they're saying they're going to do things and so on, and they're going to make it amazing and so on, but it really, a lot of them, like Meta especially, or you know, Facebook, they're all using it to take more money from you. That's really what it is.
Yeah, There's a way you can kind of okay, so thinking about how this might work and people looking for a nice way to understand things, a way to do it. So the right libertarian ideology in general, government bad, free enterprise and markets good. There's a lot of ways that they can lay out their arguments and they can seem like they work on paper. What they're missing is how complex all these systems are, and that there's so many other factors, political, historical, psychological, all these other things that get in the way. Realistically, what would happen is if right libertarians managed to abolish government tomorrow, it would immediately be recreated because government is literally a product of organized wealth. If you leave people with money around, if they still have that wealth, they would recreate it. So ideal world, crypto is everywhere and there's no governments anywhere else. Then the dudes at the very top, that top 1% that owns all the crypto, they own everything now. And they get to restructure it how they want, and they will create a government that suits their interests, because all governments were created initially to serve the interests of the powerful. All of them. That's the nature of governance, is it serves a particular interest class that puts it in power. So it's like their entire ideology is nonsensical, because they talk about freedom and they want freedom and liberty, but all it's going to do is create a new kind of feudal manorial system where somebody owns all the land and you poor peasants have to work for them. It's not freedom at all, but it sounds like it. And the problem is it's very hard to explain how this stuff works, because the people who fall in this, the people who get into this stuff, they're going to read certain economic tracts and certain works on social thought, but they won't study the history or the anthropology or other forms of economics. They don't go deep enough to really make sense of it and see why it's incoherent, but it's completely incoherent.
Okay. Can I just quickly say something quickly, please?
No.
Please. Okay. Okay. So 2 of my very, very favorite people are together in one room on the same panel right now. So now, if I'm not fangirling, then my name is not Dharma. Okay. So we have Professor Liam and we have Sav on the panel. Now I'm freaking out, okay? So you know Sav, right? You know Sav?
I don't know.
Okay, so Sav is a geopolitical genius. This man regurgitates facts the way you do, okay? The way you regurgitate and just flash out history. Sav does that with geopolitics. Now, I've been trying for the longest time my friends and I have discussed that Sav and Professor Liam have to come onto a panel together, and they have to choose a topic and discuss. And you go with the history and he goes with the geopolitics, and then we sit and we learn. Honestly, sir, can I just please, on the right on the top, there is Sav. Hi, Sav.
Yeah, I hit the thing to invite up, yeah.
No, he's there. He's right at the top.
Yeah, I know.
Yay! So
Nice to meet you, Professor Liam. I'm a big fan. I've been on your panel before. I think you were discussing about Greek datology, or I don't know, connected to the Levant or something like that. You had this topic. I can't remember. I think it was about a month or 2 months ago. So I was on your panel, and I'm a big fan. I must say that you're doing amazing. You're a genius, and sometimes I come on your live streams and I just sit back and listen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sav, based in Nigeria, and I just love Africa. That's all. I'm just a simple guy that loves my continent, and I try to, just like you said, I try to look at patterns, and I try to, follow trends and events around the world, and I try to connect the dots basically between some of the domestic policies of government, their foreign interests, and how those foreign interests have poisoned not just Africa, but the Middle East and around the world. Yeah, so I try to connect the dots. And like you said, I focus more on the geopolitical and the political side of things, you know, and a bit of history. So it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah. So, very nice to see you again. Yeah, and connecting
Yes.
the dots is a genuinely good thing to do. That's literally the core of any kind of analysis. It's what I do constantly. The problem with
Yeah.
what distinguishes conspiracy theorists from people who are actually doing analysis is the methodology and the amount of knowledge that's there. Because connecting random elements that have nothing to do with one another isn't actually connecting dots. It's just drawing all over the wall. You know, there's definitely an art to that. But the desire to put things together, I mean, I get where they're coming from. I totally understand what's motivating a lot of conspiracy theorists, but they don't have the right kind of training or knowledge to really do what they're trying to do.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You know, conspiracy theories, it's easy. I mean, you can just throw out random facts and try to see how the patterns are connected. But like you said, you need special tools. You need the knowledge and you need tools of analysis. So it's not just throwing out random facts. So, for instance, a lot of
This is this, and this is this, and surely that can't be a coincidence. That's not an argument. Of course it could be a coincidence. Show me how
yeah,
they're
definitely.
saying that it can't be a coincidence is not an argument.
Yes. It is. For instance, the first one I try to pick is the behavior of nation states. People will say, well, hold on a second, why is the US acting like this? Why is Israel acting like this? And a lot of people sometimes, you know, they lay it on the basis of emotion. Some will say, well, it's because they are criminals or they just because of multinationals, which could be an argument if you're looking at the roles of multinationals. But one theory you can use to understand why states act the way they act is realism. You know, it's a theory popularized mostly by Hans Morgenthau. And if you go back in time, you can also see that, you know, classical realism have always been there with people like Thucydides, who was the first historian, who wrote the first history book, The History of the Peloponnesian War. And yeah, he talked about, you know, in the relations between states that the strong will do what they want and the weak will suffer as they must. And also, you know, there's also the Machiavellian approach to classical realism. But in modern day, you know, you can look at the basic elements, which is that states are rational actors, the international system is anarchic, and because these states are rational actors, they act in self-interest. So if you look at the behavior of America in the Middle East and around the world in the pursuit of these hegemonistic ambitions, you can clearly define why they are behaving the way they are behaving. But for an ordinary person, he's seen the unaliving, because we're not allowed to use those K terms on TikTok, you know, what is going on the ground. To them, they are saying, oh, why are these guys, you know, distributing and, you know, flooding this area with weapons? Why is this happening? So for you to really understand, you have to look at the bigger picture, which is America is the dominant force in the world today. They want to remain a dominant force. And even though we have these supranational institutions, you know, like the UN, you know, and so on and so forth, they are not really effective. So, and like I said, the international system is anarchic, it's chaotic, and these guys are struggling to maintain dominance. You know, the Americans are doing so, and they know that the Chinese and the Russians are also doing exactly the same thing and are trying to upset them. So, in the pursuit of these hegemonistic goals and ambitions, they throw their weight around, and unfortunately, people lose their lives. Unfortunately, things happen. Okay, so and if you look at what is going on in the Middle East and in Africa, particularly if you look at the geography of the region, it is important for us to understand the proximity between the Middle East and Africa. And if you look at Israel, Israel is simply, I would say, is the forward operating base of America militarily, and is also you know, has been saddled with the responsibility of implementing those those policies of the U.S., whether it's in the Middle East or in Africa. It's in a strategic position. You have the Red Sea and you have the Mediterranean, two of the most two, you can rank them as some of the most important water bodies in the world in terms of trade, in terms of, strategic positioning. They are very important. So Israel is there to keep an eye on what is going on. And this is why people don't understand why America is supporting Israel. Of course, they have their own interests. It's not just because it's not just because they are stupid and just want to give them money or give them political support. It is important for them to give them this backing. And I will make the argument that the Mediterranean Sea is far more important. People look at the Red Sea and the Suez Canals. Well, of course, yes, but the Mediterranean is where the next big thing is going to happen. America, I mean, look at the positioning of their assets. It's all in the Mediterranean. The Chinese and the Russians are there. And people talk about the escalation that is likely to happen in the Middle East. I'll pick out one country, which is a banana peel. Nobody's talking about Syria. Syria is the next big thing. I mean, people focus on Iran and all that. I know sometimes, these guys really, they understand the consequence of any destabilization around the Persian Gulf, which might lead to the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and so on. But the Russians are heavily present in Tartus and Latakia. They have their military assets there. And the Chinese are also there with them. And and while that is going on, America also knows clearly that the Mediterranean is also very important strategically. The talks are there. Everybody is in the Mediterranean, not just because of the abundance of gas in the Mediterranean Sea, but also because of the strategic importance of that, water body. So yeah, we try to connect the dots, but on a humanitarian level, you can say, well, what they are doing is not good. But America as a state is a rational actor, and like I said, they're acting in self-interest. So at the end of the day, to them, the Machiavellian point of view, the end justifies the means. Whatever the state does in the pursuit of his interest, it's okay. Anyways, I'll just stop here, and
No,
it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's great to have you back. And there's a good idea. I can piggyback on this for a second, because the idea of states as rational actors is important. People keep looking for explanations. Why would they do this? Why would they stand by while so many people are unalived? Well, do they benefit by stopping it, or do they benefit by leaving it alone? And those calculations are always selfish. They're always about what the people in power think are the interests of the country. And countries don't think like people. They don't have the same concerns or issues. If you try to impose our logic on states, you're always going to be confused, because they don't act the same way. But it is possible to understand and to see like a state does, to see what they do. And when you do that, then their actions always make sense. They fit. It's no longer like this really confusing thing that you need a conspiracy theory to explain. But you have to apply the right logic to it. You have to understand how they perceive their interests and the world. I give a funny example of this because going through tons of different topics in a class, you're trying to use certain things in order to teach certain lessons, to bring certain ideas out. So one of the ways I can show that kind of seeming irrationality in states, but it's not irrational, it's just a different rationality, right? There's a fun quirk in French and Algerian history, where because of the expense of the French Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleonic Wars, France fell pretty far into debt, and it actually owed money to Algeria. And they kept putting off paying it back. They didn't want to give them any money, didn't want to give any money. And the officials in Algiers were getting increasingly upset about this and demanding, hey, you should pay us back. We don't want to do that. And in the process of that, at one point, there was I'm going to assume you guys know what a fly whisk is. Not a fly swatter, but a whisk, like feathers, like feathers on a stick. Go away, fly. Go away, fly. They, the day in charge, the official in charge in Algiers whacked the French consul in the face with a fly whisk. So he hit him with like a peacock feather or something. That's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna do any damage to anybody. But that was an insult to French honor, and therefore France had a choice: pay back the debt, or spend more money on a war to conquer the territory. And you guys know what they chose. In 1830, they launched an invasion. It cost them a shitload more money than it would have cost to just pay Algeria back and be done with it. But from the state's perspective, it made sense to do that. There's a certain logic to it. They gain certain things from that. There's all these prestige questions that come up. It's not a simple matter of like what's more expensive. They couldn't afford. The reason they weren't paying it back was they could not afford to give them the money. But you can't say, I can't afford to give you the money and then choose to spend more money on a war. That seems stupid, like on a basic human level. But you have to kind of get where states are coming from and what other interests they have. They will make decisions that we can't make or wouldn't make. So I think understanding them as rational actors is important because it lets us put them into their own context, realize what their interests are, and if you can see what's actually driving them, what is the most important issues that drive them, and see how different those motives are from ours, suddenly we're no longer confused by why Biden can look at all these, because he gets briefings every morning and they bring him in pictures and videos and show him what's happening in the strip. He knows, but he's not going to act the way we might in seeing that. And I think that
Okay,
frustrates a lot of people too. Understandable.
okay. I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Rebellious Rainbow. Somebody. Okay. I don't know where Sav went. He's coming back to the panel now. But so, yes. So Rebellious asked a question. I would like to know what Professor thinks of Yanis Varoufakis' techno-feudalism idea.
I got the book when it came out, and I haven't finished it. I started into it, and then I got distracted by other things. What I've seen so far dovetails pretty well with a lot of things that I've already talked about for a long time. Realistically, we have been recreating a kind of economy like that. I do have certain, like the autistic part comes out because we're stuck with using feudalism that way because of Marx, but Marx misused the word. Feudalism is only the political structure. It has nothing to do with the economy at all. But in the way that he's using it as manorialism, okay, yeah, we're developing I would call it techno-manorialism or neo-manorialism is the term I've tended to use. Because we are moving toward a radically privatized world, much like, some earlier stages in capitalism too that also had things in common with the feudal system or the manorial system. The key difference between any kind of earlier forms of manorialism and the contemporary world is the introduction of capitalism, which at the end of the day is just an investment model. It's a financial structure. It's not market economies are not capitalism. Capitalism is the capital flows from an investor class that then can invest in something to make a return without doing any labor, and all the different techniques around that, the banking, everything else that makes that possible. So by tying together those new techniques and whatnot to a radical privatization, yeah, that's where you get a kind of, again, what I would call neo-manorial. What I've seen so far in the book is going to dovetail well with some of that, but I don't know the rest of his work on it. I read the first chapter, put it on the shelf, and got distracted by a whole bunch of other shit because I never have enough time. So I'm looking forward to it, and I've liked some of his previous work. I do like him. Actually, I used to discuss him with an ex of mine who also liked him. So yeah, just from what little I know, I think that trying to describe a new type of feudal economy is a good way of framing it. And it'll help people to understand that this really isn't capitalism as people originally described it. If you look back at, earlier capitalist theorists, it should not look anything like this at all. This would be gibberish to your John Stuart Mills.
Brilliant. Rebellious, does that answer your question, sir?
Well, I mean, I would say it
Yeah.
doesn't, because I didn't.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't. It
finished his
doesn't.
book, so I
Because
don't know enough about it to comment on the details of his theory yet. But I'll get to it eventually. I have not had enough time for economics in the last few months. So I've been kind of, well, you guys know, kind of busy with other things,
Yeah.
yes.
like doing
Is
tons of
it?
teach-ins about Palestine and doing things like this, and yeah. So I have to choose where I can spend my time lately.
I think I had that he was, I don't know, stopped from coming to Germany or something like that. That there's a ban on him coming to Germany. I don't know what he did. The Germans clearly don't like him.
Well, he because of his comments on Israel.
Yes. He's a great guy. I used to follow some of his works when he was I think finance minister or something like that under
Yeah.
is it George Papandreou or
Yep.
I forgot the name of the was it
Yeah.
no, when he was economic minister, and this was during the so-called reforms by the European Union during the debt crisis, in both Greece and Spain and these other countries, where they were trying to force them to adopt these austerity measures. I don't know much about him, but he's I like some of his ideas. And,
Yeah, I followed him from there, and he has actually a pretty good for people who want to start studying econ, he has a pretty accessible introductory text. There's a bunch of stuff that he's done that's pretty good. He's actually a fine economist, but I also I like that he takes principled positions too. So
yeah, to me, it's
So,
more of his political positions than the economics.
right.
Yeah.
okay. So I have a question, just quickly. If we were to decide on a historical and economic and geographical political topic, like one that encompasses everything, would the two of you be willing to sit on a panel and sort of discuss and educate us?
Oh,
Yes, please,
yeah.
please.
Sure.
There will then be 500 plus
Wow,
600
sure.
people in this chat, like for real, for real.
Yeah.
Please, can
I
we
don't know
sort
what
of,
I don't know what you mean by a topic or anything, but I'll talk about anything that I know anything about. If I don't know enough about
yes.
it, I'm going to tell you I don't know.
No, but that's why the two of you should maybe sit together and discuss like a topic that the two of you know collectively a lot about, and then we can all come and sit and learn.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always available, particularly when it relates to things like, not just the politics of the Middle East, because for me, it's more, I might not really have the depth of knowledge historically, and in other sense, like maybe Dr. Liam in terms of the history of the Middle East, but I'm a geopolitical person, but when it comes to Africa, you can always knock my door, and Eastern European politics as well. So yeah, and just a little bit here and there. I mean, any topic I know about, I'm more than willing to sit down and have a chat with Dr. Liam. It would be an honor to share the same panel and platform with him. So
Perfect.
yeah.
So
Well,
in some time,
why don't you try to figure out a topic for us?
yes, sir. Yes, please. Oh, please.
Finish your
Can I do
homework.
that, please?
Come up with some ideas.
Yes. Okay. I will speak with Sav, and I will speak with Sir, and then we come to a middle ground. We say this, that, and that, and then the two of you can decide. So I will, and if any people down in the chat here, if there's something that you would like to hear the two of them discuss with regards to, the historical background and the geopolitical background of a particular region, of a particular thing, then inbox me, and then we get this thing started, because this is something that for the past 2 months now, I've been, every time I come on Sav's panel, and then he's just very busy with stuff, and I'm like, I'm wanting to suggest something to you, but okay, now it's here. Thank you so much. This is perfect. Absolutely. I'm such a nerd, but thank you, Sav.
Yes. And I also want to use the opportunities because I'm on Dr. Liam's panel is I am also doing a project in Congo. This is a place that is so dear to my heart. It's at the center of, if you want to understand neocolonialism, imperialism in Africa, and the reason why Africa, in terms of growth and stability, is nowhere. It's lacking in Africa. You just pick Congo and you understand what is going on. Everybody is in Congo. And Congo to take away the coltan, the gold, everything you think about, just dig any part of Congo and you can dig up the resources. On the eastern flank of Congo, from North Kivu all the way to the border with Zimbabwe, with Zambia, close to about 10 million people have been displaced or affected by the conflict happening on the eastern flank of Congo. There's Rwanda in the north. Oh, sorry. I think there's Rwanda on the border. There's Burundi. There is South Sudan up north a little bit. So, and there's a province of North Kivu, and also there's South Kivu. These are the two main areas where most of the fighting is happening now with the M23 rebels. So, in the capital city of North Kivu, in Goma, there's a particular refugee camp that have close to 1 million people displaced internally. When people speak of Gaza and you talk about the population of 1.something million, Congo is close to 100 million. Congo has close to 100 million people, right? And the reason why they are doing this is because of the resources, particularly the coltan. Okay, the coltan, and this is why these Western powers. About 3 months ago, the European Union signed an agreement with Rwanda to assess vital resources in Congo. Can you think about it? The European Union legitimizing illegality or legitimizing violence in Africa because of the quest, this insatiable thirst for resources from Africa, and they don't want to do it through the right channel. They want to use sub-state actors. They want to use regional actors that are serving as destabilization forces, not just in the eastern part of Africa, but also in Central Africa. And Rwanda epitomized that destabilization force within Central and East Africa. Kenya is another one. South Sudan is another one. And when you look at this country, strategically, Israel have been the patron on the ground, for these countries, particularly for the dictatorship of some of these countries. Not Kenya, because Kenya is a proper democracy, but countries like Uganda and Rwanda, that have had leaders in power for at least 25 years now and counting, minimum. The Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni have been there since the 80s. And these leaders, in order to stay in power, they do whatever the West asks them to do. And Congo, Centrafrique, Congo, Brazzaville, these are the countries paying the price, and Cameroon, because they are all in the Central African belt. And they have abundance of resources. Recently, if you follow the trend, if you follow what happened in Central Africa with the Bush War that started as a result of the Second Congo War, because these countries are, they're close, they have a common border. So whatever happened in Congo, they are also affected the Central African Republic. The capital, by the way, is Bangui. During the reign of Bokassa, who was the former king, and leader of Central Africa, who stayed in power for a very long time, they used to have some kind of connections with the Soviet Union. But the French, we know the role of the French in Sahel and Central Africa, and the French became the dominant force in Central African Republic. So there was this long, drawn-out Bush War. And what they do is that the French are if you look at the way the French, operate in Africa, they are extremely smart. So they understand, once they come to the region, they understand the language, they understand the differences between the tribes and the ethnicity, and they pit them against each other. So the system of divide and rule have been perfected by the French in Africa. The Americans are different. We know the Americans, we can weigh them. When they come, they stay on the top of the building and preach democracy downwards. So, America is just like, they can apply brute force if they want to, in order to get those resources. But America is not, when it comes to, I don't know, maybe this is very stupid of me to say, but the French are way, way smarter in terms of their application in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're far more sophisticated.
Yeah, the Brits too, in different ways. The French did try to always maintain more direct control than Britain did, but they both used divide and rule in different ways, and they both had to study the populations, figure out who the different factions are, figure out who they can manipulate, put in power in different ways. The U.S. has always blundered in with no clue at all. When we were talking about doing the Iraq invasion, I knew people that were part of the delegations of scholars who went to try and talk them out of it. They were invited in to come and speak. One of them was an advisor of mine. They're sitting there trying to explain, if you go in here, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen because of all these different factions. And they said, oh, okay, cool, took their little notes. Thank you very much. And then they went and did it anyway. They just don't care. The U.S. doesn't care. It always counts on money and brute force and doesn't care to make use of this kind of knowledge. France has always been much more sophisticated about how it will fuck with people.
You're right. And the French, I'll pick one example, which is Niger. So the French have been in Niger. Niger had independence the same year as Nigeria. We have similar history, although francophone, but we are neighbors. The majority, the largest ethnic group in Niger is Hausa. And if you come to Nigeria, in the northern part of Nigeria, you also have the Hausa language, ethnic group, basically. So what the French will do is that they will go and work with the minorities and use them as a counterweight against the government, ruled mostly by the majority tribe, which is the Hausa. The Hausa make up about 56%, but you also have the Zarma, you have the Tubu tribe, you have the Tuareg, you have all this collection of Arabized people and Arab tribes in the north. But where most of the uranium is in the north, there's a region called Aer and Azawak. So there's a chieftain there, a warlord there called Rissa Eji Paola. He's an Arab tribesman, and he's very popular and powerful. So now the French, it's similar to what they did in the Levant. They are trying to create, they are trying to create a contiguous entity or state for the Tuareg and their other Arabized tribes, because those ones say that they have been marginalized by the dominant tribes, whether it's in Mali with the Bambara, whether it's in Burkina Faso, the Bambara, and also the Hausas in Niger. So just like you have the Kurds trying to create a state, the French have been promising these Tuaregs for a very long time. So they've been working with them. They took them again. People forget, and when they look at the conflict and the situation in the Sahel, they saw it's Islamic extremism. And sometimes when I watch CNN, I laugh because I live directly on the ground. I've been to most of these places. I've done field work in Ogosago in Mali. I've been to Niger. I know exactly what is going on. Mostly it's about resources, and it's also the role of foreign actors. The French know this. The French are working with some of these warlords, people that are today have rebel groups like Mujao and Janim and Al-Mourabitoun and the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara. Particularly, let me pick there's a guy called Mokhtar Belmokhtar. He's an Algerian veteran of the Afghan war against the Soviets. Because during the war against the Soviets, the French and the Americans came to the Sahel and to North Africa and recruited a lot of some of these fighters. And some of them were also veterans from the Algerian Civil War. So they took them to fight. And these guys came back armed to the teeth, came back with the ideology and started, creating problems in the Sahel. So we have a history with these people, but they'll come back and tell you, oh, Islamic extremism. And right now in Africa, particularly in the Sahel, the French are working with these same people they are talking about. And there's ample evidence for that. Even in northern Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, Boko Haram. If you look at where this thing is happening, it's called the Lake Chad area. That place is blessed with oil. It's basically what I call resource curse. It's a curse. It's resources that God has blessed us with, but it's also a curse. It's a blessing and it's also a curse at the same time. And this is why these guys have, flooded the region with weapons.
You end up with much lower levels of human development because it causes you to focus on resource extraction for that specific thing. It throws you into all these different cycles. It's a lot harder to develop overall, economically and socially. Yeah, they're much more a curse than they are a boon.
Yes. So if you look at it's a mosaic of problems, and all of them, if you trace the money, if you follow what is going on, is the activities of multinationals like Chevron, like Arriva, the company called Orano. It's the biggest. You guys need to check that company up. And particularly Dr. Liam, the company is called Arriva or Orano. It's a French company. It's the driving force behind the French quest for yellow cake or uranium oil in Gabon, in Mali, in Niger, and so on and so forth. And by the way, the French are, France is one of the biggest. It's one of the leading lights when it comes to nuclear science and technology, and also supplying some of the plants in Germany and some of these European countries with the supplies they need. Let me give you one example of
nuclear tech in the U.S. A lot better.
Yes. The French, you know what they were doing? Because after independence, they had this agreement, this military pact with most of the Francophone countries, and they also had an agreement which they called the right of first refusal. So France, even though they said they gave Niger independence, France have access to their resources. So if Niger wants to sell the resources, they'll have to sell it to France, whether they like it or not. But even if France doesn't want it, Niger would have to inform France before they can sell to a third country. So they were buying uranium for 80 cents per kilogram. The actual price on the international market as of 2022 was 220 euros per kilogram. I want to repeat that one more time. They were buying it for 80 cents per kilogram. The price on the international market was 220 euros per kilogram. That was what the French were doing to Niger. And in the same year, the total earnings from uranium sales was 4.5 billion euros. The total remittance to Niger was about 420 million euros or thereabout. So they said, well, the rest of the money, we are going to keep it in the French banks. If you need more money, you can come and borrow. And the president, Mohamed Bazoum, and his cronies, according to the reports that came out from the military junta that took over power, looted more than half of the money and left the rest for the entire 20-something million people of Niger for education, for healthcare. So this is exactly what is going on in Africa. And people are surprised why people are rising up and picking up arms and trying to resist the French.
Yeah, and what people are constantly doing in the U.S. and Europe is pointing to different Islamist movements as just irrational actors that are just lashing out and, oh, they're attacking us because they hate us. No, people are turning to those groups. And again, a lot of them are themselves problematic, violent. They attack other people in the region, but they exist because of this neo-imperialism. They exist because of all these corrupt deals. When France pulled out of these countries, it put in power people that it knew would allow their corporations to keep doing what they wanted to do. And these countries have been in a kind of neo-colonial state ever since. You wonder why people are angry. And every other possible liberation ideology they've tried, they've been spanked down. When people tried to adopt like socialist movements and, oh, that's bad, Cold War must crush, you know, nationalist movements, must crush, you know, Islamist movements, that's the current one to crush. But it's always an excuse to ignore what's actually happening, which is that Europe is raping Africa.
Yeah, you're right. History of Niger, there have been at least 6 military coups. 6 military coups. 1974, 1996. The famous one, the removal of a young guy that took over power, Ibrahim Bareme Nassara, on his way out of the airport, and all these military coups, if you believe in conspiracy theories, the French have always been behind it. Particularly the one in 99, the leader that came in power wanted to sever ties with France, and they kicked him out in no time. So, and just to tell you, because they don't like the military coup that comes organically from the people, but they prefer the ones that they sponsor. In Gabon, shortly after the military coup in Niger, which the French was threatening to remove them and install democracy and so on and so forth, 2 months later there was another military coup in Gabon, and the French, there was no real attention to it. The French didn't say anything about it. In fact, they endorsed the leader of the coup in Gabon. So you have a sharp contrast between the military coup in Niger, which they condemned, and they were trying to use a country like Nigeria to invade Niger, which is a neighboring country, and people were in Nigeria like, hold on a second, these guys are our brothers. Why is the government trying to go to war with our brothers in the name of France? And they kicked out against it. So the leadership in Africa is also partly responsible for some of these problems. And I also understand their position because they don't control anything. They are just subservient to the powers of the multinationals and these powerful states like France and Britain and the United States of America. So it's really complicated. But if the simple way to understand it is for you to look at it from a multi-dimensional perspective in terms of the centripetal factors and the centrifugal factors, which are the internal factors, whether it's the corruption, whether it's the primordial, ethnic tensions and conflict between the different tribes in Africa, and religious groups and sectarian groups, which is also not helping. And also the external factors like the roles of multinationals, and powerful countries like France, the United States, the United Kingdom, and these other European countries. Thank you so much, Dr. Liam, for the opportunity to be on your panel today. I hope, we can catch up a lot more on other issues.
Yes.
No, this is fun. Actually, you're reminding me too. I sometime over the summer I got to put something together because they threw another course at me for next semester. I'm doing a course specifically on Orientalism and imperialism. Kind of aimed at the history majors. For their senior theses and all that. So that'll be fun. Coming up with all kinds of neat examples to kind of walk people through, how the different forms of imperialism have worked, how it's tied into all these ideologies of racism, nationalism, the mission civilisatrienne, like to try and control people. That's gonna be fun.
Okay, so Sav, before you leave, I would just like to ask Professor Lee, sir, do you need a comfort break?
I think I probably just needed to get to sleep. I was tired when we started.
Okay.
So
That's good.
I'm definitely tired now.
Okay. Okay, so Sav, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, for coming up to the panel. This was so exciting. I've been trying to arrange this for a long time, but now I'm actually officially going to be doing it. So we look forward to that. I will be, corresponding with the both of you. Inshallah. Yes.
Thank you so much, Lama. Thank you so much.
We can chat about it. It'll be great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe imperialism could be it. This nice nexus between imperialism, neoliberalism, all that stuff. Yeah, that can be fun.
Yeah. Okay.
Slav can throw good examples at us from across like West Africa. I can pull ones from the Mideast, and we can talk about how they all interrelate, and they're coming out of the same messed up places.
Fantastic. Absolutely. So, sir, shall we start winding down and call it a night? Because, we walked in tired, all of us. You, me, and Erika. So are we going to be greeting and saying our goodbyes right now?
Yeah, but there is I have a joke response to Bird, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody's been seeing the comments there about I don't support white men, and then sorry Liam. So I have a way to respond to that. Let's see, where is this at? Okay, I gotta put this up a little bit. Looking at a little punk rock, right?
Yeah. Don't call me white.
Yeah, they're a local band too, from Southern California, but they've got one of their albums is titled "White Trash, Two Hebes, and a Bean."
Wow.
I think professional name, you can actually wear without sleeve and a hairband to become a rock star.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's the album, Punk and Drublik. This is NoFX. Yeah. I liked Fat Mike's stuff. I still like this band.
Somebody else must just come up with a comment now. Pretty fly for a white guy.
Different band, but also same era.
Yes.
Definitely same era.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, Anti-Flag. Yeah. Okay, here's an obscure one. Does anybody know Propagandhi?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of like
That's
really,
really obscure,
really
though.
fun, obscure like bands from that era.
That's extremely obscure.
Yeah.
I
So
didn't think you'd know them.
yeah, yeah. I liked a lot of that stuff. Then I used to hang with a ton of the punks. So
Takes me back to college days.
I got a
okay.
question.
Ooh, Bad Religion. Oh, there's so many. Yeah, I've been to Bad Religion shows a few times. They've always been a favorite. So. So anyway, this seemed like a good way to wind the night down.
Yeah, this is
Wait, I
great.
got a question. Wait, I got a question.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Doc,
Yeah.
did you hear that the autistic body or brain, depending on how you define how it works, is capable of producing up to 120 times the DMT than the allistic body is? Okay, so that look on your face tells me no.
DMT, what?
So our body naturally, the human body naturally produces DMT.
Okay.
So there was a study done that said that the autistic body, which would explain like synesthesia and all kinds of other things that go on inside of our brain, that we produce up to 120 times percent, that's not a thing, 120 times more DMT than the quote unquote, not autistic, but all the non-autistic people. So having said that, my atheism tells me that if there's no God or whatever in the afterlife, what it is when I close my eyes and I see that kind of swirl or those dots or that non-existent whatever is what the afterlife would be without consciousness or awareness of it.
Okay.
Does any of that make sense to you?
I think so. Yeah. This is another subject I used to talk about a lot with Robin back in the day. Because, I mean, she got, of course, interested in it because she's schizoaffective and used to see things that aren't there. But we started looking into all this interesting research into the neurology of that, like how people, like the whole tunnel of light that you go to, and like, I have to go follow the light, you know, and that's the path to heaven, right? But it's a neurological effect that we can actually trigger, right? Same with the out of body experiences. My mother is absolutely convinced that it became religious for her, but she technically died when I was born, you know, and it almost killed me. They did an emergency C-section, basically ripped me out of her because the cord was around my neck, and they gave her a heart attack, and she had to be resuscitated. You know, they did enough damage to her that she didn't actually get to see me for several days. But she had this experience when that happened that she was like floating above her body, right? She has the impression of like floating above and seeing the body below. And it's a very commonly reported story that people are able to do those, to have those interesting out of body experiences. But they found the neurological triggers for that. They figured out how it would work, you know. You did. There's okay. This fits you guys. The line in here. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Figured you might like that line. But yeah, all these different neurological effects, the things that can trigger things like synesthesia, you know, seeing all the colors and everything like that. There's we're getting better and better able to understand how these things work. The question is, how does that actually affect people's beliefs or sense of self? Right? Does it really, you know, will it matter? And I don't know that it will. You know, I think no matter how much we figure out where a lot of the different types of religious or spiritual experiences come from, that you can trigger these different states. I don't think it's going to have any effect on whether or not people find meaning or value in the religions either. So, but how it interacts with, the atheism that you're describing too is another interesting question, because there's a ton of interesting books I've got on, well, finding that experience of spirituality, of God, like that there's these experiences are neurological at the end of the day. But you could also just as easily argue, well, God put those triggers in the brain so that you would be able to be aware of him, right? So you've got other ways of like framing it, but it's the same data, Anyway, I'm not sure if I know everywhere else where you were going with that, but that's the first things that pop into my head from that is just how interesting it is to start figuring out all of these things in the brain that people have been trying to make sense of for forever, because they're products of human cognition. How many of the ways that we have experienced and described certain visions and revelations that people have had all through human history could be explained as actual neurological phenomena.
So
I just thought I would end the conversation or the evening on that. Are we going to heaven, or are we going to that space of that visual oil slick without consciousness?
Yeah.
If we don't believe it, like if we're locked out of the gates because we didn't believe, or because we weren't created in a fashion that we could believe, because like me, I need the evidence, like, right, 2 + 2 is 4, and I need to, and I don't have that, and God, or the God, or whichever God was supposed to have made me, how could he have made me, or it made me in a way to where I wouldn't know or believe or be able to feel its existence without 2 + 2, and it would not offer me 2 + 2. So now I'm stuck out here in the ethereal oil slick.
That's the same place I'm stuck. It's why I can appreciate all the religions, but I can't actually claim one of them, because it doesn't work for me. I don't feel the need for it in the sense of like community, or like I want to see dead relatives, or what happens when you die. I'm comfortable not knowing. It doesn't matter. I mean, if that's the end, when my meat computer expires and that's the end of that, then that's the end. I mean, I don't know, but I'm not. I don't feel compelled to answer that question and to find a solution to it. So one way I'd look at it in the terms of like heaven specifically is that if you believe that following the white light to heaven takes you to heaven, then it does. Because if there isn't a heaven at the end of that, how will you ever know? Your last conscious thoughts will be walking into the light toward all your relatives, toward God, and that'll be that. So you'll go out on a high in that sense, in that way. And if it isn't true, you never know one way or the other. But if it is true, great, cool, you got your reward, But so I don't think it's one of the reasons I don't see a need to try and like convince people not to have these kind of beliefs. At the end of the day, why would it matter? Whether or not you think the tunnel of white light is a neurological effect, or it's actually beckoning you to heaven, I'm not convinced it actually helps or hurts anything.
I think for my view is that I believe there is such thing called heaven, because probably I never shared before. In Asia, we believe that there are certain group of people, not only Chinese, but a certain group of people that really can see spirit. So I'm one of them. I myself, when I was born, I can see actual spirit around my area. And what happens is that certain people can see the actual figure. I myself see the aura, above features walking around the area that I was staying on. So in such an experience that I have right now, I believe that there is a another layer of places that we go to after our life because of my own experience.
Yeah, and again, that all of those kind of experiences, they're valid. They things like that can reinforce certain beliefs. People who see those things and see the spirits or auras or anything else that you're seeing, those can be very real. But they also might not be. From my perspective, they're neurological effects. From somebody else, they're a very real part of their lives. And I don't think it matters it doesn't matter to me one way or the other how somebody takes it. I think that it's great if somebody finds meaning and value in those traditions and the belief around that, and that really seems real, then great. It's real. As far as I'm concerned, I'm perfectly happy believing it's real, because truth at the end of the day is subjective. Facts are not, but truths are. Our truths are very personal. We have a role in shaping those. So I don't see any reason to criticize that kind of stuff at all.
Say that again. That thing about truths and facts.
I think that truths are personal. I think that something can be true, but also factually false. Well, I mean, how else do we deal with, humans in general? Our brains are not designed for facts. They just really aren't. We don't construct our worldviews based on facts and empiricism. Our beliefs are shaped socially, and they're done generally irrespective of the facts. They provide a certain sense of meaning that gives us a way to live, to interact with each other, to make honestly, it's a part of our evolutionary inheritance to come up with beliefs like that. We need useful fictions to give ourselves meaning, to link us to other people, to help us to cooperate and work together. All those are true. All those beliefs that hold people together, they're true, even if they're factually false, because they don't have to be. And our brain doesn't need them to be factually accurate. They're completely different issues. They're separate magisteria, so to speak. This is one of the reasons I find it hilarious that people try to mix them up. They try to take their religion and make their religion factual and historical. It's like the creation museums are hilarious, where they're trying to show, oh yeah, humans lived next to dinosaurs because that's what the Bible means by dragons, and then we just ate them all and they're gone. They try to squish all the things that we found physically into their worldview. I think that's just as foolish as somebody going from the perspective of, we know all these things empirically, therefore religion is stupid and all your stuff is a lie. Neither of these makes sense, because they relate to different aspects of the human lived experience. Our beliefs are meant to help us get by psychologically, help us work with other people, keep us going. They're not meant to be factually true. So why try to make these things fit together, I think people are just talking past each other in a way, because they're both right, but in very different ways.
Yes.
Again.
The knowledge that we have right now in this world is just only a thin slide of history of our human being. We never know that. Earth have been around for billions of years. Agree? So there might be another culture before human civilization, like dinosaur civilization, and other beings of us, probably what we call the pre-age civilization. So at the end of the story, we are just trying to find the truth by historical record and etc. kind of things that we can find right now. So it's a good thing when you are actually born as a human and you are constantly, when young until the day that you are dying, you are just trying to find the true one of yours.
And whether or not you had more intelligent dinosaurs or something. I mean, we don't have any evidence of earlier intelligent species on this planet, but this is not to say that they didn't exist. There certainly were other members of the human family that existed. There are, I mean, Neanderthalensis, Heidelbergensis, Rhodesiensis, other members of like the Homo genus, they had brains as big as ours, but they also had very different physiologies. They're a different branch of that. So their thinking might have been different. They might have had different capacities than us. They might have viewed things in a very different way. Critters born on a completely different planet based on a completely different set of biochemical processes, you know, so they wouldn't have like our approach. They wouldn't have DNA. They'd have a whole different way of doing it. Of course, they're going to see the world in fundamentally different ways, but what they're seeing would be true, and so would ours. They're just going to be different because that kind of truth comes out of here. And there's no way to there's no way to give yourself a God's eye view of the universe. We only can process things through the meat computer that evolution gave us. And it points us in certain directions. So, you know, I don't know. I say run with that. Don't try to like make it something that we're not. You know?
I see again, as you're closing this, you know, one of those moments, wow, those, I don't know, like, I just had one of those again. And it's like, sometimes it's so absurd that you don't want to part with your own ignorance. Not ignorance, but your own unknowing. You don't want to part with it. You want to hold on to things that's safe. And then you come along and you say something and it sort of turns things right side up.
Okay. I mean,
no. This is what gets me about. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say be around you and be around people like you. That's what happens to the brain. You know, that's the get out of your own way moment. And that when you just said that, I was like, I heard it. It's like you hear yourself saying it to yourself years and years and years, and somebody else says it, and suddenly.
You know, at the end of the day, I don't know how easily packaged this kind of idea is, but really, if people can wrap their heads around something like this, then why would people fight over different identities and religions and anything else? You know, because to me, that people have all these different beliefs, it's beautiful. I don't feel threatened by any of them. I don't feel threatened if somebody wants to move to this country with a different culture than me. Ooh, who cares? It's all beautiful and interesting. He has his truths. She has her truths. They have their own experiences, but so many people are caught up in fear around that. So they're afraid of gender nonconformity. They're afraid of sexual orientation. They're afraid of different religions. They're afraid of different languages. Oh, look at all these funny people speaking their funny little languages. Like, no, they're just different people with a different truth, a different reality. Everyone sees things a little bit differently. And I don't feel threatened at all by that. I think it's all kind of beautiful.
Do you see what I'm talking about when it comes to trying to like the whole identity of identity? I don't recognize, like I said, I can physically see one thing. The world says I'm white. Okay, my skin is peach, but I'll go with it.
Right.
You know,
this is
like, it's the black and white thinking. It is exactly. It is or it isn't something. You are or you aren't something. It's like, well, I'm German, English, Irish, and Italian. What does that make me? I live in America. I was born in exactly. Like
how are you
my
German?
mother. My grandmother was Jewish. My mother was Catholic. I'm atheist. Like I'm autistic. I'm all these different things, and I don't. There's the identity politics of identity, and because I don't understand the politics of politics as far as how to align myself with something, I can't say I'm a Democrat or a liberal or a Republican or a GOP or a libertarian or in anything else, because there's so many facets of so many things. It's hard to like take myself and put them into all of them in order to be a thing.
Does that make sense? So I
I think so,
struggle
yeah.
trying to figure out how to, when somebody says, "Are you a this or a that?" It's like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right. I mean, some of those questions aren't actually meaningful to me at all either. You know, I don't get it. You know, because they're looking for a very specific type of answer that fits their understandings of reality and the way that they need to box people in. And I don't feel the need for that. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I run into this kind of stuff all the time. People will ask a question, you know, like, how do you feel about this? Hell, I run into that just with a therapist. She'll say, so how do you feel about this? I'm like, I don't know. It just never occurred to me. Like, it's just not, that's not part of my experience. I've never had that thought before in my life. What are you talking about? I don't know. You know, yeah, it's, people often want to fit you into certain categories, and sometimes that just doesn't work well for us.
Do you know what I'm struggling with right now? I was very, like,
No
you know,
way.
you, Erika, both, all of us, we came walking in with very tired brains and we couldn't cope. And now, right at the end of this live, my brain is so fired up that I'm like, okay, I need to go and sleep. I need to, but now, right now, I'm like so that I'm like, I can't even close my eyes.
I can.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Please, you need to go.
No, I'm just, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, I don't know, go watch an episode of Red Dwarf and go to sleep.
I must go look into this whole Red Dwarf.
Oh no,
But
don't. It's terrible. It's wonderfully bad. It's a really bad comedy show. But it's fun at night, you know, like when it's late at night, you know, you're getting high or something, you know, it's good to put on something that's just completely nonsensical. It's just
okay, so on the 1st, I'm going to Comic-Con. Are you coming with me?
I mean, if I don't know, I don't think I can afford a ticket, but I would go.
I
You
mean,
know.
on cam, I'm taking you with me. I'm taking you with me.
Oh,
So
okay,
yes.
yeah, because I was gonna say I'm not sure I can get to Cape Town in time for this. You know, that's a lot of. You know, I'm
Okay,
gonna
okay.
find people to cover my classes.
Comic-Con next year with the rock concert in Cape Town. We'll make it a plan, but this time on cam.
Sure, yeah, or I mean, San Diego Comic Con is humongous, and it's not far from me. Everyone's talked about. I've had friends trying to talk me into going to that for years, and I have never gone.
You and me then. We go. You, me, Erika, anybody else? Autistic? Emily? Bird?
Yeah, I have a giant autistic at Comic Con thing. You know, we'll all go and you know, totally geek out.
Yeah, we
I
can all
just
go.
paid
We can all go to Comic-Con.
$8,100 to fix my car. I'm not going anywhere for a while.
Not right now, no. And actually, as of next
Next-
semester, I'm down to 2 campuses instead of 3, so I'm going to be tight for a while too. But we plan a few years out. Stick around. Let's all keep.
Yes.
we'll stay
Yes.
in touch. We plan
So-
a couple of years. We'll meet at.
So yes, because also we are very you know, we are very emotionally avoidant people, and it takes time to plan things, to want to meet up with other people, kind of, you know what I mean? So next year, San Diego Comic-Con and a rock concert. Yes.
A
Yes,
lot of
it's-
good shows in San Diego too. Actually, tons of great folk metal bands I've gone to see in San Diego. For some reason, they like playing there. I don't know why, but
We're gonna do this, right? Come hell or high water, we're gonna do this. But on the first, I'm
Neurotypical
taking
save
you with
money.
me. Yes, we can all save money, and then we
No,
decide.
we pursue experiences instead.
I was going to say, no, neurotypicals save money, neurodivergents save spoons.
Or steal spoons in different places you go. On your and this one,
Okay.
Don't
this
tell anyone.
restaurant, This one came from this restaurant.
Okay, so but on the first, you're coming with me.
Okay.
Yes.
What day is the first?
It's Wednesday. It's a public holiday for me,
Wednesday. Well, definitely not a public holiday for me. Let's see.
but at
Mine,
nighttime for you.
yeah, let's see. What would it be the times a day you'd be there?
I will be there in the daytime, which will be the night for you. Then it will be the night of the 31st or the 30th for you.
30th, yeah. So let's see. That's a so on the 30th,
At night?
yeah, I don't finish until my 7 p.m. You know, the classes, and then it takes me a little while to get out of the
So 10
building and
p.m.,
finish downloading stuff.
10 p.m., 11 p.m. When you get home, half an hour, I'll put the camera on. You all come with me. All of y'all.
Yeah.
All of y'all.
That sounds fun.
Yes. It's a deal. It's a deal. We're going to Comic-Con.
Yeah. That sounds fun. Yeah, so we'll do that virtually for now.
And then next year, it's
know, we'll
either
plan
San
my-
Diego or Cape Town.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we'll plan for a future one. You know, meet in public. Go see
Yes.
Goofy stuff. We can drag
Yes.
Bird out here and Annie and everybody else. You know, everyone can come out.
All
And
of us.
we'll just totally geek out at Comic-Con.
Okay, sir, honestly, we're trying to say goodnight to
I'm
you.
gonna work on my Jedi costume for that because there's just no way I'm going to Comic-Con without one. There's just no way.
Of course.
I need to have
Of course.
I need to find a good tailor and make myself a good set of Jedi robes.
Yes. And then
Gray
who's
Jedi, perfect. Yeah, perfect. My chaotic neutral. You know, gotta be a great Jedi.
Okay, yeah, but no, we're trying to say goodnight to you, sir. We are trying.
We
Um,
all suck at social cues.
I'm coming in to do an authoritarian bedtime notice. It's
Okay,
everyone's
Emily.
curfew for bedtime in my authoritarian utopia.
Is an authoritarian bedtime notice you telling me to go to sleep?
Yes, and also everyone, even Dharma. Just kidding, not you, Dharma.
I can't.
Wait,
I
wait,
can't.
wait. Is your paper done, Emily?
No, that's why
Yeah,
I want
don't
to get to go to
start.
bed. But also, Liam just looks really tired, and he said he was tired at the beginning.
Yes, we
Yeah,
all
I'm
were.
Yeah, I was definitely tired quite a few hours ago.
It's almost 20 past 8 here now in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
But I've been up for 2 days now. But now, right
Spiritual
now,
But now you get to
I'm
sleep.
an listen, hold on. Don't make me get on a soapbox about this. I'm an anarchist. This is temporary authoritarianism. There are some types of anarchism where that's kind of okay sometimes, as long as I relinquish my power at the end.
So
I have to be easily recallable.
temporary dictator, kind of like the old Roman system, and then you just
Sure.
Oh yes, no, I'm totally gonna stop being dictator after this war is over. Totally. I
Wink, wink.
trust me, bro. Trust me.
Bombastic
you need a
side
t-shirt like
eye.
that. Trust me, bro. No, but like my head is making a noise right now. I can't.
Dharma, you're already in 420 though. So since you've been up for so long, you have a perfect opportunity to get super, super high right now and pass out.
I dare you, Dharma.
It's 420. Just get like super, super high and then just sleep the whole weekend.
I don't have stash though. Where does one find such things?
The neighbor's house. You know, someone's got something around.
I just realized I don't have a monopoly on force, so I can't make you guys go to bed.
No, you can't.
No.
But my head is literally making a sound right now because it's like my thoughts are going.
I think that's just because you've been awake too long. You're having a seizure. It's telling you go to sleep.
Okay, seriously, I have so much vicarious anxiety about Dharma's sleep. Like whenever I see her on TikTok, I'm like, what time is it? What time is it there?
Your brain is short-circuiting.
I think Dharma is like her body is tired, but her mind is so excited.
That's it. No, I come from work and I jump straight into pro-Palestinian aid, and it all the time.
Yep.
And then I sleep literally 2 hours, 3 hours. That's it.
Yeah, that's been my life for a long time, and it's a terrible way to go about things. It's actually the only reason I actually started using the cannabis products in the first place was for sleep. I can't slow my damn brain down. It just wants to think about things all the frickin' time.
I
I'm like,
can't
"It's
stop
2
thinking
a.m.
about
Stop
stuff.
analyzing things. Ah!
I can't stop that. I can't stop that. It's like, one person mentions a thought to me and there I go.
Do penguins have knees?
Stop it. Did you?
Damn
Wait,
it.
what did you say?
Demo, I think
penguins
you
have
talking
knees?
about to count the sheep. Count 10,000 sheep. Then you go to sleep.
Okay. We are going to greet. Guys, it's been fantastic once again. I love all of you. I appreciate all of you. Hearty hands, hearty hands. Minerva wants to put her face in it.
What she wants is for me to go in the other room and give her a treat because she's been very sweet and hanging out, so she wants a treat. Feed
Mama. I just want to give you
Seymour.
I just want to give you a kissy man.
Guys, don't go to bed right now. I'm gonna start telling disturbing Florida stories again that will haunt your
What was that
nightmares.
fish's name, by the way? What was that fish's name, by the way? What fish, sir?
Fish?
The fish? Gestalt the
No, Gestalt fish.
What?
Gefilte fish.
Is that what you're thinking of? Why are you thinking
The fish is
of
good.
things you could think of now? Why would that pop back into your head? Oh, and Pesach is coming too, so now you're gonna throw all this crappy Ashkenazi food at me.
You can't do this, Dharma. That's like sensory violence, and it is bedtime.
I promise I will learn all your favorite Jewish foods and I will make it with gefilte fish.
So falafel?
Gotta eat it with red and white. What's it
There
called?
is not a Jewish person
Horseradish.
on this planet that loves gefilte fish.
No.
How about that?
Somebody's buying that shit because it's in the store. Someone's buying it.
It's a requirement to be Jewish.
It was a requirement to try it once and almost vomit, and that's enough for me. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah. Every time I try to think of that thing, then I think of filter fish. Filter fish, what?
Yeah. Gefilte.
Gefilte fish.
Gefilte. Yeah. Gefilte.
Gefilte.
Got it.
When we were little, we called it
Please, no more
Yakfilste.
fish. Are we
Yakfilste.
going to start
Do that face again.
Last week conversation?
I need that picture. Do that face. I need that picture. Do the face. Thank you. Okay. Good night to Sir. Good night to the kitties. Good night to Emily and to Serene and to Autistic and everybody down in the chat. Good evening, Bird. We love you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Shalom. Good night.
Shabbat shalom. Yeah, now you
Shabbat shalom. It's Saturday.
bringing up just I totally want to go make latkes now. I might do it. I've got
Really?
Forget the applesauce.
I've got some potatoes.
Are we going to go make that?
Something I can. All right. Anyway, so have a great night, folks.
Good night,
Love you all.
Later.